agitation, Caliphate imposed unitary Nigeria. Behind the Caliphate itself is the rogue 1999 Constitution. Elections 2023 is Caliphate push to retain the 1999 fraud. Nigerians, say no to any further election in the country. Let's take down the 1999 Constitution and save our people and our land.
The country is not burning for nothing. You probably have heard in the news in the last few days that a lady from the north, a Muslim lady, got crowned Miss Nigeria. And the reaction of the north is to send their Sharia police to arrest the lady. We are not in one country, and so we must part ways. Here is the parable of Europia, written by Femi Olufumilade. It touches on the very heart of the problem. Meanwhile, Ninas has given us the guideline, the processes that must be followed to get out of this mess called One Nigeria. Because we don't belong, really, we don't belong with the Arewa 12 Sharia states. We do not belong. And we do not in any way impede them in following after their religious dictates. But the other question is, why are they standing on our way? Why are they being such an obstacle to seeing Nigeria peacefully sorted out? Why are they standing in the way of a lasting solution to the existential problem of Nigeria? Why are there such a clog in the wheel of progress of the nations being detained in one Nigeria under the 1999 Constitution? Imagine Hisbah arresting the parents of the Kanu girl who just won Miss Nigeria pageant. Those Islamists in the north of Nigeria are qualified to be a separate country governed by Sharia. That's what they all want. They are just like Afghanistan, if I may add. Don't mind the pretension to being some sort of liberal nationalists. It doesn't exist among them. They all want the Sharia, including the professors. They only differ on the type of extent because and the extent because each of the Islamic sects that are better among them claims superiority over the others. The Sunni have gained the upper hand, the president of Nigeria and most of the governors being part of the sect. But the other sects too, including Boko Haram, have members in powerful positions, including the armed forces. They are the ones who undermine the fight against insurgency. As the Yoruba would say, the insect destroying the vegetable plant lives on it. Let them have an autonomous nation with their preferred and chosen constitution based on this Islamic law. I mean, we are very, very free-minded in this matter. We wish the North what they wish themselves, which is Sharia state, like Somalia, Afghanistan, that's Yemen. This is who they want to be. If eventually they decide to be like Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or UAE, we also wish them all the best. But we need to go through referendum to sort things out and get things going the right direction, at least for our people. Give me and my own people the latitude to enact our own constitution and spell out how we want to be governed and our vision of our place in the world. We can associate as a confederacy the way Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and England have been for decades. That's the minimum for peace, harmony, and progress. It is crass ignorance on the part of supposedly educated people to think the solution is in being a Nigerian and forgetting you belong to diverse cultures. Exactly. That's stupidity. It's like the Roman Empire welding the French, Italians, Germans, Russians, Irish, and the English into one country called Europea. Then the country isn't working. Excuse me. They perpetually quarrel over revenue sharing, power sharing, etc. They plot coup against whoever is in power based on the perception that he's favoring his tribe. Maybe he's Hitler favoring the German tribe. Then some idiots come up with an appeal. We are all whites. Let's see ourselves first and foremost as Europeans. Let's forget our tribal differences. If we can see ourselves as one, we shall be the hope of the white race. Europea is the hope of whites. Anybody who knows better and is warning that this is a structural problem, those who advise restructure or let each of the tribes decide how they want to be part of Europea, or those who wish to opt out altogether, be allowed to do so via a referendum. The ignoramuses shut down. I'll go over that again. Anybody who knows better and is warning that this is a structural problem, those who advise restructure or let each of the tribes decide how they want to be part of Europea, or those who wish to opt out altogether be allowed to do so via a referendum. The ignoramuses shut them down. They called them anarchists, until a day came after the centralized authority lost total control over security. Dozens of armed groups are springing up outside the control of government to provide security. Eventually, a bloody civil war breaks out because of an election in which the ignoramuses have placed the hope of a messiah being elected. While those who know better won, the ignorant and puffed up illusionists call them doomsayers because they are living across the ocean in safety. A bloody civil war breaks out, election dispute, and who should control power, and great is the fall of the hope of the white race, Europea, by Femi Olufumilade. I pray that this doesn't come upon Nigeria, but it is up to Nigerians to decide how it goes, because the future looks very bleak for the country presently known as Nigeria. The future looks extremely bleak. Very, very bleak. That's the parable of Europea and the call by Ninas on which way Nigeria, the call for referendum, the most peaceful way to get things sorted out and put this derailed train on the track again.
Because what they are asking, hold on one minute, is that this constitution should not be. And you expect that a total overhaul. Let me finish. You want a total overhaul of this constitution, and you liken it to the South African appetite. Okay, tell us the process to get into what you are saying, because the president also, do not forget, assumed office, or all the people you expect to do something about it, assumed office based on this document. So what is your practical step to getting this done?
South Africa in 1990 came to this bus stop where we have just arrived. The sitting government that was elected, and there was a parliament, Frederick de Klerk. He now, for the first time up to that time, accepted that the apartheid constitution could no longer be the basis of the South African society, because it was imposed by a white minority to take the lands and the rights of the blacks, and that is exactly what we have here. The Jaw lost their land and their oil and gas to Nigeria because some military president under Gowa seized it by decree. The Lagos port belongs to Lagos people. Nigeria takes more than 2 trillion naira from this port every year. But from independence to date, not one controller general of custom of Yoruba origin. And therefore, if Gani Adams now say, how did we come to this? And he pick up arms, the discussion that should be holding is one in which the government of the day will have to accept that this apartheid constitution can no longer be the basis of Nigeria. We are not anarchists. In the suit we filed in 2007 against the constitution, we asked the court to give an order that will compel them within a period of 18 months to remain in office and work out that discussion that will lead to a new constitution. That's not too much to ask for, because South Africa did it. They accepted that the apartheid constitution had to go, and they called everybody.
Now, he's relying on them to work out a new constitution.
No, they are not saying so. In that terms of reference, they say how to incorporate whatever.
I'm asking you how you intend to arrive at a new constitution.
How it will arrive at is that the people, those who are trapped here, before going to make a central constitution, because a federation should have a federation of many constitutions. Up to 1966, we had 5 constitutions, because each of the federating units were like countries of their own that were now coming to cooperate, like Germany and France and Portugal doing European Union. That was the kind of constitution Awolowo had to manage Western region. That was the kind of constitution Obara had to manage Eastern region. But some people woke up in 1960s, threw all of those things away, and now locked us into this unitary arrangement. So we're saying that the first step is to ask those who will come, because tomorrow morning they will now begin to announce the names of their friends who are going to meet. We are not going to pay any attention to whatever government does. The conference is already on, and steps are being taken to take a referendum from those who are working their way out of this union, because the union has collapsed. If we do not accept in good time that it has collapsed and go to sit down to discuss how we will revive it, I tell you that under the instruments available to those who are choked here, and 3.5 million people have been killed in eastern Nigeria on this same question. OD have been wiped out, Okerenkoko have been wiped out, Obakere have been wiped out. All kinds of things are going on. Just the other day, 78 students were massacred in their sleep, because some people must be in power in Nigeria. They say they will make the country ungovernable, and they are making it ungovernable to date. And we are still thinking that there's a Nigeria. That Nigeria that will include a Sharia belt, in which I cannot function in Sokoto or Kano or Maiduguri. I will not be part of that Nigeria. I will rather invest all my energy in how to take out my portion. If those who are saying they have conquered us and they are going to keep us by all means for all times insist that we cannot discuss, then we do whatever comes within our reach to do to take our portion.
Now let me ask you, Mr. Nadi,
yes.
if at the end of the day we are having reactions from Afenifere, for instance, we are having reactions from Ohanes and Igbo, we are having reactions from Arewa Consultative Forum,
been with all
how
of them.
be it speaking, saying that they do not, they will not agree for the name sovereign to be added to whatever conference. Now let me ask you, would you say that these groups do not represent the blocks which they say they represent?
They do not speak for
and
the people.
If you do not agree with their representation, who are the people that you are talking to at this at this point about
back to 75%? Tambuwa said that all of them politicians constitute only 25%. He said it on the floor of National Assembly the day they resumed last week or so, that they constitute only 25% of the country's population. I'm here to speak on behalf of that unrepresented.
And the Arewa is not speaking for
anybody.
No,
they all have vested interests. They all have things they share with their people in government. What we're saying is that let us accept that Nigeria was not our making in 1914. Let us accept that the little discussion we had all the way to 1960 got toppled in 1966. Let us then accept that the product of that toppling, which is the current constitution, because from 1966 to date, all the 36 states that were created, who created them? Now they call me Abia State or Imo State or somebody else, Bayelsa State. None of the people in those places, like Delta State, cannot, the people of Delta in some areas were agitating for some autonomy. You now create a state and put the capital in Asaba. From that time to date, Delta State had not been the project of Ijo, Urobo, Ishekiri, and all of
Mr.
them.
Mr. Nadi, would you not rather wait? Let's just see
there's no
waiting. No, because you have acknowledged that this is actually an act of statesmanship by Mr. President.
I commend him. I commend him.
At least to have you to prove you right or wrong? Is it not a bit too early?
I was actually expecting to see your name in that list.
Of course, they know they will not put my name on any list of people who are going to be discussing, who are going to a meeting in which Nigeria is held sacrosanct, in which somebody will write in the terms of reference that the outcome of the conference will be integrated into a constitution, meaning that they want to preserve that constitution by all means. And we are saying we will not touch one alphabet from inside this constitution. So these are the two grounds, these are the two positions that will have to be married through the next few days.
But in the event that this conference is convoked,
yes,
in the event that the different nationalities meet and do discourse,
yes,
would you now throw away all of that? Because your view can be seen as extreme. It is either this, it is either all or nothing. Do you think
there is no halfway? There is no halfway in a matter of reconstruction. If you want to put a 40-story structure on this ground now, you know it will take it. But the first thing that will happen is that bulldozer has to enter here to level it, to be able to put up a new structure. Anything that is built on this foundation of falsehood, and if you let us take it down to our people, in saying that we the people, we are saying that we have submitted by ourselves. So it's a forged signature by which Nigeria is selling 3 million barrels of crude oil every day and sharing the money, $250 million every single day in Abuja, to the exclusion of the owners. If you come to the provisions inside the constitution, you then begin to see a chapter 2 that provides for all the good things of life, but a clause in section 6C, and shame on the lawyers in Nigeria, including the justices of the Supreme Court, that will hold this document up and say it's a constitution. Because those who wrote it had taken all of the content of the Treasury as their own by that provision, to say that nothing is for the citizen except as they deem fit. That is the unjust.
Samadi, before we let you go on this segment, like Victor asked, and yes, it's the heart of the matter.
The thing to do is to allow the ethnic nationality
and have this discussion without what you are saying, and this scales through.
If somebody,
what does that
Abacha held a conference, but Obasanjo held a conference. What happened to them? Because somebody sat in Abuja, like David Mark is sitting, to tell us that it is how they do it that we have to accept. What we're saying is that they must accept that sovereignty belongs to the people and let them organize themselves and send those who they will truly wish to discuss their future for them in a conference that will end in a referendum.
Thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
We have been speaking to Mr. Tony Nnadi, who is the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress and the convener Movement for New Nigeria. Thank you once again.
The story have never changed. It's the same thing. All the cosmetic measures being applied on Nigeria to make Nigeria, to get Nigeria going, is not working, because everything that is being done by the senators, by the members of the House, or even executive branch or the judiciary, they are all skirting around the fact that the foundation is faulty. Nigeria's foundation, rooted on 1999 Constitution, is a fraud, and you don't expect this fraud to fix itself. Nigeria needs a surgical operation. That's the only thing that will work.
All the politicians have failed. We have to come back to the drawing board. If there is no issue of failure, what brought back the agitation of Biafra? Because we have failed. People share the same mind with me, but they are afraid. Some are emotionally inclined to their religion. Some are emotionally inclined to their tribe. That is why people kept quiet. Well, everybody now use Islam to say what he wants. So people can easily use Islam to say it is against the tenet of Islam to call a failure. Were they absent when Jonathan was criticized by Muslim clerics? Gradually, I learned that the problem we have in this country that is going to consume all of us if we are not careful is extremism. The best option in dealing with banditry, Boko Haram, whatever, is to crush them.
We came out yesterday, May the 2nd, to a statement purportedly coming out from one Peter Afunanya that says is a spokesman of DSS, threatening everybody who says who is doing anything that will threaten the unity of Nigeria and the sovereignty of Nigeria and government, and also all such nonsense. Well, I would be surprised if it came from DSS, because one cannot trust what we find on social media these days. But if anybody is still at that mundane level of thought of describing self-preservation actions being taken within the rights of self-determination that's inalienable to the constituents of the disputed Federation of Nigeria, because this Constitution 1999, that is a forgery, that has our signature at the base as authorization. As long as that constitution is in place, Nigeria is a disputed project, because the people who are purported to have agreed to live together have come forward to say we never met, we never agreed on anything. It is a forgery, it is a fraud against all of us. It is in that kind of setting that one will be addressing on behalf of NINAS, addressing that State Directorate of State Services, DSS, to point them, to explain to them, just in case they didn't know. They should be finding out from their principal what is going on. That is the federal government of Nigeria. They should realize that what the people who are demanding an immediate reconstruction of the constitutional basis of Nigeria, the one they call restructuring, or even the ones that say they are fed up, they want to go to be countries of their own, they are not the ones threatening the unity of Nigeria. The people that are threatening the unity of Nigeria, that are pushing Nigeria towards disintegration in the manner that the Vice President had warned about in September of 2020, are the ones who are holding on to that forgery of a constitution to say we cannot, that Nigeria is non-negotiable and not indivisible and all of that. They are the ones who are refusing to come forward for that imperative of reconstruction for a house that is on the verge of collapse. They are the ones pushing Nigeria towards disintegration, and one will expect that. They will, the DSS and all of those who are trying to. The other time it was some semi-literate governors that were talking about people who are doing secession and others who are doing treason. The only secession on the table now are the ones who declare themselves Sharia, who have seceded from the secular union of Nigeria, these 12 states. The only treason on the table now are the ones who are clinging onto the constitution that's a forgery, against the rest.
Western world may point to China now critically, pointing out what China is doing, how China is taking over countries' assets or institutions, over corrosive debts they hang on weak African countries that are constantly borrowing money and begging without producing enough to pay their debt or even become self-sufficient countries. Countries like Nigeria and a lot of others are becoming entrapped by Chinese dangerous debts. Because China knows what the Western country has done to Africa. They know how much Africa was manipulated, fleeced, and stolen from, and they continue to steal from Africa. And so China is doing their own bit. They are just advancing the fleecing of Africa with the aid of despots across Africa who are serving the interest of external forces rather than tend to the needs of their people.
China's activities in Africa have raised a lot of eyebrows, and the issue of being trapped into Chinese debt is real and ominous. Here, we look at the top 10 African countries with the largest Chinese debt. Whether the officials and government authorities accept it or not, Chinese dealings in Africa are being viewed in a highly skeptical way. The truth is, the menace of falling into Chinese debt trap is very real, and it is happening. Africa is slowly being tied to the yoke of Chinese debt. There is no transparency and accountability when it comes to acquiring Chinese loans. As a result of this, African countries are finding it hard to extricate themselves from the grip of Chinese debt. It means that debt is continuing to pile on, unabated, and the repercussions will be dreadful. Some countries are having it worse than others, as will always be the case. Below is a list of the top 10 African countries with the largest Chinese debt. Number 10, the Democratic Republic of Congo. The DRC could easily be one of the richest countries in the world considering how it is abundantly endowed with precious natural resources and minerals. However, plundering of these resources has set the country back, including unending conflict. It has an estimated debt of $3.4 billion. DRC was quick to exchange mineral resources for loans with China. Number 9, Ghana. Ghana stands at number 9 with an estimated debt of $3.5 billion. The country's opposition has involved the IMF to help look into the country's debt. Number 8, Nigeria. The West African country has an estimated debt of $4.8 billion. Nigeria has accepted the Chinese yuan as a reserve currency. Number 7, Cameroon. Cameroon has an estimated debt of $5.5 billion. However, it was recently revealed that China was in talks to cancel part of the country's debt. But with China, nothing is so certain. Number 6, Zambia. Zambia is increasingly getting mired in the tentacles of Chinese debt. The Chinese have sponsored a lot of projects in the country. The country has an estimated debt of $6.5 billion. China is taking Zambian firms as part of repayment plans, and there were reports that ZESCO, the national power utility, was being taken over by China, even ZNBC, the country's national broadcaster. Number 5, North Sudan. The conflict-torn country has an estimated debt of over $6.4 billion. Although China has written off the country's debt incurred in 2015, it still has a long way to go. Number 4, the Republic of Congo. Congo, which may be popularly known as Congo-Brazzaville, has an estimated debt of $7.5 billion. Again, corruption has played a major role in ballooning the debt to such egregious levels. Number 3, Kenya. Even after the discovery of oil in the northern part of the country, nothing in essence is working towards cutting down the levels of debt to China. Kenya has an estimated debt of $7.9 billion. The country has been taking money to facilitate the fruition of its infrastructural projects. But as lack of transparency and accountability come into play, a lot of money has been lost to corruption. Number 2, Ethiopia. All those Chinese infrastructural development projects in Addis Ababa are coming at a heavy price. Ethiopia has an estimated debt of $13.5 billion. The debt levels have slowed down some projects due to repayment issues, but there is now a new structure for these debts that makes it a little bit affordable for Ethiopia to repay. And finally, at number 1 we have Angola. Angola is the most indebted African country to China. It has an estimated debt of over $25 billion.
The unitary constitution of Nigeria is the source of all of the problems we have been trying to resolve. Everything that has brought Nigeria to where it is, that is now wobbling to some kind of catastrophic collapse, are coming from that constitution. All the contents of the treasury, the principles for managing the resources, so that's the custodians of the treasury, the custodians of power in Nigeria are not to be accountable to the populace for the contents of the treasury. Anybody talking about the rule of law in Nigeria under this constitution is just wasting his time. All atrocities committed in the name of government were put beyond the reach of the court to probe into. These same principles have matured into express provisions that became the quota system. They call it federal character. In that mediocrity, you bring the worst of everybody to come and manage everything for everybody. Go and look at the autopsy report on Nigerian Airways, on Nigerian National Shipping Line, on NITEL, on all the agencies of government that have been run aground. It was simply mediocrity.
Attended the constitutional conferences for the review of Nigeria's constitution in 1953, 1954, 1957, and 1958.
The welfare of millions of people for generations to come may be affected by the wisdom which we here display. With Nigerian leaders and our British partners are to prove themselves worthy of their trust. Now is the time for us solemnly and truly to dedicate ourselves to seeking the greatest good of the greatest number of our people in Nigeria. It is to this end that my colleagues and I pledge ourselves. The first main task of the conference is to resolve those problems which defied solutions in 1957 and to evolve for Nigeria a constitution of which both the British and the Nigerian peoples can be proud. The second is to get Her Majesty's government to agree to April 2nd, 1960 as the target date for Nigeria's independence. Independence for Nigeria in 1960 is imperative. But independence for Nigeria as a corporate entity is not enough. The peoples of Nigeria must at the same time be guaranteed their freedom. We must ensure that in an independent Nigeria, individual citizens throughout the land enjoy liberty, human dignity, and equality under the law. There must be one Nigeria with one constitution and one law for all. Let us therefore, Mr. Chairman, sir, close our ears to the counsel of despair, which says that we cannot here at this conference agree on a constitution. If there's any doubt among us as to what should be written into the constitution, let us, as Democrats that we profess ourselves to be, refer such problems as the goal has.
Unfortunately, the Nigeria that Awolowo and Zik were working on died even within a week by the thoughts and actions of Ahmadu Bello, who considered the country less than 10 days after independence to be the estate of his grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. And that Nigeria continued to die and is even fully dead as at November 2021. Nigeria is a dead country by the actions of those at the corridors of power, by the criminal constitution that rendered citizens slaves in our ancestral lands. And so that Nigeria that Awolowo was talking about, late Chief Obafemi Awolowo was talking about, turned out to be a mirage. It was never meant to be. It was a mistake that is now begging to be corrected. In the year 2021, the call is much more louder now than it was even before 1957, 1960. Regional referendum is unavoidable now, and NINAS is right on the mark.
Notes on the self-determination goal of the NINAS campaign and the formations for the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignty. NINAS Secretariat, December 2, 2021. As we advance towards the terminal stages of the processes for the reinstatement of self-determination and sovereignty to the peoples of the NINAS Alliance territories, South and Middle Belt, trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, whose sovereignties are currently suppressed and subsumed under the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria, erected by fiat upon the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. It has become necessary to once more shed some light on the formations in which the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignties are being undertaken. From the onset, as we as can be verified by a review of all our public communications documents, including audio visuals over the years, the goal of the entire intervention we have driven since 1999 as PRONACO, MNN, and NINAS had always been to deliver the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria back to them. Subject to referendums and plebiscites, the formations in which the sovereignties would be pursued and taken back are also clearly articulated, hence the maps that accompany our propositions at each stage. Prior to the emergence of the NINAS map, which shows a 4-block internal delineation, the MNN map of Nigeria, broken into 4 blocks, has been in the public domain since the 2007 court suit challenging the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. The 4-block map represents the formations in which the inevitable union reconfiguration that would have followed the demise of the irreversible 1999 Constitution is being discussed and undertaken, all the way to referendums and plebiscites. Just like the question of geographical formations for aggregating, the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocks in the NINAS alliance will also be determined by the referendums and plebiscites. The two questions, that is, geographical formations and degree of autonomy, can consolidate for resolution in the one referendum or plebiscite. These notes of clarification became necessary as a response to what seems like a confusion, real or contrived, regarding the formations in which the peoples of each bloc in the NINAS alliance will step into their freedom when the bondages of unitarism and suzerainty masquerading as Nigeria are broken, as well as the degree of autonomy represented by the self-determination being sought on their behalf by NINAS and its constituent components. All other arrangements regarding relationships between the various blocs in the NINAS alliance will be undertaken in freedom and self-determination, meaning that such arrangements will be determined strictly by agreements freely reached by the blocs, not by fiat or any form of imposition. May we request that those who understand these clarifications to please explain to others who may not. It is an important part of the liberation campaign to educate and enlighten the people seeking the liberation, as it has become clear to us that the ignorance of most of our people has been a great obstacle to our path to freedom, and that ignorance is being exploited by sundry mischief makers for all kinds of purposes, including quick gains.
They are not available anywhere in the world. No church like Redeem, no church like Winners, no church like Mountain of Fire, no church like Chosen, no church like Christ Embassy, no church like Deeper Life in the world. Redeem alone has over 40,000 parishes. Winner alone has 30,000. There are only 10,000 wards in Nigeria where decisions of those who rule these countries are made. So it's not just deliver Nigeria. It should be God. Wake up your church. Talk to your general overseers. The church community is an imprisoned community. Our general overseers have imprisoned us. They must release us, mobilize us, encourage us to go to the grassroots. Politics is grassroots. You know, I have done politics before. I have campaigned, I've been voted for. I was a deputy speaker of a state. I know how it works. It's not just prayer. We have prayed, and God has answered the prayers. The answer is that He has given us people. Next to God's power is political power. And I want what I am saying to be carried live. Next to God's power is political power. And political power is people giving. And God has given us people. What else do you want Him to do for us? You want God to come from heaven and be casting vote? You want God to go to the world and become world chairman? No, the 7 ESCO in each ward, they are the one that determine who is the president. We can't change Nigeria except we change the National Assembly. This evil law called Constitution, this is jihadist constitution. This is oligarchy constitution. This is a constitution that put the whole of the country under one tribe. This constitution cannot allow it to go. And it cannot change until you change the men at the National Assembly. The men at the National Assembly will not change until you select new people that will replace them. So the church must wake up. And not only church, patriotic Nigerians must wake up in the name of Jesus. And you don't win on social media. You don't win on Facebook. You go to the grassroots. Me and you must be attending world meeting. And we will put our good people there. It is the people at the world that are called delegates. It is delegates that select who will be the president, who will be the governor, who will be the senator. If you are not there, you are at the back of the fence. If you pray from now till next year, and you are not there, it's a prayer in vain. Church must wake up. And that's what I'm telling the whole church, and I'm telling you now. I don't know why God sent me to politics when I went. But you see, God has to send Joseph to Pharaoh's house. Joseph has to be raised in the palace to understand the palace culture. And then God returned him to defeat Egypt. By the grace of God, we will take Nigeria back. This country must be restructured. We must go back to true federalism. Nigeria was a negotiated country. Nigeria is not one country. Nigeria is a country of many nations. How can one ethnic group dominate everybody? God will belong to Nigeria is a fraud. Our constitution is very unfair, very unkind, no equity. The whole of us will be under bondage. If it is an ethnic right that want progress, today different thing. The pressing up. Now, that evil called Nigeria system will change. Amen. They want to go and carry me. Even there, I will be saying it. Amen. And please change your prayer mode. God save Nigeria. God, it should be God. Wake up. Come to our leaders. Let them allow us. Are you hearing me? There are only 10,000 wards. And I just mentioned some churches now that have thousands of parishes. Parishes that are docile, that are asleep. You are in the majority, but you are asleep. Minority dominating over you, changing the law. Terrible law. Laws must be changed. Change your prayer. But in our church, we don't pray God save Nigeria. We just pray one country. Nigeria is not one nation. That's the first law of our saying. One nation. This country is not one nation. This country is many nations tied together by force. Because we must agree how to be one. We are not saying we are going to divide, but let's just be one. Rule itself at the home place, and let's meet at the center. Let's be like the United States of America. New York and New Jersey, they are side by side. They have different laws, different policemen, different constitution. That's what it should be. Not somebody will be taking Abuja, and that is all of us must do. Slow down our education, slow down our economy, slow down our military, make Nigeria unsafe. This civil system, die today. I don't know why God took me to politics in 1991. You know, what I saw in politics, I can't see it from the people. That's why sometimes I don't play for that. They can't see it. Let's pray. You pray until they cut your neck. You pray until they have done all your children. No, we have prayed enough. We will still be praying. Time for action. Time for action. Time for action. I am going to tell you more about it later. I'm reading a book that is circulating all over the country now. And I have been around here for 49 years with you. And some of you are blaming me when I went into politics. God made my eyes to open. Nigeria will not be free until we send away these evil politicians. They must be replaced. And our constitution must be rewritten in the name of Jesus. You still like me? All right.
Whatever China's intentions with Nigeria, now that they are contemplating sending military to Nigeria to help protect Chinese in Nigeria, because Nigeria is going through a series of insurgencies, including those that are being sponsored by the current government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari. It is incumbent, it's important upon all of us, especially those from Middle Belt, Lower Niger Territory, and the Oduduwa nations, to press harder for referendum, because we need deliverance by all means, not just from the current Fulani-minded Nigerian rulers, but from predators like China. China is part of the problem that we're having now with regards to Nigeria. Whatever their intentions are, it is not for the good of our people. The New South should regard China as an enemy state. What they are doing is a decoy to do more harm to our people for the long term. That's what China is coming for. We should all go for referendum, press hard for referendum. We need referendum to set our people free. We need referendum to secure our space. We need referendum to stop the loan sharks from loaning to current terrorists minding Nigeria. We need referendum to protect our people and life and properties. We need referendum to secure the borders of our emerging nations. We need referendum to protect our people, to restore rule of law in our country. We need referendum to establish a country that has human rights to protect our people. We need a referendum for a country that our people can live in and be proud of mentioning to other people in other parts of the world. We need referendum to restore the dignity of citizenship and right to the land, ancestral people. That's not cheap. We need referendum to get to that and to give our people what they actually deserve, which is dignity and honor and respect. That's what NINAS is all about. That's what Lower Niger Congress is all about. That's what is at the crux of the matter.
Land everywhere at every level. Somehow Buhari's regime has ushered in death in such a manner that no longer shocks, saddens, or some occasions that never shocks anybody. On the streets, on the farms, in the villages, in towns and cities, in the woods, now schools and colleges. Even in churches, death has become a national totem, hanging in the Nigeria space and signifying the most tragic period in the country's history since the Civil War. If only current National Assembly had teeth and were alive to its responsibilities for being fully rubber-stamped, the NAS shares in no small way the failure of this government. From all indications, the Buhari presidency has been at least complicit in various forms of death, and NAS has stood idly by and at times cheering when one hears a senator, Smart Adeyi, on the floor of the state calling for Nigeria to invite a foreign power to take over internal security responsibilities of the government. One wonders if such a call was coming out of mischief or ignorance that the Boromiri pandemic has hit the Senate. Which country outsources its sovereignty to a foreign power? Which
Foreign power is willing to send it boys and girls without cost to die patrolling the streets of and woods of a foreign land. The Senate knows or ought to know that the impeachment and removal of even the threat thereof of a very incompetent president will bring a big change of attitude and policy and some serious crackdown on insecurity with banishment of debt as a total of our national policy. Such a change would be for the better. But sitting there with head buried in the hand in the sand, speechifying hollow and meaningless anger, insults, and intelligence. That came to Bowen, the school in Lagos, because the kids there see that on television every single day. It became the new normal for them. Here is Smart Adeyemi and what he has to offer. In fact, let's begin with the child that got killed in Lagos school. He had already been crippled before his family was called to come and pick him up. He couldn't stand on his feet before dying in a school where he's supposed to be taken care of. He was beaten down mercilessly. Nigeria. It's a death trap. Nigeria is a shame to humanity. Let's get to Smart Adeyemi's contribution to this.
I rise to support the motion. I'm Smart Adeyemi, and I represent the good people of Kogo West. And Mr. President will attest to it. I personify the masses of this country. And each time I speak from the language of the man on the street. Mr. President, insecurity is a serious problem today in Nigeria. But there comes a time when we cannot want to speak the truth, irrespective of the sentiment we share. Mr. President, all of us have been threatened. Our family, our nation, our state. A lot have been said this morning, Mr. President, and I want to take you to speak expressly on this issue. Like my sister was saying, there comes a time when talk will talk itself. There comes a time when truth will become like a torchlight in the midst of silence. So we are forced to talk. Mr. President, run away from the fact that more than ever before in the history of our nation, this is the worst instability we are facing. In fact, this is worse than the Civil War. Mr. President, the solution is very simple. Today, there are a lot of misgiving, a lot of misinterpretations of what is happening. Some people believe, some people in government are supporting this move. Some people believe, some people sponsor those who are destabilizing our nation within the country. The answer is very simple. We cannot pretend that we are capable of confronting the situation in our hands. America, as powerful as they are, when the pandemic came, got to a point that China had to claim they came to their rescue. We shouldn't pretend that we needed foreign support. Let nobody deceive us, Mr. President. Daddy. Okay, baby. Services. Nothing is coming out of it. We want to wait until our nation gets fought. Let us shout and call for foreign support. I am a APC man and I've been supporting my party. But the president should get to know that it has gotten to a point that we who are supporters, who are members of the APC, We can no longer keep quiet. The president was rise on the occasion. You not see the truth and you are that. We must open, Mr. President. The nation is on fire. The president was rise on the occasion. It costs us nothing to get foreign support. We must rise on the occasion. We must bring in people to save this country, or else we will be consumed. Every one of us will have a chapter for history. Whenever the history of this period will be written, whatever is our position, we have a chapter. We cannot keep quiet any longer. It has gotten to a point that we cannot sleep with our two eyes closed. We are not free. Our children are not free. The president must rise on the occasion. There's no nation, there's no power that doesn't in support of other nations. Individuals cannot say you will leave the war without any other person. So we must rise. The situation is our security system has collapsed. It has failed. And because that's failed, we need to look for foreign support. It costs Nigeria nothing. Forget the economy, forget the
what did you do?
Today,
You don't sleep at that.
nation to survive this period. I'm not doubt that the security architecture we have today cannot cope with what we are facing. Every part of this country is threatened. From the north to the south, nobody is safe. Nobody can travel 50 kilometers in our nation. I think I said it here for a country that we grow. Where nobody has I done it in time past. Today I cannot travel from here to Kaduna to Niger State where I was born. The president must know that this is a bad time for our nation. We must look for foreign support to save this nation. This is my position, Mr. President. We must rise to it. They are killing people in the east, in the west, in the south, in the north. We should shut down the National Assembly. Let's shut down. If we cannot save this country, we stay in our homes. Our country is bleeding. There's no food. People are hungry. It's because it's threatening us. We cannot pretend. It's better we're not here. There's a lot of people are dying. Individuals are dying. We must rise on the occasion. And show me, Mr. President.
We're still addressing the surface of the cause symptoms. Nigeria's problem is the constitution. Let's subject this country to referendum. It's a peaceful call. It's a democratic demand. Skirting around it cannot heal Nigeria. Skirting around it or trying to avoid it will not fix Nigeria. What will fix Nigeria for the long term? Referendum vote. And that's what Minas is calling for. It will happen in the middle belt, in the lower Niger territory, and in the Oduduwa nation. It's the most patriotic step to take. Unfortunately, we those in government have any.
Daddy. Baby, give me baby. Daddy. Give me baby. Baby. Daddy. Give me baby. Give me baby. Daddy. Come. Daddy. Come. Daddy. Give me baby. Daddy. Daddy. Give baby.
Hold on now.
Give baby. Daddy. Give baby. Daddy.
Constitution here, ẹnìkan ò lè máa yẹ nìkan jẹ àwọn ọmọ kàwé jù ní Nàìjíríà.
Mayako, Yukin, you wait, Yoko, Yukin, you boo, Kaboo, you boo, you boo, 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 goes, boo, goes, walking, let's go, hectic in the way, Daddy, oh, man, Daddy, give me baby, give me baby, Daddy, give me that one, Daddy, come.
What do you want? Instead, you disturb me a lot. Come on, what? Come here.
Daddy, look for, come. Daddy, go, no, go, no.
Ìjọba Nàìjíríà tó lọ bá ìjọba Bẹ̀nẹ̀ àti ìjọba Bẹ̀nẹ̀ àti Nàìjíríà kan bọ́ sórí koríko wọ́n fi Sunday Igboho sílẹ̀. Sunday Igboho kì í ṣe kírímínà. Sunday Igboho kì í ṣàpànìyàn. Sunday Igboho kì í ṣe kidnapper. Sunday Igboho ó ń jà aráàlú nítorí pé ní security yìí ò lójú pọ̀ jù. Kò sábò tó péye ní Nàìjíríà. Ohun tí Sunday Igboho ṣe nìyẹn kí wá ṣe pé ó ti wá di ọ̀daràn. Ìkéde, ìkejì, website yẹn nípa epo rọ̀bì náà lò kí wọ́n má try láti increase ẹ̀. Wọ́n má try láti increase ẹ̀. Wọ́n má try láti increase fuel price. Ìkẹta, kidnapper kí kálukú sá lọ àgbẹ̀fẹ̀yà ti jáde. Kí gbogbo kidnapper sá lọ ráúrá báyìí. Gbogbo tó bá gbà ló máa fún gbogbo wọn báyìí. Ìkẹrin, ebi ń pa aráàlú. Buhari ebi ń pa aráàlú. Ebi ò mọ kankan tẹ́ ẹ ṣe. Ẹ jẹ́ ká ra oúnjẹ dáradára náà lù kálá dẹ̀ wá. Ṣé ẹ bá kó sínú báyìí? Kò dáa. Ìkẹrin restructuring. Constitution náà lò kò dáa. Constitution degree àwọn sójà. Ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe constitution bí ìtẹ́ máa fẹ́ di next city. Ló máa continue. Ìyá máa jẹ wá. Gbogbo Boko Haram lẹ ti fi ilẹ̀. Gbogbo Boko Haram àbúlé ti fi ilé ẹbí Sunday Igboho lẹ̀. Sunday Igboho ọ̀pọ̀ àyàn kò ṣe kankan. Náà kọ́ wá fi Sunday Igboho lẹ̀. Restructuring ó ṣe pàtàkì. Ẹ jẹ́ ká restructure Nàìjíríà. Ẹ jẹ́ ká restructure Nàìjíríà. Ẹ jẹ́ ká padà sófin 1960. Àwa aṣàwé amọ̀tí lọ́lẹ̀ Yorùbá ní gbogbo yín lọ. Àbófin amúnisìn. Àbẹ̀kẹ́nìkan máa fẹ́rù kan ṣẹ́rú. Ajáde tọ́ba yìí ní àbẹ̀rù yín o. Ọlọ́run ọba nìkan lè bẹ̀rù. Lè pa àyẹ̀kẹ́ ẹ̀rú di. Lè pa wá. Lè dàgbẹ́ fòyà. Olúwa ń gbọ́. Tí ẹ bá fẹ́ ká jáde tán, á jáde tán tá a tán pẹ̀lú yín. Àbẹ̀rù. Àwa ò gbọ́dọ̀ ìgbésẹ̀ àwọn àgbàgbà ilẹ̀ Yorùbá àwọn gan wọ́n ṣàwọ́dì.
Between December 2020 to December 2021, the NINA CFM's constitutional force majeure implementation has moved from enlightenment to mobilization and is now heading to the enforcement threshold.
Persecution in the world. China, Iran, Somalia. International Christian Concern has just unveiled its 2021 report on the top persecutors of the year. ICC lists 3 top persecutors this year: the worst country, worst group of persecutors, and the worst individual persecuting Christians. Well, joining us to discuss this year's list and to explain about what's happening around the world is ICC. Tim, it's good to talk with you again. So let's get right into it. The worst country persecuting Christians this year. Surprise, it's not North Korea. Which country is it and why?
Well, yeah, Kim Jong-un, North Korea, it's always going to be a top performer, right? But what we looked at was like how many Christians are being killed presently is a problem that's not addressed. We chose Nigeria. It's a surprise for a lot of people. But Gary, in the last 20 years, 100,000 Christians have been killed. 3 million Christians have had their lands, farms, homes stolen from them. And the government is part of the problem. So we chose Nigeria.
Well, I know a lot of people say Nigeria, that's just Fulani herdsmen and so forth, but it goes well beyond that. Tell us a little more.
Well, this is the problem. We work in Washington, D.C., and we're working with the government. And so that's the line that comes from the Nigerian government. They want to frame this as a conflict between farmers and herders. It's not a conflict. It's a one-sided war. It's a genocide against Christians. There's Boko Haram also, but the Fulanis have done much more damage. The Fulanis are going in. These are armed groups that go in and shoot up Christian villages and take their land. And what's going on is it's a war that never ends, is never the military never goes after the attackers. There's no arrest, there's no battles, there's nothing. And the reason is that, look, Muslims are in control of the police, the army, and the intel agencies. So the whole security apparatus of Nigeria is controlled by the Muslims. The phrase. It never gets fixed. Nothing ever happens.
Let's move on then and discuss the worst group persecuting Christians this year. It's not Boko Haram or Al-Shabaab. Who is it? What are they doing?
Well, it's the Taliban. What the Taliban has been torturing and murdering Christians for years. The problem is that now they are in control of a state, and they have a potent intel security apparatus set up by us, but now they're in control of it. They're calling Christian leaders. We know you. We're watching you. We're going to come get you. They're going door to door. And unfortunately, just this past 2 weeks, they got the first Christian. And what happens is they'll torture him. They'll find out who the other Christians are he knows. And then if he won't turn back to Islam, they'll kill him. A bunch of that.
Well, a lot to pray about on that. Now, the worst government leader or person persecuting Christians, it's not Canada's Justin Trudeau for shutting down churches and arresting pastors during the COVID pandemic. So which government leader did you list as the top persecutor targeting Christians and why?
Well, you already nailed it. It's North Korea and it's Kim Jong-un. So either the country or he are going to show up in the top list. But look, the whole North Korean state exists to serve him and to keep him in power and keep him in power. So we chose him as the individual doing the worst job against Christians, persecution against Christians. I think people know it, but look, if a Christian is caught with the Bible, if they're a real Christian, the regime will take 3 members of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
And of course, we know that you have to worship the leader there. Juche is their faith, and that's worship of their leadership. I know there are many other countries of concern, especially, let's say, India, where it's against Christians around the world. What's happening there?
Especially disturbing, Gary, because India has a constitution that guarantees religious freedom. They have a tremendous track record, but what's happened is you have some hyper-nationalists, some fundamental Hindus that are in control. The Prime Minister his party, BJP, they believe quite firmly that India is only for Hindus, and in India and Hinduism are fused, and there's no room for anybody else in their division.
On these governments to affect change. Jeff Kennedy, president of the International Christian Concern. Appreciate you working.
Love you guys and what you're doing.
As long as Nigeria continues in the great that it's been on the last, 6 years at least, since Major General Muhammad Buhari came to our office, through weeping and wailing and crying and lying. We will continue to make known what's going on with Nigeria globally, and they will not have any sleep until we know what sleep is. They will never rest until we know what rest is. They will continue to go global, and they will be humiliated.
There are some narrative of what happened in Lagos State, where the CSP was flouting the order of the governor of Lagos State. Like we always tell you guys that the constitution is the problem of Nigeria, and not until that constitution is brought down, nothing can be done. I won't blame that police officer. If you read the narrative, you discover that he is actually following the constitution of Nigeria. And as at that, the chief security officer of the state, which is the governor of Lagos State, has no power to control the policing of his own state. So you all can see that constitutionally the man is doing his job. And I want you to listen to this clip where the lawyer that works with Arise TV said it openly that the constitution Nigeria needs to go through restructuring through a referendum whether this constitution will be brought down and giving every territory their self-determination right to participate in the new constitution. If we agree to be a nation. My name is Donado Baidu. I'm the one presenting this narrative. Please listen to this video from
Sorry.
Daddy, my
Sorry.
Daddy, my people
Sorry.
My people no. Daddy.
Sorry.
So he's not aware that we are expecting the call that we should disengage. That's what I'm saying to you. Yes, sir. Because when I make the phone call to the proper, if you can call and say that the governor is here in front of you, what you do? It is not my duty to call because I'm too low to do that. If you call, so where are your men? My men are here.
Daddy, my
How many men do you have here? I have several of them. So what number?
Daddy.
I cannot precisely tell you the number. So even if anything happens to your men, you don't even know the number. I know the number of my men.
Come, let's go shower.
I'm sorry, sir. Yes, I'm a chief lieutenant of police. So, yes, sir. Right. So, pressman, don't worry. I'll make 2 phone calls, right? One to the Inspector General of Police and one to the Attorney General of Police. Attorney Inspector General of the Federation. I have spoken with him this morning and says he knows nothing about the fact that they're still here. Very illegal operation. They have absolutely nothing, and I'm the chief security of the state. Not even with the Inspector General of Police wrote me, and before I said that province is men are here. They're not from the Lagos State Police Command. Like they have said, right? They are not from Lagos State Police Command. They say from Abuja. I don't know what other interest do they have beyond just keeping peace of the country. This is not an expectation that I will expect for them to keep peace because they don't have any business here at all. The case is between the state government and I'm the governor standing in front of you, not with my residents. These are my residents that have been
the importance of the structure. The fact that the 1999 Constitution serves no one, even those who feel that it serves them, are completely mistaken. Very interesting. If you get a commissioner of police and you tell him as a governor, give him an instruction, he will tell you, oh, I'm going to go away and do some preparations. But he's not doing any preparations. He's gone to call the Inspector General of Police. And if the Inspector General tells him to go ahead, he will. If he tells him not to go ahead, then he won't. And really, that is constitutionally backed. The issue is not any kind of disobedience or disgrace by that police officer. He is actually doing what the Constitution requires him to do. Our problem, as always, is the Constitution, and we have to amend it. It just shows. And how are we ever going to make any progress? This is why insecurity is rife in this country.
You know what is called the law of autonomy. In other words, there is no referendum, there is no plebiscite. The people of Nigeria did not vote to say this is the constitution. It was imposed on us by a military, and yet it remains the ground law. I mean, what a misnomer. We are not in a dictatorship, but we are running a constitution that we didn't vote for. And our administrative units have been carved on the basis of that constitution.
The constitution that operates in Nigeria today is a fraudulent, mischievous document foisted on Nigeria by the party military junta. In fact, it is Decree 24 of 1999. It will have been a mere transitional instrument for governing the country of the stature and standing of Nigeria within the international community. I would have thought that the first item on the agenda of the government that came to power in 1999 was to address the issue of that constitution, its legitimacy. Because like the patriots observed, it told a lie against itself. That we, Nigerians, under God, have agreed to live together, blah, blah, blah. There was no time when you were asked that question. And Nigeria, I believe, still requires what lawyers call an autochthonous constitution. A constitution that that captures the needs and interests of the Nigerians. A constitution that finds legitimacy in the eyes of the citizens, not one handed down from low on high by a military junta.
Our present extant constitution is an imposition of the military. a Supreme Military Council that was not elected by anybody, that did not respect any known parameter in its recruitment except seniority in the army, that was lopsided in terms of its geographical identity of membership, imposed a constitution, enacted it like a legislation. It was not subjected to a plebiscite, it was not subjected to a referendum. In law, you say it's not autochthonous because the people did not agree that the 1999 constitution is their constitution. We didn't vote for its approval. So it's not cognizable in law as a valid constitution. It has been imposed upon by sheer force. And no government has had the courage to subject it to a national plebiscite. And if you do, most Nigerians would say this is not our constitution. We've created local government and states administrative structures that do not obey any known parameter. We've taken away the sovereignty of natural resources from our people and concentrated in an omnibus and amorphous federal government that is characterized by inefficiency over time.
But Wole Soyinka, as a man of knowledge, has just expressed the fact. Unlike, individuals that parade themselves as professors of constitutional law and constitutional lawyers, senior advocates, and the rest, who still continue to defend the 1999 Constitution as if it doesn't matter the source, it doesn't matter that it's a forged document, by claiming that the people made it and it has been shown that the people didn't make it. In a suit that was filed on behalf of Anthony Naro, Wole Soyinka, Bishop Bonigi, Dokubo Asari, Ralph Wazurike, and a couple of others, like Yerima Shetima, who just gave that ultimatum. He was part of the signatory to the lawsuit that was filed on their behalf by the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress.
I dare to tell this nation today that this is the problem. This constitution can never give us progress. This constitution can never give us peace. This constitution can never give us unity. And unfortunately, most of us in this National Assembly, we don't have the spine to face what we need to give this republic to have peace and progress. What do I mean? This constitution has 68 items. 68 on the exclusive list. This constitution has only 12 on the concurrent list. And those 12 are written so nebulously, so fraudulently, that you know that the intention is to even undermine those concurrent lists. The formal name of this republic is Federal Republic of Nigeria. Unfortunately, we don't run a federalist system in Nigeria. Otherwise, what is so unique about all those things that are in the exclusive list? In this chamber, we try to federalize the police system. In this chamber, we said every crime is local, and the solution to every crime is local. The earlier that senators in Nigeria summoned the courage to say, we should not continue to deceive ourselves.
Nigeria is threatening everybody and groups. When we lie to ourselves and we're reaping the fruits of lying, we're victims of the lie that we call our own, the social contract, which is another name for the Constitution. We say we in Nigeria give this Constitution to ourselves. We didn't. It was imposed. And it's not working. It's centralized. And the good things of life are not available for Nigeria. And they are crying. And you begin to blame them. You don't blame victims. You blame the system that produced the victims. This Constitution is not made by Nigeria. It's imposed. A federal constitution should be truly a federal constitution. You don't centralize everything. Nobody can fix this system. It's like putting square peg in round hole. It wouldn't work. It's not Buhari's fault, or Jonathan, or the previous one.
they were handed and still being handed instruments, i.e. the Constitution, that cannot work the way it is. Let us do an agreement. Constitution is an agreement that we agree to live together by these rules which we will spell out about governance. This current one is a fraudulent one. And it's giving us victimhood because we never did it. And they say we did it. If somebody say you did something that you not do, is that not a lie? We went to court. The case is in court. Praying the court to say, look, the Nigerian people never did it. The court kept adjourning. Part of the problem we have. The case is still in court. They now started it. A lot of distinguished men and women up and down this country have their signature there. The case has not been taken.
All right, we'll also anchor at that point. Dr. Amos Akingba is an Adeco and Afeni Ferry chieftain. We appreciate your talking to us this morning.
It's my great pleasure.
Denies what is called in law unconstitutional. In other words, there is no referendum, there is no plebiscite. The people of Nigeria did not vote to say this is the constitution we have. It was imposed on us by a military decree, and yet it remains the ground norm. I mean, what a misnomer. We are not in a dictatorship, but we are running a constitution that we didn't vote for. And our administrative units have been carved on the basis of that constitution, supplanting our original.
The constitution that operates in Nigeria today is a fraudulent, mischievous document foisted on Nigeria by a departing military junta. In fact, it is Decree 24, 1999, which should have been a mere transitional instrument for governing a country of the stature and standing of Nigeria within the international community. I would have thought that the first item on the agenda of the government that came to power in 1999 was to address the issue of that constitution, its legitimacy. Because, like the Patriots observed, it told a lie against itself by saying that we Nigerians, under God, have agreed to live together, blah, blah, blah. There was no time when we were asked that question. And Nigeria, I believe, still requires what lawyers call an autochthonous constitution. A constitution that that captures the needs and interests of the Nigerians. A constitution that finds legitimacy in the eyes of the citizens, not one handed down from low on high by a military junta.
Our present extant constitution is an imposition of the military. A Supreme Military Council that was not elected by anybody, that did not respect any known parameter in its recruitment exception, that was lopsided in terms of its geographical identity and membership, imposed the constitution, enacted it like a legislation. It was not subjected to a plebiscite, it was not subjected to a referendum. In law, you say it's not autonomous because the people did not agree that the 1999 constitution is their constitution. We didn't vote for its approval. So it's not cognizable in law as a valid constitution. It has been imposed upon by sheer force. And no government has had the courage to subject it. And if you do, most Nigerians, we've created local government and states administrative structures that do not obey any known parameter. We've taken away the sovereignty of natural resources from our people and concentrated in an omnibus and amorphous federal government that is characterized by inefficiency over time.
What Wolishoyinka, as a man of knowledge, has just expressed the fact. Unlike individuals that parade themselves as professors of constitutional lawyers, senior advocates, and the rest, who still continue to defend the 1999 constitution as if it doesn't matter. The source, it doesn't matter that it's a forged document by claiming that the people made it and it has been shown that the people didn't make it in a suit that was filed on behalf of Anthony Naro, Wolishoyinka, Bishop Bonigi, Dokubo Asari, Ralph Bazuki, and Shetima, who just gave that. So it was part of to the lawsuit that was filed on their behalf by the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress.
I dare to tell this nation today that this is the problem. The formal name of this republic is Federal Republic of Nigeria. Unfortunately, we don't run a federalist system in Nigeria. Otherwise, what is so unique about all those things
Please, come. Promise.
We try to federalize the police system in this chamber. We say every crime is local. And the solution to every crime is local. The earlier that senators in Nigeria, somebody called to say, we should not continue to deceive ourselves.
Nigeria is threatening every day. When we lie to ourselves and we're reaping the fruits of lying.
Also, it didn't that voice.
Of the lie that we call our own, the social contract, which is another name for the Constitution. We say we in Nigeria gave this Constitution to ourselves. We didn't. It was imposed. And it's not working. It's centralized. And the good things of life are not available for Nigeria. And they are crying. And you begin to blame them. You don't blame victims. You blame the system that produced the victim. This Constitution is not made by Nigeria. It's imposed. A federal constitution should be truly a federal constitution. You don't centralize everything. Nobody can fix this system. It's like putting square peg in round hole. It wouldn't work. It's not Buhari's fault, or Jonathan, or the previous one. They were handed and still being handed instruments, i.e. the Constitution, that cannot work the way it is. Let us do an agreement. Constitution is an agreement that we agree to live together by these rules which we will spell out about government. And it's giving us victory because we never did it. And they say we did it. If somebody say you did something that you not do, is that not a lie? We went to court. The case is in court. Praying the court to say, look, the Nigerian people never did it. The court kept adjourning. Part of the problem we have. The case is still in court. In Nauru started it. A lot of distinguished men and women up and down this country have their signature there. The case has not been taken.
All right, we'll also anchor at that point. Dr. Amos Akingba is in Adeko and Afeni Ferry Chieftain. We appreciate your talking to us this morning.
It's my great pleasure.
For our liberation, most loving and everlasting God Almighty, turn your ear to our prayer. You are the only truth we know, and you are our friend, our only Savior, our helper, and our freedom giver. We gather again in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, who is the way, the truth, and the life. Give answer to our prayers when we call upon you. Listen to what we say, because you said, I will do to you what I heard you say. Turn your ear to our prayers, O Lord. We have completely lost our trust in the contraption called Nigeria and in all her political actors. We have been seen as the poverty capital of the world, and our lands have turned into river of blood. All our political rulers and authorities have completely failed all of us. But our trust is only in you. We want to be free from all causes, generational pattern of failure, because we are created by you for a life of peace and freedom from all demonic slavery, freedom from powers and forces of darkness, freedom from enslavement, freedom from economic and political domination. Right now, Lord, we, your children, of the southern and middle belt of Nigeria are being crushed underfoot through the decay and total failure of our colonial actors and the Nigerian system itself. There is too much hunger, anger, impoverishment, unemployment, frustrations, killings, insecurity, rise in criminality, cultism, nepotism, subjugation, marginalization, regionalism, search for good life in dehumanization, lack of rule of law, and so many inhuman activities. All these ills and decay are being traced to an illegal, illegitimate, imposed, fraudulent document called the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria, which we didn't consent to. We thank you immensely for the great gift of freedom given to us in Minas, which has become a vehicle that will drive us towards a referendum. We stand with you the truth, and we don't let ourselves be burdened again by any yoke of slavery or be weighed down by those who knowingly and willingly commit a coup against all of us, your peoples, in the south and middle belt regions of Nigeria, because you want us to live a wonderful life. Cleanse us and cleanse our respective ancestral lands, guide and guard us to begin anew, for we know that our cries for total freedom from oppression and brutality have reached you. Most Holy Father, grant us peace, unity of purpose, and the tenacity to bond together in love against all our adversaries. May your love and blessings reign in us now and always, in the mighty and wonderful name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Did you know that Peter Afunanya is DSS spokesperson, Onyema Nwachukwu is Army spokesperson, and Frank Mba is police spokesperson?
They are serving as spokespersons to Nigeria's DSS, Army, and police, while the same forces are serving as occupation force, killing and burying people in mass graves in the southeast. They are joining the Fulani in making sure that the population of the southeast is reduced. And that's not just the southeast, but the southwest and middle belt, they are continuing genocide across Nigeria. These are the things that will put Nigeria's end. And we want nothing other than a binding referendum that will take place across the lower Niger territory, Oduduwa land, and the middle belt, to decide our future moving forward with Nigeria.
This is protesting for Nigeria.
As an American was being interviewed by a member of NINAS during the UN General Assembly in New York, where Nigeria government went to hire foreigners to counter-protest the justified right of citizens to protest against their government's mishandling of what's supposed to be a country. That's what NINAS is all about, to arrest the drift going on in Nigeria. Nigeria, instead of listening or doing the right thing, went to hire foreigners, paid them to come and counter what was going on. And the man was interviewed.
Oh, for Nigeria, yeah. For a stronger Nigeria, the Nigerian Christians not target of genocide or ethnic cleansing. So what part of Nigeria are you? You're not a Nigerian. So how then you're not a Nigerian and you're protesting for Nigeria? Anybody's black, but they are protest for them. But you know, when you got to protest with the information and the stuff that is happening.
know. So how do you know that Nigerian Christians are not the target? How did you know that? I don't know. So why didn't you have the placard? Well, look, I'm gonna tell you something. I protest for anybody. I helped a lot of people. So you were paid to do this? Yeah. Or you were paid to do this? Yeah, I just joined them, man. Because you did not care black, white. No, I understand. It is good to support brothers, to support the culture, but also it is also good to protest and pass the right information. There's a lot of information going out here. You know, saying a lot of people twist a lot of things up. Yeah. I don't know for sure. But you got to do a little bit digging. You know, saying I'm just here to help everybody out. I understand that. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. You're doing what they asked you to do. Yeah. At least you're paid to do this, and you're doing what you get paid for. No, this guy is about pay. You know what I'm saying? It's just about
referendum. Leaders, where we came from, where we are, on the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationality was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution.
Daddy, give me baby. Give me.
I'm coming now. I'm coming.
Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not meant to a referendum. So was not made by the people. Deprived the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2. Made federal capital unenforceable. Gave the lion's share of all and other assets.
Go. No, go. Go. No, go. And go.
That the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of our constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when in 2004, the National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to revoke the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Nationality of Nigeria. Its representation to go back to their people and to come up with a ratified draft of how they want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Jos, and Kano, and returned to Lagos for a sitting and investigation of invaders in the light of Anthony
Hello. Hello.
It is important To know that there were observers from the international community, including the US, the European Union observers. In August 2006,
a lot.
from the 29-point resolution of the conference.
You see?
In furtherance of the chronicle consensus to restore
A lot. A lot. You see? What did you say? Yeah. No, I wanted to like meet with you so we'll talk. When I see you, I don't wanna talk now because she's around. You see? Should I come over? Should I come over? Are you mad at me? Are you mad at me? Then why you don't want to see me?
Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation of the region of government, the joint multi-regional vehicle instituted
No.
the MMN
Then let me meet with you now.
30th of June 2011, by which the Allies and the
I said let me meet with you then.
and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 constitution, mandating regional self-determination, which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held a solemn assembly in Port Harcourt City to boldly repudiate the
Yeah, I'm not putting you in anything.
In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection.
No.
To protect the asset of the indigenous people in other groups of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage, the MMN Lagos Declaration and LNCT visited Capital Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in the team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in accordance to mandate of the MN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held a Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 17th of September 2017. The assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution, the basis of the Federation
Let me see you.
Nigeria,
I want to tell you something.
the self-determination right of the Yoruba land, claim autonomy of the Yoruba land.
Please. It will. Okay. I said I can talk right now. Just let me see you and we'll. No, I yes, you know why? I told you I was confused. Okay, I was expecting you to understand, like, my where I am, please. And I'm much better. I'm much. Yes, because I was just lost of words. I'm much better now, and I could talk to you, communicate properly. Okay, please. You still visiting? So you're not going home for break?
We need to free ourselves before water passing. Waiting we need now to come out to this year 1999 constitution. We don't have everything finished. We need to make another new one by a referendum. We will make region control their resources. My people know they waste time, as you they hear this message, run now, go to www.ninassn.org. Make you sign that petition today. No, they waste time more. The time for change is now.
Here's an article by Malcolm Emile Hobo. I don't know how to pronounce it very well. It says to avoid a failed state, Nigerian elites must mobilize and enlighten the youth masses to seek a people's constitution that guarantees justice for all. The Lagos-based lawyer Malcolm Emile Hobo has asked and answered the most poignant question regarding the fast progression of Nigeria into becoming a totally failed state in recent years. The learned gentleman asked this question because he sees the Nigerian elite core, who constitute the intellectual and economic backbone of society, as too reticent in addressing the complex conundrum in which the country is nailed. The aloofness and nonchalance of the elite core enable and facilitate the entrenchment of a corrupt governance order that has, with time, translated into all the woes of today's unitary Nigeria. The Mayor Hobo has no doubt that if nothing is done sooner to remedy the situation, Africa's most populous country should become a failed state. He then asked, who will suffer if Nigeria becomes a failed state? He concludes that the same elite core who prefer to play the proverbial hostage now by failing to speak out against misgovernance and maladministration of the country should bear the brunt of the existential
Nothing, leave there.
in a failed state. But in a polity that is driven by crass opportunism, greed, and narcissistic instincts, hardly have the time to stop and reflect on anything that can interfere with the feeding frenzy at the center. The elite core are perceived by society's underdogs as active collaborators, and thus the main beneficiaries of the process ruling over everything very fast. In a failed state, those who wield power now should be able to devise the ways to protect themselves and their immediate corners. The elite class, comprising professionals, technocrats, administrators, and the merchant class, is left to its own means after all the institutions of governance collapsed nationwide. Chief Emile Hobo spoke plainly as he painstakingly detailed the elite in a failed state. For the underclass, the writer quipped, he that is low needs fear no fall. He that is low needs fear no fall, or he that is down needs fear no fall. The elite middle class share experience the most trauma in Nigeria becomes a failed state today. Common sense would compare a critical mass of the country's elite core to become more
attentive, and proactive on matters pertaining to national governance, in particular, the political economy. I'll go over that again. Common sense would compel a critical mass of the country's elite core to become more attentive and proactive on matters pertaining to national governance, in particular, and the political economy in general. But as we already know too well, common sense is not a common commodity, particularly in Nigeria. To read Marco Antonio's article in full, go to the LNC USA website homepage and scroll toward the bottom.
Yoko?
This brief was prepared by Dr. Okenwanwosu.
Oh, yes.
Here are some things that happened Tuesday, 28 December 2021, where OBJ spoke something about the oil and gas in Niger Delta. With the president of the Ijaw National Congress, INC, Nigeria collapsing under fraudulent 1999 Constitution, INC Chief Charles Obasanjo. Professor Benjamin Ukaba has berated former President Olusegun for using the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria to justify his claim that crude oil and gas in the Niger Delta territory belongs to the country and not to the people of the region. Ukaba, who spoke to the morning show program of the Arise television on Thursday, described Obasanjo's position as a second step has for all Nigerians. The former president could not be relying on a constitution that had been variously rejected and described as a fraud that the military government imposed on Nigeria. Cover further of the military character of the 1999 Constitution, which Obasanjo deliberates, had become the major reason Nigeria was collapsing, and all sides as the Constitution remained a faulty foundation for the country. He said the Nigerian 1999 Constitution, which Obasanjo is now relying on, is a representative drafting and the provision military driven, so the Constitution has not served any good.
Yeah, let's go. I get it.
In fact, the 1999 Constitution is a foundation for the collapse of Nigeria. Every fabric of Nigeria, the economy, educational system, infrastructure are all collapsing. Reforming will not save the situation. We need all over restructuring because OBJ talked about reform and he believed that will help to normalcy the Nigeria. But we know that under a constitution that is faulty, not people driven, but hurried put together a few weeks before the ascendancy of OBJ to power in 1999 cannot do us any good. So the various agitation across the country are clearly evidence for the Nigerian to work. We must do away with the constitution and go back to the basic. And in a federation, resources ownership, focal federalism are paramount, and every constitution that talks about federalism and does not recognize ownership of resources by the people is faulty. The INC chief stated that Section 140 of the 1963 Constitution, which Obasanjo made reference to, is in an open letter of reply to that of Ijaw Nation leader and the elder statesman, Edwin Clark, who talked about the 50% of the proceeds from natural resources to the region in recognition of their ownership of the resources. Okaba contended that the former president was representing a class of people who had fought so hard to sustain a system that is colonial military driven and serve hegemonic interests against the interests of the people of Nigeria. He further shared, so the 1999 policy remained unavailable a problem and is the reason why we are today. And those who are fighting tirelessly to sustain the status quo are doing it for a self-seeking purpose to protect their hegemonic interest. It is hard time we restructured and allow people who feel dissatisfied with the current system to seek self-determination. If not, like we said earlier, if they make restructuring impossible, then they made the rebundling of Nigeria inevitable.
Southeast, our own homeland, our own base, the place that makes us indigenous. Accusing some Yoruba leaders of supporting Kanu, he said, God will punish them and throw them on into the pit of hell. They are urging you, fooling people to destroy our land. Sunday Boho is there. They are not destroying Lagos, Oshobo, and Ibadan, or anywhere else. But they are telling you to destroy Igbo land, and you are happy destroying our land. He also heard some unprintable insults at Obasanjo for allegedly supporting Kanu. I am an Igbo man. I've never denied and I will continue to be. Me too. You are not more Igbo than me, so stop this nonsense. I will chase you everywhere, every corner of the way, and bring you to book. And I'm doing it. I don't just talk. My mouth and my hand and leg work together. I told you I would destroy IPOB. All the best of IPOB are with me. Those other people will come and join me too because they know I stand on the platform of truth. I support Asari Dokubo here 100%. He makes perfect sense. It's reality. Dokubo's outburst comes as a rumor circulated on the social media, quoting Obasanjo to have said, with what I saw at UK Parliament, I can boldly say that Nnamdi Kanu has gotten Biafra. It was posted on Tuesday by Daily Times Nigeria on their verified Facebook page with a picture of Obasanjo attached. However, this piece of information cannot be confirmed. This was reported by Sahara Reporters. I mentioned Maxwell Adele, who was secretary to a faction that is actually part of Ninas, because Shade Olukoya is still a founding member of Ninas and a great lady that I respect and highly esteemed in Ninas movement. That Yoruba is part of Ninas, and they are doing it the right way. They are defending the interest of all the nations, South and Middle Belt. The nations, the federations, the countries in the South and the Middle Belt as one. I got their back. I will support them. I will continue to support everyone as one family, as one. But this particular element that is supporting Nnamdi Kanu, that is actually bringing destruction to Igbo land, reducing Igbo land to a dysfunctional environment. Supporting them is working against the interest of the Southeast. I was in Warri. I had to quickly leave the Southeast for Warri when Nnamdi Kanu had court cases on Monday, which was now it's official. It's every Monday lockdown of the Southeast. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, when Kanu appeared in court, the entire Southeast was also shut down. People were killed at Umuchu. People were killed at Ogais, I understand. People were killed at Ekulobia. Cow sellers, meat sellers had their tables upturned and their meat burnt and the Okada destroyed by these enforcers of this sit at home. And IPOB told us that they are not
their members, and some morons somewhere actually believe that cock and bull. IPOB is more powerful, the elusive is more powerful that has no face, tells us that IPOB have nothing to do with it, and we take it line, hook, and sinker. It is not poisonous. It doesn't kill. It's a gospel truth. This is working against the interest of Ndi Igbo. Ndi Igbo, wake up from your slumber. Tetano Nora, stop taking deception for real. Join the movement that is actually getting you somewhere. And that is the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. That group that contains South-South, entire South-South, and Niger Delta, Middle Belt. A greater portion of Oduduwa Nation. Because all these few people that are calling for Biafra, they are pro-Tinubu. Maxwell Adele, I dare you to make a release against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Make a news release, calling out Tinubu as an ex-con, like ex-convict of the United States justice system. Call Tinubu out on that. If you are real, if you are going for genuine actualization of Oduduwa nation state, just like we are looking at Lower Niger Territory as well as Middle Belt nations, imagine, simultaneously through binding multi-regional referendum. Have a nice day. This has been the voice of Lower Niger Territory.
I must add that anyone that is calling false messiahs for us is not with us. They are against us.
Listen to the Jew Adeyonju as he takes Bola Ahmed Tinubu to clean us. He says that Bola Ahmed Tinubu should be in prison, not campaigning for any falling Nigeria's presidency.
We're looking also at the issue of Tinubu's presidential ambition. We always knew the day will come when
Sahara reporters interviewing Deji Adeyonju, the human rights activist in
Bola
Nigeria.
Ahmed Tinubu will declare his interest in running for president, and it has actually come to that day, knowing fully well that he has been calculatively amassing the resources that will land him in Aso Rock. Let me ask you, can Nigeria afford Tinubu's presidency?
Nigerians sincerely cannot, and, these political ancestors, like I like to call them, the Tinubus, the Atikus, and all these people, I believe that it is time for them to retire. The country has been more than magnanimous to them, and how do you justify a man like Tinubu, who openly boasted in Osun during the last gubernatorial election, that he's richer than Osun State, a federating unit within the Federal Republic of Nigeria as enshrined under the Constitution, an individual who has no known source of income anywhere. We openly boast that he's richer than a federating unit in a federal system of government, and that is the kind of character that wants to lead Nigeria. This is a private jet driving, mansion, unexplainable resources, billions, amounting in billions owner. This is somebody who was caught with 2 billion bonds on the eve of the last presidential election in his house, and he came out openly to boast that it's his money. Did anybody complain that their money is missing? That's the character, that want to now govern Nigeria. It's unfortunate that, our country will patronize destroyers of our nation like this kind of characters. It is regrettable. However, one thing we should be mindful of is that Bola Ahmed Tinubu should be in jail. He shouldn't be running for any elective position in this country. Because by being in custody of 2 billion bonds alone, that is alone is enough evidence to send him to jail and ban him perpetually from holding any public office. Section 1 of the Money Laundering Prohibition Act states that no individual shall be in custody 105 million naira. And a body corporate, that is a growing concern within the interpretation and meaning of the Company and Allied Matters Act, is that a growing concern like a body corporate cannot be in possession of more than 10 million naira. So what is an individual? A politician at that? Because even Dangote should not be seen with bullion banks. Because it's an individual. Even Dangote group of companies should not be seen with bullion banks. Because Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not a commercial bank. Bullion banks only move from Central Bank of Nigeria to commercial banks. So this man has been found culpable. He has been found wanting. He should be in jail. He shouldn't be running for president. He should be in jail. And that's why we still have a subsisting petition at the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And we are urging on the new chapter.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu also has a documented conviction in the United States. More than 10 years ago, Sahara reporters realized that conviction. It's on a PDF format. You can Google it, check it out on Google. Just type in Bola Ahmed versus the United States Justice. Bola Ahmed Tinubu versus the U.S. Justice Department. That will give you a lot of clues as to what's really going on.
Chairman, because we wrote this and we're going to send a reminder shortly to the new chairman that Bola Ahmed Tinubu should not be above the law, that this man should be in jail. He should be in jail for committing a crime.
And by the way, Nigeria's election is a charade. It's all predetermined. There's nothing to it. And anything that will extend the lifetime of current dubious criminal 1999 constitution should be jettisoned. And for the people to be free, binding multi-regional referendum is a must for Nigeria. Otherwise, the future of the country is in jeopardy. It doesn't look good for Nigeria.
It's a Nigerian people.
Now, consider the fact that he also has heavy weight with regards to his moral baggage, and considering his identity being shrouded in incredulous falsehoods. Do Nigerians really have what it takes to repudiate the very virtues of ethical visions, accountability, and the moral courage of this element like Tinubu?
You see, naturally, the age of retirement should be 60, right? Now, if the age of retirement should be 60, these men should be in retirement homes by now. These are grandparents. We should be... Imagine if our grandparents come out now and say they want to contest. We are practically taking care of our grandparents now. And we know the challenges these men face. And you can see the way President Buhari has practically almost crippled the economy of Nigeria and even the polity and the governance structure of the country because of his old age. This is somebody that said Nigeria should celebrate him for working for...
This is almost speaking about Tinubu.
An underdeveloped country. Even a developed country...
People who should be in care home getting their diapers changed.
15 hours. So, not to talk about an underdeveloped country. We are backward in technology, in everything, in every form of advancement. We are backward.
Change the constitution and rescue Nigeria from being backward.
A strong, upwardly healthy president, invariably. However,
here's a very interesting position taken by Asari Dokubo, which I share 100% of. And I will try to be very, very careful here in mentioning what I'm about to say, which is echoing what Asari Dokubo stated 3 days ago. Asari Dokubo slams Obasanjo for allegedly backing IPOB, insults Yoruba leaders. I'm not sure if he insulted them or he pointed out what is very much obvious for encouraging Nnamdi Kanu. Founder of the Niger Delta Volunteer Force, Mujahid Asari Dokubo, has accused Nigeria's former president Olusegun Obasanjo of supporting the agitations of the indigenous people of Biafra. They want us to take the highway and get into freedom. That's what these people are doing. People like Obasanjo and Maxwell Adeleye, including all your Oduduwa-leaning groups that are still supporting Nnamdi Kanu, knowing what is going on in the southeast. Because their support for Nnamdi Kanu is nothing but making it impossible for our people to attain freedom. There is no defined roadmap leading to freedom, leading to Biafra by the IPOB, BIM, MASOB, and all of the Biafra groups, including the customary government that Asari Dakubo heads. They don't have any clear roadmap leading to Biafra of Niger Delta or Niger Delta Republic, nothing. And so all these people need to actually recognize what the NINAS is all about. Back to this Asari Dakubo's position. Founder of the Niger Delta Volunteer Force, Mujahid Asari Dakubo, has accused Nigeria's former president Olusegun Obasanjo of supporting the agitations of the indigenous people of Biafra. The leader of Afenifere, this is me, the leader of Afenifere the other day said Nnamdi Kanu is the savior of Igbo people, that Igbo people should support him. And Southeast is getting shot on Mondays. And it was shot the day Nnamdi Kanu had 3 days court appearance from Monday to Wednesday. Entire Southeast was completely shut down, destroying the economic activity so much so that our people are now living on Onitsha and other cities in Igbo land for Republic of Benin. As far as the Republic of Benin, people are vacating on Onitsha main market. So Igbo economy is going down, and some Yoruba leaders are supporting this openly, basically destroying Ali Igbo. I want to point out that that section of Yoruba that is with Ninas is not part of this gang up. He further charged IPOB members and their supporters to take a cue from Igboho, who has never ordered the killing of anybody allegedly, unlike now detained Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the IPOB, he said. Igboho is also being detained in Benin Republic by the government of the West African country after he was arrested at Cotonou Airport while trying to travel to Germany. I still maintain that the detention of Igboho, this is me speaking, is illegal because he never hurt anybody. He was campaigning for the referendum in the southwest, in the Oduduwa land, just as we are also asking for a binding multi-regional referendum in the lower Niger territory that includes present-day southeast and south-south, and middle belt as well. We support Sunday Igboho's release without any further delay because he was only championing the removal of the terrorists that were hiding in the Oduduwa forests. Those that were kidnapping and killing innocent citizens, those that killed the leader of Afenifere's daughter. I believe that is called Fasoranti. You come out and kill our people and people are supporting you and you are happy. And you are happy? He said. He continued, Sunday Igboho never commanded anybody to be killed. Look at how the Yorubas are fooling you. Those elderly buffoons and fools, mischief makers, fooling you to destroy Igbo land, he added. Why are they not disturbing Lagos because of Sunday Igboho, who is being detained? I mean, this is a fair question to these Yoruba voices, including those at Clubhouse, who were calling Nnamdi Kanu all sorts of lovely names. They are not recognizing the damage that is being done to Igbo land, or they are supporting it tacitly, deliberately. And these are the people that are calling for the Oduduwa nation to come to be. Can Oduduwa nation come to be to the exclusion of all others, to the exclusion of Ndigbo, being free in Nigeria the right way, without burning down Southeast, which is exactly what Nnamdi Kanu is championing, because I have not seen his lawyers or his spokespersons, including those on autopilot and those that have gone to do, call out this behavior that is destroying the Southeast, our own homeland, our own base, the place that makes us indigenous.
Here's an interesting one. A faction of Ohanes Ndigbo has issued a stern warning to people supporting the agitation for the independence of Biafra from overseas. I believe this is referring to people like Simon Eba, the autopiloter from Finland, Nelly Idu, Uchebu, of residing in US. And those other people that make a lot of noise, inciting our people to go destroy each other in the southeast, while their places are secure in Italy or in Warri or wherever. A faction of Ahanes Ndibo has issued a stern warning to people supporting the agitation for the independence of Biafra from overseas. The pro-Igbo socio-cultural organization described the support for Biafra from abroad as cowardice, especially while the economic and social activities of people in the southeast are adversely affected. The group also threw a subtle shade at the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, who was based in the UK for some time until he was arrested and renditioned to Nigeria from Kenya in June 2021, and others based overseas. Many Biafra agitators are based overseas, including Simon Eba, an outspoken self-acclaimed disciple of Kanu who lives in Finland. This was contained in a statement issued on Sunday by Okechukwu Isiguzoro, the Secretary General of the group. The group stated that it has observed that there are some sets of persons fanning the embers of violence in the region while hiding in their comfort zones in Europe and Europe and North America. It described this as an act of cowardice, saying they should come to Nigeria where they can take the lead in the Biafra agitations. Ohaneze noted that an end had come for people in such a category. The statement read in part, "We warn that the era of Biafra agitators residing in Europe, Asia, and North America, given directive to Igbos, have ended. They should relocate to Nigeria to physically lead the struggle, as it is an act of cowardice to hide in your comfort zones in Europe, the North America, and lead Biafra agitation." The group also asked IPOB to apologize for declaring a sit-at-home in the southeastern Nigeria, which the pro-Biafra organization says has been hijacked by hoodlums who now enforce the exercise every Monday. Ohaneze said if IPOB had not declared the sit-at-home in the first place, the violence and dip in the economic fortune of the region occasioned by the exercise would never have happened. Praise be to God. He nailed it. Okechukwu Isiguzoro nailed it. IPOB denying responsibility for this heinous act against our people is a wash. It doesn't hold any water at all whatsoever, because they started it and they have not condemned it and said, look, these are criminals. They are not operating on behalf of IPOB or whatsoever. You know? So, hurting our people, killing our people, hurting the economic well-being of our people is an anti-Igbo nation activity. It is very seditious against the interest of our people. And this is actually being reported by Sahara Reporters, one of the dependable news sources out there. And it's coming to you from the Lower Niger Territory Radio. And your guy is Stephen. As Nigeria is falling all over the place and as people are exposing themselves as criminals are lining up to take over from a non-terrorist government that has nothing good for Nigerian citizens, especially those of Middle Belt and Southern Nigeria that contains many nations. Here is something that is going on somewhere in another part of the world. A nation that is also in the same world that we are living in. The only difference is ours differences. It's the same world, the same human populated world. Here's how the home government is responding to protesters who are blocking the highways and major border crossings into the country. Hear him. Here's the Prime Minister of Canada declaring emergency act to deal with protest deadlock in Ottawa and other places where even some protesters have been arrested with guns at border crossing, yet not a single person have been injured or killed by the police in in one of the best countries in the world, they are respecting the rights of those protesters because they are asking for an end to all COVID restrictions. And already the provinces are already removing all the COVID restrictions because a lot of people have had booster shots, the third shots. So they are asking, why are you still restricting them? If they could take the shots, or others say they don't want to take the shots. So they still have to respect them. They are not shooting them. They are not firing water at them. They are not firing rubber bullets. They are just controlling the crowd. Compare that to what is going on in Nigeria and you find out why Nigeria needs an urgent referendum across the regions, especially those places that are coming under attack by a group that the government is backing. I mean, the government of Nigeria is openly supporting, defending through government spokespeople the Fulani herdsmen terrorists being sponsored by Mieti Allah. There are known terror sympathizers in the government of Nigeria. Issa Pantami. I mean, a lot of things going on. Abubakar, I think his name is Abubakar Gumi, right? Or is it his father that is called this name? But anyway, Sheikh Gumi goes to fraternize with terrorists in their camps, in the bush, in the forest. The government knows about it. They cannot arrest him because he's a Saudi agent. So to get free from all this nonsense, the only thing that will restore the honor, the pride of citizenship to the people of Lower Niger Territory, to the people of Oduduwa, to the people of Middle Belt, is a binding multi-regional referendum. Once we go through that, then we can make demand of our own governments. This is how Canada is responding to people that have been blocking roads, blocking highways, blocking border areas. Some of them have been arrested with guns. Those guns are most likely registered to them, so they own it. It's part of their freedom, exercise of their freedom to bear guns. They're exercising it and they are getting arrested peacefully. Nobody is dying.
Here's how the measures we're taking today will help get the situation under control.
The Emergency Act.
The police will be given more tools to restore order in places where public assemblies can constitute illegal and dangerous activities, such as blockades and occupations as seen in Ottawa, the Ambassador Bridge, and elsewhere. These tools include strengthening their ability to impose fines or imprisonment. The government will designate, secure, and protect places and infrastructure that are critical to our economy and people's jobs, including border crossings and airports. We cannot and will not allow illegal and dangerous activities to continue. The Emergencies Act will also allow the government to make sure essential services are rendered, for example, in order to tow vehicles blocking roads. In addition, financial institutions will be authorized or directed to render essential services to help address the situation, including by regulating and prohibiting the use of property to fund or support illegal blockades. Finally, will enable the RCMP to enforce municipal bylaws and provincial offenses where required. This is what the Emergencies Act does.
The Prime Minister, in making use of the Emergency Act, says this is what the Emergency Act demands. Not a single person has been shot in all the blockades and protests, with all that the protesters are doing. Not a single person has been injured. Instead, people are being arrested for doing other things. For doing other things that are even, again, bearing gun is part of their right, but they haven't used it. And they are getting arrested because already there is protest going on and they are bearing gun among the people there. They didn't kill anybody. Think about it if you're Nigerian, because you need to shut down every further political activity in your area, in your community. Let whoever is asking for presidency or trying to become anything over this current madness going on in Nigeria, let them know that you are not part of it, that your community does not want to go through election, but you want to go through referendum. That is what Nigeria needs to restore dignity to all the people, to all those people, at least to all those people that are coming under attack, Benue, Middle Belt, Southeast, South-South, Southwest, so that the dignity of your life and your nationality in your emerging countries will be restored fully, and you can make demand of your governments. This can only happen through referendum. If you allow the election to continue and to go ahead, or you don't shut it down in this year, 2022, against next year, you are extending your slave chains. The Deputy Prime Minister also spoke over this matter.
Savers know that an untouched napkin doesn't need to go to waste, and that the same rule applies to chicken fingers. Savers also know they can find low prices every day, like Ocean Spray Cranberry Cocktail, 2 for $7. Save on, Savers.
As part of invoking the Emergencies Act, we are announcing the following immediate actions. First, we are broadening the scope of Canada's anti-money laundering and terrorist financing rules so that they cover crowdfunding platforms and the payment service providers they use. These changes cover all forms of transactions, including digital assets, such as cryptocurrencies. The illegal blockades have highlighted the fact that crowdfunding platforms and some of the payment service providers they use are not fully captured under the Proceeds of Crime and Terrorist Financing Act. Our banks and financial institutions are already obligated to report to the Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Centre of Canada, or FINTRAC. As of today, all crowdfunding platforms and the payment service providers they use must register with FINTRAC, and they must report large and suspicious transactions to FINTRAC. This will help mitigate the risk that these platforms receive illicit funds, increase the quality and quantity of intelligence received by FINTRAC, and make more information available to support investigations by law enforcement into these illegal blockades.
Again, you can experience standard leadership, treatment of people, management of emergency situations or crisis. It will happen to you in your own lifetime, but you have a role to play. Part of the role, you as a citizen, as an indigenous person hearing me or hearing the message of Ninas, what you can do is to make sure you and your community members communicate your desire to make sure that you don't want to see any further election, federal election, in your community, in your kindred, in your family, in your town, in your local government. If you can do this, you are helping to free yourself so that you can demand what the type of treatment people in other countries are getting when they go on protest against their government. Because there is protest all over the world, but the way the people are treated is dependent on the freedom that they have and the enforcement, the defense of that freedom. Even when you are breaking the law still must protect you.
Head of an independent state,
not the young Emeka whom I had known in Yaba, Lagos in the early 50s. I outlined my mission. I was there to persuade him to call a halt to the firing from his side, while one more effort was made to resolve the conflict between the federal government and its now seceded state. The sticky point, however, was that this would require placing a hold on the secession. That's showing Kada. He has told us his mission to Biafra. Was that not a good mission?
Thank you. Till tomorrow, it remains not only a good mission, but a patriot's move to save unnecessary wastages of lives and property in their millions. So may the souls of all those who died in the Nigerian Civil War continue to rest in peace. Now, before declaring Eastern region of Nigeria the Republic of Biafra, Lieutenant Colonel Chukwumeka Odumegwu had stood on the outcome of the Aburi meeting between him and the then military head of state of Nigeria, then Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon, that the regions will get more autonomy. Nigeria will be run on the federal system. On getting back to Nigeria, some federalists, particularly civil servants, permanent secretary at the federal level, studied the papers and told Yakubu Gowon to his face that you have come with a paper that has dissolved the Federal Republic of Nigeria because it allowed for autonomy for the regions.
Is that not true?
Everything about Nigeria in the past, very true and relevant as we speak today, Saturday, 1st of May 2021. The Federalists were led by the immediate past Oba of Benin,
Oba Radio.
Polo. He was then a federal permanent secretary. So he was among the team that studied the paper brought from Aburi, Ghana. And they told Gowon, sir, you've sold out Nigeria. It's just a moment of a strike of the pen. Bye-bye, Nigeria. So he asked, what should we do? He said, don't abide by this agreement. And that was the main cause of the war.
Ojukwu said on Aburi we stand.
That is it. Aburi is available now on the streets, social media, for those who are not born in 1966-67 to study. Because the agreement was, let us go back to the founding fathers' agreement that the regions will control certain aspects of their resources, talent, and vision. So we come to the federal level on basis of equality, which had been overturned by the May 21 decree or 1966 of Major General JTU Aguiyi Ironsi. Aguiyi Ironsi turned Nigeria from federation to group of provinces, whereby civil servants can be taken from Okigwe to Ikire or to Kaura Namoda on transfer. So the Hausas, the Northerners, look at themselves and said, what is our percentage at the federal level? What is the level of our education to compare to the South? And they said, this is bringing to light the forecast of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. I quote Azikiwe now. It's only a matter of moment that Nigeria will be controlled by the Igbos.
No. The Aburi confusion led us to war.
Did you say confusion?
Yes.
Okay.
I said confusion.
Yes, you have it right.
Because if you ask some federalists, they will tell you that they did not back out of the agreement. That Ojukwu misinterpreted the agreement.
No.
Ojukwu was prepared for Aburi. Do you wonder why Gowon and others were not as prepared as Ojukwu for that meeting?
Excuse me, please. With due respect to the person of General Yakubu Gowon, today is a PhD holder in political science, obtained from Warwick University, United Kingdom. With all due respect to him, as at the time of the crisis, 1966, 67, 68, 69, until it was toppled, I'm sorry, Yakubu Gowon was, far below the academic level of Lieutenant Colonel Odumeko Ojukwu.
Ojukwu was an Oxford graduate.
Man, King's College, Lagos. Oxford University, MA.
He also went to Epsom College in London.
Oh, God. And he was a rugby player for his school, UK. So, I'm sorry, Ojukwu did not see Gowon as his mate.
They said he took all of them to the cleaners. They were just listening to him at the discussion in Aburi.
Ojukwu was prepared. Ojukwu had set up a cabinet and they had developed papers for presentation at Aburi. I'm sorry to say this. 80% of those who went to Aburi went on the jamboree. They thought it was that easy. Ojukwu, welcome. We are brothers. Let us forget our differences. No. He said, no, please. This is a serious matter. He was just opening his briefcase. Paper 1, paper 2, paper 3, and they were just looking at him.
So the unprepared Gowon could govern Nigeria for 9 years. An unprepared leader.
Excuse me. Okay. For the sake of history and the academia and grassroots people, my people, grassroots, listening to us, I will have to be empirical, as always. I will mention names, days, and places, because not many people were born 1966, 1967. Yakubu Gowon was an incidental head of state.
Why was he not Murtala Mohammed? He led the coup.
The Murtala Mohammed, again, with due respect to all these people I'm mentioning, that is why those of us who are living must be careful about history, posterity, because history does not spare anybody. Murtala Mohammed was a hothead, with temper. So the northern people met after the January 15, 1966 coup, which, if we analyze it today, was one-sided. The losses were many in northern Nigeria, western Nigeria, 0 level, eastern region.
Does that make it an Igbo coup?
No. The man who came out as the leader of the coup, Major Chukwuma Kaduna Nzegu, was not Igbo.
He's from Okpanam. Okpanam is Igbo. Those are on the other side of the Niger.
Thank you. But today everybody is claiming autonomy. I sent you about 2 weeks ago my tribute to Eddie Okonta.
Yeah.
When Eddie Okonta was alive, the king Obi of trumpet, many people thought, Obi Okonta, Eddie Okonta, Igbo now. No, Onisha Ogbo, the area you are referring to. Good. So, Nzeogu himself was not the architect of the coup. The architect of the coup was that Nigerian who first won a medal.
Ifajuna.
Thank you. Of the former University College Ibadan.
Yeah.
Thank you. I interviewed I pray he's still alive. I interviewed the surviving major of the 5 majors who carried out the January 15, 1966 coup, Major Ade Moyega, for my program, Speak Out, on NTA Ibadan. Then it was NTV, sometime in 1981. And he wrote a book.
Why We Strong.
Thank you. So the facts are there. It is not an Igbo coup. But in the execution, officers who are allotted to carry out operations in the eastern region of Nigeria developed cold feet. So the Premier of Eastern Region, Dr. Michael Ianotu Okpara, escaped because he was hosting Archbishop Macarius of Greece, who was Nigeria, for the Commonwealth Conference.
This has been Oloye Lekon Alabi speaking about Nigeria's failed existence. So he says this is titled "Nigeria is a Big Lie." by Oloye Lekon Alabi. Things you may need to know about more. It is to support the position that Nigeria is a failed country that should go its way so that we can find our ways. Because everybody is in the woods, as it were, right now in Nigeria. The country is in crisis, deep crisis. What Nigeria is going through now is exactly how Liberia started. This is exactly how Liberia fell and crashed beyond repair. You know, that's exactly. In fact, Nigeria's situation is far worse now because there are all kinds of terrorists operating out of Arewa, Nigeria, spreading across Nigeria, threatening the indigenous nationalities. And we cannot escape referendum. As much as they want to lie and deceive themselves, these things are not going away. They're not going away. The situation demands a lasting solution, and that is referendum, binding multi-regional referendum in the Lower Niger Territory, in the Oduduwa Nation and Middle Belt. The people are groaning. There's a lot of agony in the country.
One of the reasons that led to the assassination of Tafawa Balewa, they said Nigeria was burning, and you are calling a conference to resolve the issues in the former, what do they call it then, South Africa today, Rhodesia.
Zimbabwe.
South Africa, the original one where Ian Smith was their prime minister.
Yes, that is Zimbabwe. Today's Zimbabwe.
Thank you. So, they carried out the coup, January 15, 1966. And when the final result came out, Prime Minister Northerner assassinated, Finance Minister Kotiabo, Midwest or Bende region, assassinated, Premier Lado Kakatola, Yoruba, assassinated, Premier Madubelo, Northern region, assassinated, Kone Malamari, assassinated, Brigadier Ademulegun, assassinated, Kone Ko, assassinated, Northern and Western region. Let's be fair. But it was not the intention of Nzogu to be partial.
The men that were kept in Lagos to take out Aguiyi Ironsi developed cold feet.
Aguiyi Ironsi was saved by the fact that he went to a party and he returned home late at night. They were there in his barracks.
So they wanted to get him too?
So he was the head of the military. Otherwise, they wouldn't take control of the army.
Okay, let's assume Igbo officers, majorly Igbo officers, executed the coup.
Yes.
It took another Igbo officer in Kanu, Odumegwu Ojukwu, to stop the coup.
Thank you. Ojukwu had always been ambitious. Ojukwu, when he returned from the university, told his father that he wanted to join the army. And the father said, on his deathbed, will you go to the army? I want you to go to the civil service. With this master's degree, you will rise to the top. Ojukwu refused. But just to listen to his father, he took the civil service form and they posted him to Enugu. That was where he first met Lieutenant Colonel Adekunle Fajuyi, because he wanted to romanticize with the army, his ambition, his love. Eventually, Ojukwu had to go to the north to be recruited as a sergeant. He didn't present his certificate because he knew his inner intention would be to get to the army and take power one day.
He has always loved power.
Oh, he loved it.
He stopped Nzogu's coup in the north.
Yes, he did.
Aguiyi Ironsi stopped the coup in Lagos.
Yes.
Both Igbo men.
Yeah. And they got Nzogu to come. Nzogu wanted to fly to Lagos and finish the job.
Yes.
Because he held the press conference January 16, 1966, with Hassan Kassina holding the microphone on his behalf.
A northern officer.
Northern officer is junior. And because he had broken his arm when he jumped down from the residence of Sir Ahmadu Bello. And his intention was to come to Lagos, finish the assignment that some people ran away from, and take power. And as he said, they wanted to rule for just 6 months and bring Awolowo out of prison in Calabar, install him as the prime minister, and the army will give him backing with muscle. That what you have turned Western region to, now turn Nigeria to. And immediately Awolowo stabilizes, Ezeogu wrote this down. He will now resign his commission in the Nigerian army and go to South Africa to go and fight apartheid. To show you that Ezeogu was really...
He was a revolutionary.
He was. Really. He didn't want the headship of the military government that to come up. No.
Let's look at how Soyinka comes into the story. Why all this happened? He was building his literary skills.
Oh, yes.
He was already known.
Yes.
He wanted to intervene intellectually.
Yes.
The thought of a third force to make the difference.
Yes.
Therefore, he traveled to the east to see Ojukwu.
At the risk of his life. At the risk of his personal life. Why? Before declaring Eastern Region the Republic of Biafra, Ojukwu and his cabinet had thought deep that they must extract all non-Easterners out of the region. So Ojukwu made a broadcast, more or less a decree, that non-Easterners get out of this region with this also date. Whether you are working with Nigerian Railways, Post Office, or...
Here is Nina's press statement relating to Constitution Amendment and Electoral Act Amendment, February 25th, 2022. No quantum of amendment will save the 1999 Constitution from going down wholesale, nor can amendments confer legitimacy on that fraud of 1999. Nina's Secretariat, February 25th, 2022. At the time, the peoples of constituent component blocks of Nigeria in the South and Middle Belt, cooperating under the aegis of the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, have repudiated and rejected the 1999 Constitution. Constitution of Nigeria, and have raised the union dispute on the ground of the fraudulence and illegitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. It's marks of arrogant ignorance for the National Assembly of Nigeria to continue its defiance of the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria by the charade of amendments to the 1999 Constitution. 2. When on February 23, 2022, the news space was splashed with reports on proposed amendments to the 1999 Constitution by the Nigerian National Assembly, Nina was eager to see the attitude of the Nigerian public to the amendment charade, and so it was gratifying to note that an overwhelming majority of the peoples of Nigeria treated the news of the proposed Constitution amendment with the cold ignominy it deserved. 3. This attitude of the public reinforced the earlier resolve of NINAS not to dignify the Constitution Amendment gambit of the National Assembly of Nigeria with any form of official response, as the amendment exercise was at best the last kicks of a dying horse. 4. It is therefore for the purpose of records that this statement is being made, and to also clarify the issues for those who may not have followed the discussions as to why the National Assembly cannot resolve for us the sovereignty questions arising from the current fraudulent constitutional basis of Nigeria. For the avoidance of doubt, the legislative mandate and powers of the National Assembly is limited to lawmaking and does not extend to constitution making, which is the exclusive preserve of the constituent component nations and peoples of Nigeria as an incident of their sovereignty. Put differently, constitution making requires constituent powers, which the National Assembly does not have, but which resides exclusively with the peoples on account of their sovereignty. 5. It will be recalled that just a few days ago, inside February 2022, NINAS did raise a public campaign about 3 key constitutional grievances that are clearly beyond the mandate and powers of the National Assembly to address. They are: 1. The 2 false claims the preamble to the Constitution that We, the peoples of Nigeria, firmly and solemnly resolve to live in unity as one indivisible and indissoluble nation. This means we willingly submitted lands and peoples into the Union of Nigeria, and that B, we hereby make, enact, and give to ourselves this Constitution. This means we crafted the article of our association by way of the Constitution of 1999. These twin false claims are the most grievous of all constitutional grievances driving the union dispute. Second, the 36 states and 774 local government structure that makes us permanent political minorities in Nigeria despite our self-evident majority status, with implications for representation and revenue sharing. 3. The 68-item federal exclusive legislative list by which the illicit federal government of Nigeria, which hijacked and confiscated practically all key economic assets belonging to ordinarily to the federating units, example, oil and gas, solid minerals, vast maritime resources, etc., along with the powers to work those assets, example, refineries, power generation and transmission, ports, etc., as well as a long list of government powers, example, police, arms and ammunition, company registration, election to federal and state offices, etc. 6. The main contention of the Nigerian indigenous nationalities in the union dispute it raised by way of the December 16, 2020 Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation is that we have neither discussed or agreed upon any union, nor have we made any constitution to regulate the affairs of that. Accordingly, any union reconstruction initiative for Nigeria, whether described as restructuring or constitution amendment, which does not begin with these three key constitutional grievances, is a blatant usurpation of the sovereignty of the constituent peoples of Nigeria and therefore dead on arrival. And the legislators who partake of such constitution amendment exercise are committing treason against the people they claim to represent. That is where the 2022 so-called Constitution Amendment of the National Assembly fall. 7. It is also for the records that NINAS will mention in this public communication that at a time the propositions of the Constitutional Force Majeure seeks the halting of the voyage to further national elections under the repudiated 1999 Constitution and for the initiation of a transitioning process to undertake the inevitable constitutional reconstruction of the defunct Federation of Nigeria within the parameters of the self-determination imperative for Nigeria's constituent components. It is in defiance of the will of the people for the same National Assembly to busy itself with the so-called Electoral Act Amendment Bill. Let it be clearly understood that no matter the version of the Electoral Amendment Bill the President signs, the big question remains: by what constitution will the winner of the 2023 national elections govern? If the answer is the 1999 Constitution, then NINAS, Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, message to all of those railroading themselves to another round of national elections in 2023 under the 1999 Constitution, particularly political parties and political merchants of the South and Middle Belt, is that we should brace up for a head-on collision on the road to 2023 between those who reject the fraudulent 1999 Constitution and any national elections mandated by that Constitution, and those who subscribe to and cling tenaciously to that fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria, and therefore rallying themselves to another round of national elections in 2023 under the obnoxious Constitution. This has been from NINA's Secretariat today, February 25th, 2020, and it's your guy, Stephen. Wishing you the best of the day. The Constitution of Nigeria represents weapon of mass destruction, WMD, to the people of Nigeria. And rejecting it is a patriotic position to take. That same constitution represents the greatest robbery in Nigeria, and it took place in 1999. The greatest robbery.
On the review of the 1999 Constitution will meet today, Tuesday, the 22nd day of February 2022, immediately after plenary sitting, at the Senate meeting room 221, Senate building. Room 221, Senate building, immediately after the plenary. Signed, Senator V. Omo Agege, chairman of the committee. Please, this meeting is very, very, very crucial. Tomorrow, the Senate President will formally announce that the report of the Constitution Review Committee will be laid on Wednesday tomorrow. And thereafter, we will take our vote on March 1st, which will be Tuesday. That will give us about 4 to 5 days to review the report, consult as we deem fit, and be prepared to vote. Like I said, the Senate President will make the formal announcement. It is imperative that all of our colleagues be present on that day, which is March 1st for that vote. As you know, there are certain amendments that will require the 2/3 majority of all of our colleagues, the entire Senate, not 2/3 of those who are present, but 2/3 of the entire membership of the Senate. And indeed, there are some other provisions that will also require 4/5 of the entire Senate. So please, it is my appeal, without prejudice to the announcement the Senate President will make tomorrow, in my capacity as the chairman of the committee, to urge that all of our members be prepared to be present to cast their votes on Tuesday, March 1, 2022. And the report will be laid tomorrow, and the reports will be made available to all members, not just members of the committee, but all of our colleagues tomorrow, which report you will take home, and which report we also expect you bring back to the chambers, on Tuesday the 1st to cast your votes. So the meeting today, it's immediately after plenary. Thank you very much.
Nigeria's National Assembly is populated by some people of questionable character, including the mess snatcher. I believe that's the Omagege or whatever he's called. They are only interested in extending that which has served as a slave chain around the neck and arms and ankles of our people. They do not care. But meanwhile, you had Nina's release this morning in this regard. Thanks for listening. Have a great day. Here is Hilda Dakubo dissecting the incurable fundamental flaws of the 1999 Constitution to members of Nigeria's National Assembly and the correct remediation procedures for Nigeria's trapped constituent components. That was like a year ago.
This over and over and over. Okay, and we're not going to get tired of saying it. The 1999 Constitution of Nigeria is a fraud. It is the reason why we have no development going on in the country. It is the reason why people act with impunity and rob the nation dry. It is the reason why you have corruption and injustice and inequality all across the nation. It is the reason why you have militia groups all over. That 1999 Constitution is a fraud and a forgery. Okay, so today I was just reading the dailies, as I do all the time, And I saw the call by the National Assembly for submission of memorandum. And I just said to myself, is this plain ignorance, or is it just a group of people playing to the gallery? Or what, like, seriously, what are these people about? Now, only the owners and stakeholders of a company can write their own memo and article. Only owners. Now, the memo is the agreement to form the company, and the article defines what happens within that venture. Okay? So, in the same vein, let's liken the memo and article to the constitution of a country. People must agree. First, that's the first step. They must agree to a union. They must agree, and then after agreeing, then they can state the conditions for putting that union together. And it is after that that you can begin to draft what you will call a constitution. Until the agreement is reached, you can't draft the constitution, which is why our 1999 constitution is a fraud and a forgery, because you put people's signature to what they did not sign to. Okay, so that's not the point. So let's go back to, because I intend to, as the actor that I am and the acting coach that I am, to do that job of educating, informing, and entertaining at the same time. Let's cure this ignorance. That is, if that is what it is. Okay? Let's cure this ignorance. No member of the hired management can alter, review, write, rewrite the memat of a company. Anytime you do that, it is a fraud. And when you do that, you give those who hired you the authority to even sit under a tree and dissolve their company. It is their company, don't forget. And they can fire you because they hired you. You get paid by them. Okay? So in the same vein, no member of the National Assembly, executive or judiciary can alter, amend, review, write or rewrite our constitution. Why? Even within the rogue constitution, Section 14(2)(a) clearly states that it says sovereignty belongs to the peoples, from whom, through this constitution, derives power and authority. So it is the peoples who own the power, not the other way around. You're a hired staff, and we hired you through elections, and that's why we pay your salary. Okay? So you can't do that. So that call is either deceptive, or you think that truly Nigerians have amnesia. What has ever worked like that? So let's cut the chase and do the right thing. Okay, so that we don't make it look like what has been happening with the judiciary panel that you set up, that whilst the panel is still sitting, people are getting intimidated, harassed, extrajudicially picked up and stuff like that. Let's cut off all the crazy things and go to the one that is very peaceful. The only honest, truthful, peaceful way out of this is to decommission that military constitution, the 1999 constitution, which is a carryover from the 1974 constitution. Decommission it. Call a referendum. Let the peoples of this country agree to a union and place before everyone the terms and conditions under which they want to stay within the union. And after that, draft their own constitution. That is the most peaceful way to go about it. Anything outside that, you commit treason against the peoples of Nigeria, and that is an offense. Okay, so let's not make anyone a criminal, although we now know that there are those who are robbing us with guns, and those that are robbing us with paper and pens, and those that are robbing us with both the pen and the gun. Okay, so let's do the right thing for once. You know, when somebody has been diagnosed of having cancer, and the cancer is at stage 4, you need to cut it off if you want to save that life. If you insist on bandaging and giving the person painkillers and then applying ointment, you just want to kill the person. So maybe that's what you guys are about. We don't know. But let's cut off this cancer. And that cancer is the 1999 Constitution. Let's decommission it so that the peoples of Nigeria can agree to a union or not. So when you write, "We the peoples of Nigeria do solemnly," you will be saying the truth. Until that, you're a liar. That constitution is a forgery and a fraud.
What we're seeing in Nigeria today is part of that story. It's a tragedy that we are watching. It's a tragedy that we are all witnessing, because as we see things falling apart, the pressure this time is not foreign colonialism, forgive me. The pressure instead is corruption and violence and attempts at control. And that's why I totally agree with my honourable friend, the member for Edmonton. We need to call out the corruption. We need to use the powers that we have in this country to stop those who are profiting from the wealth of that great nation and hiding it here. Now, some people will remember when General Gowon left Nigeria with half the central bank, so it is said, and moved to London. We know that today, even now, in this great city of ours, there are, sadly, some people who have taken from the Nigerian people and hidden their ill-gotten gains here. We know that our banks, sadly, have been used for that profit and for that illegal transfer of assets. And that means that the UK is in an almost unique position in being able to actually do something to really exert pressure on those who have robbed the Nigerian people. Now, this puts a particular onus on the minister, and I know my right honourable friend knows it, that using Magnitsky sanctions today isn't just about protecting Nigeria, although it is. It's not just about respecting Nigerian young people who have been robbed and murdered by these SARS units. It's actually about protecting the United Kingdom. Because what happens in Nigeria matters fundamentally to us here. This is the third country of the Commonwealth. This is a country of 200 million people. It is going to be the great economic powerhouse of Africa and one of the great economic powerhouses of the world. This is a country whose wealth, not just in the oil off the river state, but in the imagination and creativity of its people, is witnessed every day in Nollywood, and perhaps more my style, at the great University of Jos. This is a country that gives so much to the world already, despite the fact that it is ill-governed, brutalized and robbed. Just imagine what it could give if the Plateau State wasn't a scene of conflict and anti-SARS movements, but instead was the global centre of learning that it really, truly could be, and indeed was up until the 1960s. So look, this is an opportunity for the UK to do something real, not just in the interest of Nigerians, though it would be, not just in the interest of Africans, though it would be that too, but fundamentally in the interests of the British people. This is a moment when these petitioners have got it absolutely right. They are not just arguing for the rights of young Nigerians who are claiming their own rights. They are arguing for the rights of Democrats, of free people, and of honourable people everywhere. And I hope that my right honourable friend and her colleague, the Secretary of State, will listen, will look at the sanctions regime and choose very carefully where they apply.
You see, this is what really matters to our people. When hundreds or dozens of our youths are killed at Lekki Tollgate, the world never said anything. Only CNN and a few international media covered it. There was no sanctions. There was no threat of war whatsoever coming the direction of the current dictatorship that is destroying Nigeria. Unlike what we are seeing now happening in Russia or in Ukraine, the hypocrisy of the world is laid bare by their zeal to rein in Putin and the Russian military, while they turn their eyes blind to the multiple killings, to the terrorist attacks taking place on a daily basis in Nigeria, a country that is already gone. The world, the so-called world system, the so-called powers, those that are ruling the world, they don't care because it is happening in Africa. It's none of their business. It does not impact on the oil flow going their way. It doesn't touch anything that is of use to them coming out of Nigeria, out of Africa. So they allow it to continue going. But allowing it to continue this way is a disservice to humanity. It's injustice to Africa. It is unbelievably evil to be going after somewhere else while you ignore the major fire that is actually consuming millions of people in Nigeria. Nigeria has been rightly described as a crime scene. Like Nigeria is supposed to be wrapped around with a yellow tape, like to restrict movement around it until investigation is fully completed. Like a crime scene, and like a bloody crime scene where there are shell casings and traces of blood, as it were, to actually carry out the investigation. Every day I go to court, especially in Abuja. This is somebody, a resident in Abuja, that is saying this. Every day I go to court, especially in Abuja here, I am reminded of what Nigeria's problems really are. Today, in open court, one pot-bellied big man admitted that the federal government paid him 2 billion naira as consultancy fee to construct the Nasarawa-Makurdi Federal Highway. The job was later not done, and the man pocketed the money. If 2 billion was for consultancy fee, how much was now awarded for the non-construction of the highway? Another man pocketed 6 billion naira of federal government money. Now he wants to return only 6 billion naira under plea bargaining with the federal government. And the federal government said the 6 billion is okay by them. You will know where that man that is pocketing the 24 billion naira must have come from. That information shouldn't make you sick. I have something else that will. Federal government keeps 3 trillion naira every year to import and subsidize fuel. Or they call it PMS, the one you put in your generator and in your cars. Nigeria has spent $30 billion importing fuel in the last 15 years. This is a country that produced 3 million barrels of oil, crude oil, every day. $3 million barrels. And the refineries in the country does not even produce a single drop of fuel yet. Millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, are going into maintaining those refineries. I mean, is Nigeria cost or jinxed, or both jinxed and cost all at once happening upon Nigeria? Meanwhile, $2 billion can build a refinery from the scratch. But Nigeria is using 30 billion to import like messed up fuel that end up damaging engines. But none of our national refineries is producing nothing to their production capacity. There's nothing happening there. My friend in NPC told me reliably that the bulk of the oil we use in Nigeria is from oil bunkering. Illegal makeshift refineries operated by agents of the richest people in Nigeria. Salaries paid to refinery workers last year was 69 billion naira. 69 billion naira. Meanwhile, the Kaduna refinery has not produced even one barrel or a drop of oil since 2017. Nigeria, as it is presently constituted today, is a crime scene, a criminal enterprise from top to bottom, including the constitution. Everything is fraud. So, why would somebody even be talking about Yahoo boys when they are not talking about a man that brought bullion vans to his house on election day? The same person is positioning himself to become the president of the rotten country. I mean, what's Nigeria's value system? What are we really talking about? We're deceiving ourselves. That's the whole thing about Nigeria. It's a crime scene. A country that is begging to be buried.
Good afternoon, my brother. Yeah, good afternoon. My brother, with the way things is going in this country, what plan do you have to succeed in this country? I no get plan.
Insult you!
Why? You see people that want to be a doctor, that went to school to study medicine, they end up in doing farming. That is not what they plan, but that is how the country planned it.
Photo!
So you cannot plan this country. It's the country that will plan you. And anywhere the country plan you to, just accept.
A group under the aegis of Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination has called for the eradication of the current constitution ahead of the 2023 general election. Spokesman of the group, Don Pedro Obaseki, blamed the 1999 constitution for the current insecurity and other challenges facing the country, adding that the only way Nigeria can get true freedom is by ensuring that the current constitution does not serve as the basis of the conduct of the 2023 election.
The key to breaking the cycle of renewal of the life of the 1999 Constitution lies in knowing that only political parties contest elections, and all political parties in Nigeria ascribe to that evil 99 Constitution. And so, whichever party wins any election, that winner will swear to uphold and defend the 1999 Constitution. The key to taking down the 1999 Constitution is immediately halting the political parties from dragging us to another round of national elections in 2023. This is not a call to boycott the 2023 elections, but a call to halt the preparations. The role the political parties in Nigeria have been playing since 1999 is that role of Judas goat, to lead us to slaughter once in 4 years in the name of elections, under which, by which people are going to assume power and pretend to be a democracy under a constitution that take all our assets that reduced us to slaves in our land was an apartheid constitution. And so we're telling them, we're inviting them to please even just listen, examine it, because the ones who are suffering from this, the ones who are being killed, whether it's in the Middle Belt or in the East or in the West, they are the ones calling them now to say, please, we can't go to renew the life of this constitution again in 2023.
About 14 years now, I've been an event host, MC, compare, moderator, and in about 10 years, I've moderated several events in the oil and gas industry. Particularly over the last 2 years, I was moderator at the Oil Trading and Logistics event, Africa Downstream Week, and some conversations.
Hear the punchline that will make your heart yearn for a referendum, so that you get out of the madness that is called Nigeria, out of the high fraud that is called One Nigeria.
That have come up at sessions where I moderated would just baffle me, like, are these things real? For example, do you know that in the last 3 years, the Nigerian refineries together have refined 0 crude? Nothing, zilch. But it has cost us 10 billion naira every month to maintain these same refineries. I mean, I'm like, do Nigerians know these things? The Nigerian refineries can be compared to a beat down, broken down, not serviced, engine knocked Peugeot 403, leaking, rusty, corroded. Nothing working. And even if we were to find the parts to change and upgrade to make it quite new, it will still not work. Extremely expensive and even difficult to find. And should they work, the quality of refined products from these refineries will be less than desired. The standard way less than what is internationally accepted. So I'm wondering, what are we doing? One of the reasons I hadn't talked about this for some time is I was saying, what qualifications do I have? Am I an engineer? Am I a PhD holder? Am I an economist? No. I'm a Nigerian. And if it concerns me, it concerns all of us. So I wouldn't just like to talk about a problem and not prefer a solution or two. Solution number 1. Can we please lease or sell these refineries to players in the private sector that know what they are doing and can bring them back to life and possibly convert them into income-generating facilities as they were built to be? Or number 2, perhaps we should just shut them down completely, counter our losses, walk away, and possibly use the funds to encourage those who have licenses for private refineries, so that at least as a country we can together prosper even more. But by all means, we have to change something. So tell me, what do you think?
There's a better alternative. I think that the best alternative is to put Nigeria through the knife. Subject Nigeria to multi-regional referendum. Let's solve the problem from the core, because it's at the core. The problem is at the core. To deal with it, we'll have to go back to the core. Subject Nigeria to referendum vote, plebiscites. Let's either recommit or, we part ways and get it right. Otherwise, we're wasting our time. We're just going in circles. We're just killing ourselves without any good reason. Self-determination is the answer for Nigeria. Are you angry about the jihadist genocide in the Middle Belt killing Christians for land grab? Are you angry that Fulani herdsmen are trespassing onto your farms, killing, stealing, and destroying? Are you angry that you are a citizen of a country that is now the third most, should be second, most terrorized in the world, with Boko Haram, ISIS, Fulani herdsmen, terrorists, and Al-Qaeda all operating from the same zone? Are you angry that you carry the passport of a failed country? Then you should join those seeking self-determination for ethnic nationalities. With self-determination, each ethnic nationality has the power to decide how we want to live and control our future, including resources. Self-determination is our self-defense. Join Nina's voice that ninasvoice.org. There's a lot riding on this. Now, here is why it gets really interesting. An MBA chairman drags Buhari before Abuja court over 1914 amalgamated treaty. The Nigerian Bar Association chairman, Ilesha branch of Osun State, Barrister Komi Ajibola, has dragged President Muhammadu Buhari to the Federal High Court, Abuja, over the president's refusal to release to him the certified copies of 1914 amalgamated treaty and 2014 confab report, the one convoked by Goodluck Jonathan. Ajibola had, through a letter dated September 22nd, 2021, and acting based on the provisions of the Freedom of Information Act 2011, asked the president to release the said documents to him within 7 days. The human rights lawyer who filed the suit asked the court for an order of mandamus compelling the president to make available certified true copies of Nigeria Amalgamation Treaty of 1914 and Nigerian 2014 National Conference report. Besides, Ajibola in the suit number FHC/ABJ for Abuja/CS/1425/21 asked the court to compel President Buhari to supply information on why the federal government will not convene the national conference where Nigerians will be given free and fair opportunity to discuss issues relating to the unity and harmony of one indivisible and indissoluble sovereign country. This is my comment. I have never seen anywhere any country is described as indivisible and indissoluble sovereign country. I mean, this is impossible. Nigeria did not fall from heaven. Nigeria is the work of, like, the creation of people. It was a business of the UK. And then we, the indigenous people, are beginning to wake up from our slumber. And then we're asking questions, what's going on? This is not right. This is not the way it's supposed to be. Let's get our people involved. Let's go to our people, ask our people, what do they want? Do they want to be like, do they want Nigeria to continue going this way, or they want something better? Do they want a better deal? Do they want to, like, see real true change happen to them? In the middle belt, in the lower Niger territory, that is the former, the current southeast and south and like, we need a binding multi-regional referendum, a vote, a very simple democratic demand. It's a democratic process. We cannot just force ourselves, being together when it's not working, it's not going anywhere. According to him, based on the present circumstances where there are breakdowns in the nation's governance with insecurity, nepotism, terrorism, and unemployment, among others, the court should decide if Nigerian people can still continue to live in unity and harmony as one country, and on what terms and conditions. This guy is essentially telling us what Lower Niger Congress, NINAS, Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, has been all about over the years till this moment, and until the mission is accomplished. He also asked the court to compel President Buhari to convene a national conference where Nigerians will have a free and fair opportunity to discuss and resolve issues based on the indivisibility of the country. Again, I reject this word, indivisibility. No country is beyond division. Not on this world, not in this planet. There is no country that is to be said to be beyond discussion, that there should be no discussion about its existence, about its continued as is. If there are areas within that country that doesn't feel like belonging, that should be a reason for referendum. Canada did it some years back. In Quebec, Quebec voted to separate. Their vote failed by 1% maybe. Something with Scotland. Countries vote for this is a democratic process. British people do it. They do it in Canada. They do it in UK. They do it in Europe. In fact, Britain is the last country that seceded. Britain essentially voted and separated from the European Union. They are still coexisting. They are not after each other's lives. They are still doing business together. They are still relating. They are still members of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. They still do other businesses together. There is no fighting between them. He also asked the court to compel President Buhari to convene a national conference where Nigerians will have free and fair opportunity to discuss and resolve issues based on the indivisibility of the country, rotational presidency, and other acts of governance. He particularly mentioned issues relating to the Igbo nation, where he alluded that there was a calculated plan to treat them as an outcast out of the nation's presidency. The NBA boss said he was in court because by the placement of the constitutional duty, every citizen of the country has the right to make positive and useful contributions to the advancement, progress, and well-being of the community where he resides. 100%. No date has yet been fixed for the suit filed on Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021. Let me say that there has been other suits that were filed many years ago. The Nigerian government has only gone to court to block those cases from moving forward because they have no credible counter to those demands. And it has always been about the unworkability of Nigeria. Now, what we have at hand is referendum. Let those that have ears hear and react to it and respond and continue to ask for information on where to go, to find direction. Ndi Igbo, I'm an Igbo person. Ndi Igbo are not asking for rotational presidency. We are asking for referendum vote against current constitution of 1999, upon which Nigeria is operating. We are asking for referendum, a binding referendum vote for Ndi Igbo to vote on whether to continue in Nigeria, along with in the South and all Middle Belt and Oduduwa land. All these people are asking for referendum vote, not rotational presidency, not president of Igbo extraction, because in a functional Igbo land, in a functional Lower Niger territory, in a functional Middle Belt and Southwest or Oduduwa nation, citizens from any other country that decides to move to Lower Niger territory and nationalize and become a citizen can vie for the presidency of the Lower Niger territory. And I believe Oduduwa nation will equally consider citizens of theirs from any other part of the world that supports the existence of the nation and is obedient to the rules will contest for the presidency of Oduduwa land, as long as it is for the progress of those regions. So we are not interested in Nigeria's presidency. Maybe I'm deflecting the tires of the one Nigerianists, especially the Nzuko Mona people, among others. They are behind the visit by Chief Amechi Mbazulike to the presidency begging for Nnamdi Kanu's release. They are behind that disgraceful visit because it reduced us greatly in a way they probably never thought about. But anyway, that's a discussion for another day. But we need a binding referendum. Let's make Nigeria better. That's the way to do it better. Let's go for referendum. Fix a date and give enough time to educate our people on what is to come. And they will go for it. Sudan did it. Yes, they are still having problem on both sides of the divide, but it's okay. Whoever finds the way out first will get better. Whether it's South Sudan or North Sudan, they should figure it out. But in our own case, we also need to trigger that process to start figuring it out, because we're not getting anything right now.
NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationality Alliance for Self-Determination, is an alliance of ethnic nationalities from the Middle Belt, Southwest, and Lower Niger region. On the 16th of December 2020, NINAS declared a constitutional force majeure against the illegitimate 1999 Constitution. NINAS demanded that the federal government acknowledge the constitutional grievances expressed by the ethnic nationalities, as well as begin the decommissioning of the 1999 Constitution, and no further election should be conducted on the 1999 Constitution until all grievances are resolved. To support NINAS and the constitutional force majeure, sign the petition at www.ninasffn.org/register to end 1999 Constitution now. To speak with NINAS, call the number 0823 425 4584 or 070 5924 9885.
For International Religious Freedom, USCIRF, finds it unexplainable that the U.S. Department of State did not redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, and treated it as a country with no severe religious freedom violations. This is contrary to what is going on in Nigeria as we speak. Fulani terrorists that are being powered by the government are still going across state lines to kill and replace communities. USCIRF is disappointed that the State Department did not adopt our recommendations in designating the countries that are the worst violators of religious freedom, said USCIRF Chair Nadine Mienza. While the State Department took steps forward on some designations, USCIRF is especially disappointed with the removal of Nigeria from its country of particular concern designation, where it was rightfully placed last year, as well as the omission of India, Syria, and Vietnam. We urge the State Department to reconsider its designations based on facts presented in its own reporting. Pursuant to International Religious Freedom Act, IRFA, the countries the State Department designated as CPC, country of particular concerns, are Burma, China, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, that is North Korea, Eritrea, Iran, Pakistan, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. All besides Russia previously had been designated USCIRF. All besides Russia previously had been designated. USCIRF recommended CPC, country of particular concern designation for all 10 in its 2021 annual report, and also recommended that India, Nigeria, Syria, and Vietnam be designated as CPCs, country of particular concerns. This is done annually. It is reviewed every year. The State Department placed on its special watch list SWL, Algeria, Comoros, Cuba, and Nicaragua. USCIRF recommended in its 2017 annual report that Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Egypt, Indonesia, Iraq, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Turkey, and Uzbekistan also be placed on the special watch list. USCIRF recently released a fact sheet reiterating its country of particular concern and special watch list recommendations, which explains the religious freedom violations in these countries supporting USCIRF's recommendations. While USCIRF is concerned about the lack of designation for countries, USCIRF recommended Russia's designation for the first time as a CPC for engaging in systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom is welcome. USCIRF has proposed this action since 2017. For years, USCIRF has raised the alarm regarding the Russian government purge of non-traditional religions and religious freedom repression, said USCIRF Vice Chair Nuri Tokel. USCIRF also applauds the inclusion of Algeria in the State Department's Special Watch List designations this year, which USCIRF has recommended since 2020 due to continued enforcement of blasphemy laws and restrictions on houses of worship for minority religious communities. USCIRF also welcomed the State Department's designations of 9 entities of particular concern, EPC, entities of particular concerns, which are non-state actors that engage in systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom pursuant to IRFA. USCIRF recommended the designation of 7 of these actors, including Al-Shabaab that operates in East Africa, including Somalia, Ethiopia, that axis, Boko Haram of Nigeria, the Houthis in Yemen, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, Islamic State in the Greater Sahara, which might probably include ISWAP, a branch of ISIS, Jamaat Nasser al-Islam wal Muslimin, which is JNIM, and the Taliban in its 2021 annual report. Here is Ahmadu Bello's mission statement and battle script of October 1960. October 12th, barely 11 days after Nigeria's paper independence, on October 1st of 1960. Here is what he had to say. The new nation, Nigeria, the new nation called Nigeria should be an estate of our great-grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. We must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. We must use the minorities of the North as willing tools and the South as a conquered territory, and never allow them to rule over us, and never allow them to have control over their future. This is 1960. Now consider how the North went to set up Sharia during Obasanjo's presidency. And Obasanjo, who has always been a slave to the Arewa, called it political Sharia. That was effective separation from Nigeria, but Obasanjo didn't react very well. Instead, he sent Nigerian military to go, the same Janjaweed soldiers, to go and kill off people of Odi and Zaki Biam. Now, or even the killing of Masab members or imprisonment across Southeast. Now, this is how Nigeria has been going. Consider what this Ahmadu Bello said in 1960 to what Muhammadu Buhari is carrying out today. And you get to realize why Nina's movement is the way to go. The dominoes are falling for Nigeria. I mean, it's all going. You know, the union is going down. You know? So, all that we're doing, we're buying time. But the country is already gone down the cliff. Only a multi-regional referendum will rescue the situation. Anything else is merely postponing the evil day. And that's very unfortunate.
Nigerian Union Dispute: The Folly of Building on a Rickety Constitutional Foundation by Tony Nadi, Ninas, January 7th, 2022. Responding to media questions about what seems to be a mobilization by political parties towards the 2023 round of national elections under the disputed 1999 Constitution, co-convener and coordinating secretary of the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, Tony Nadi, wrote as follows. Knowing what we know now about the fraud of 1999, enacted by Decree Number 24 of 1999 and christened the 1999 Constitution, and seeing the monumental failures of the Nigeria erected upon the rickety foundation of that fraud, as well as the mind-boggling miseries of Nigeria trapped in what has become a union of death, it is most obdurate to continue the construction of Nigeria on the basis of that constitution, which has been repudiated and rejected countrywide. Those still planning to go to another round of national elections in 2023 under the fraudulent of 1999 Constitution are actually compounding the treason initiated by Abdulsalam Abubakar and his confederates in 1999, and are therefore the worst enemies of their own people. As they continue to defy the will of their people and undermine the sovereignty of their people, they will soon find themselves on a head-on collision with those who are being killed, impoverished, and enslaved under that constitution. We must now formally halt the preparations for any further renewal of our damnation in 2023 by way of another round of national elections under that caliphate-imposed engine of fraud called the 1999 Constitution. We must now go into a transitioning process to undertake the orderly decommissioning of the defeated 1999 Constitution and the distillation of fresh constitutional protocols dictated by the self-determination imperative for Nigeria's constituent components as ratified by referendums. This would be in a two-stage process that begins with regional self-determination referendums to either recommit or opt out of the failed and unworkable union defined by the 1999 Constitution. Depending on the outcome of the aforementioned regional referendums in the first stage, it is in the second stage that the question of negotiating or drafting another federating constitution would arise. All political parties in Nigeria must be told in clear terms that the issues confronting Nigeria and Nigerians now cannot be resolved by elections, since the winners of any further elections under the 1999 Constitution must swear to and govern by that Constitution. They cannot, therefore, be allowed to frame the grave issue of existential threats confronting the peoples of Nigeria at this time as capable of being resolved by the emergence of one party or the other in power after another election ritual in 2023. The 5-point proposition of the December 16, 2020 Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure, activated by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, provides a clear, comprehensive, time-bound framework for the immediate undertaking the inevitable grand reconfiguration of the failed Lugodian of the 1914. Anything outside calling of the voyage to 2023 and the commencement of the remediation anchored on the sovereignty of the constituent components of Nigeria within the context of the self-determination Imperative for those constituent components is an invitation to the unceremonious collapse of the rickety union. This is written by Tony Nadi, January 7, 2022, and is being read by Dr. Augusta Anosike. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberty. The voice of the peoples in the Lower Niger Territory. Today, we look into some current affairs. As we all know that Nigeria, as currently constituted, is supposed to be a secular state. But in practice, it is very far away from the reality. The 1999 imposed constitution is a master slave document, and that makes it a monster. And it has become toxic to the indigenous peoples. And the peoples in the Alliance territory are saying that 1999 constitution must be decommissioned. Christians are relegated to the back seat as infidels and slaves. So, we want to roll out some facts that most of the strategic positions and appointments are controlled by the Northern Fulani Muslims. And the examples abound. Number 1. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Senate President is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Speaker of the House is a Muslim, but from the south. The Deputy Speaker of the House is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Secretary to the Government of Federation is a Northern man. The INEC Chairman is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief Justice of Nigeria is a Sharia lawyer, a Fulani Northern Muslim. The President, Court of Appeal, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. EFCC Chairman is a Fulani Northern Muslim. President, Federal High Court, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. National Security Advisor is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Army Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Air Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Staff is a Northern Muslim. The Comptroller General of Customs is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Defense Minister is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Managing Director, Nigerian Post Authority, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Managing Director, NDIC, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller General Immigration, Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller, Nigerian Correctional Center, Prisons, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller, Fire Service, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Director General, NYSC, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. In addition to the above, the highest looters are found in the north, mostly Fulani Muslims. The richest in Africa, Aliko Dangote, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. 85% of petroleum marketers is a Northern Muslim, maybe dominated by the Fulanis. 80% of oil block owners is a Fulani Northern Muslims. 99% of Almajiris are in the north, mostly the Fulanis. Highest rate of girl-child marriage are in the north and practiced mostly by the Fulani Muslims. The fourth world most deadliest terror group is the Fulani herdsmen, Fulani jihadists in the north. Boko Haram is a terrorist group controlled by the Fulani Northern Muslim. They are killing Christians and moderate Muslims in the north. Fulani herdsmen and Fulani militia are terrorizing farmers and Christians, mainly in the north and in the Middle Belt and South. 90% of Nigeria's past presidents and heads of states are Fulani Northern Muslim. Nigerian membership of OIC was arranged by the Fulani Northern Muslim. The poorest states and the educationally backward areas are in the north, controlled by Fulani Northern Muslim. Fulani are culturally nomads. 2023 general elections is another game they plan to play against the South and Middle Belt regions of Nigeria, otherwise known as NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. They urge you to obtain PVC plastic cards while they hold all the money and AK-47 and AK-49 to control your lives, assets, and sovereignties once you vote them in. So, why should you allow yourselves in the South and Middle Belt regions to keep empowering the Fulani Caliphate domination by participating in the general elections that renew the life of the same Caliphate imposed 1999 fraudulent constitution? This is a big problem that needs an urgent solution. So, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, has offered a legitimate non-violent strategy, and it is a movement of the owners of the land. You in the Middle Belt, you in the Southwest, and you in the Lower Niger territories are urged to join NINA's movement today and exercise your inalienable right to self-determination. Power belongs to the people. Power belongs to the people. Join the movement today and say no to 2023 general election. Say no to 2023 general elections. For more information, visit the websites www.ninasvoice.org and www.lowernigercongress.org. Thank you for listening, and tune in always and listen to Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberation from enslavement. Apparently, it is your voice of liberty.
For delivering uncolored report on the NSAS shooting at Lekki on October 20th, 2020, members of the panel are now getting essentially targeted by agents of Nigerian government. They are being unfairly persecuted already just for coming out with their report that heavily indicted the government of liars. Since the submission of the NSAS panel report to the governor of Lagos State on November 15th, 2021, members of the panel have become subject of vicious attacks by those suspected to be agents of the government. All manner of allegations have been heaped upon panel members, some of whom have been called unprintable names. I can confirm that no member of the panel lobbied to be appointed into the panel. As a matter of fact, in my own case, His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, appealed to me to accept my appointment, which I saw as a call to national service. The primary reason the governor gave to me then was that he wanted men and women of integrity, independent and not subject to manipulation, to be on the panel. Just today, my attention has been drawn to an interview by a senior counsel to the Lagos State government to the effect that panel members collected bribe in the course of the assignment. It is unfair, ungodly, and least expected of the government and its lawyers. The Lagos State government asked for 2 weeks to enable it to release a white paper on the report submitted to it by the panel, and we have been waiting, but it would seem that the Lagos State government has now unleashed mindless propaganda upon panel members, whilst at the same time asking for restraint from the general public. I have in my custody certified true copies of all proceedings of the panel and all exhibits tendered before the panel in respect of the Lekki 2 Gate investigation. I urge the government to call its agents and lawyers to order so as not to provoke aggravated responses. It is unfair to seek to denigrate people's hard-earned reputation on account only that they accepted to render selfless service at the behest of government. If the government and its agents are not restrained from attacking others, nothing stops us from defending our integrity. I should not become a victim of unwarranted attack just because I accepted to serve the government and the outcome of that assignment did not favor the expectations of the government. Suffice it to mention that I worked with men and women of unblemished integrity and am proud to be associated with them all. I therefore appeal to His Excellency the Governor of Lagos State, Sanwo-Olu, to call all agents of state to order and keep to his promise to us to release a white paper within 2 weeks and to send the unedited report of the panel to the National Economic Council. Signed by Ebun Olu Adegboruwa, SAN, Lagos, Lekki, Lagos, November 18, 2021. And so Nigeria now will resort to attacking the panel members like they didn't deliver the kind of manipulated report they were most likely hoping for. The report has turned out to be a huge embarrassment to the government, to the military, to the police, to the federal government and their agents, especially Lai Mohammed and the rest of them who has been in denial, lying and continuing in their lying ways. So, here is a panel member now coming public, exposing the hypocrisy that is the Nigerian system. That system that is condemned never to work well. Very sad. Sucks to be Nigeria.
Nigerian Union dispute. The folly of building on a rickety constitutional foundation by Tony Nadi, Ninas, January 7th, 2022. Responding to media questions about what seems to be a mobilization by political parties towards the 2023 round of national elections under the disputed 1999 Constitution, co-convener and coordinating secretary of the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, Tony Nadi, wrote as follows. Knowing what we know now about the fraud of 1999, enacted by Decree Number 24 of 1999 and christened the 1999 Constitution, and seeing the monumental failures of the Nigeria erected upon the rickety foundation of that fraud, as well as the mind-boggling miseries of Nigeria trapped in what has become a union of death, it is most obdurate to continue the construction of Nigeria on the basis of that constitution, which has been repudiated and rejected countrywide. Those still planning to go to another round of national elections in 2023 under the fraudulent of 1999 Constitution are actually compounding the treason initiated by Abdulsalam Abubakar and his confederates in 1999, and are therefore the worst enemies of their own people. As they continue to defy the will of their people and undermine the sovereignty of their people, they will soon find themselves on a head-on collision with those who are being killed, impoverished, and enslaved under that constitution. We must now formally halt the preparations for any further renewal of our damnation in 2023 by way of another round of national elections under that caliphate-imposed engine of fraud called the 1999 Constitution. We must now go into a transitioning process to undertake the orderly decommissioning of the defeated 1999 Constitution and the distillation of fresh constitutional protocols dictated by the self-determination imperative for Nigeria's constituent components as ratified by referendums. This would be in a two-stage process that begins with regional self-determination referendums to either recommit or opt out of the failed and unworkable union defined by the 1999 Constitution. Depending on the outcome of the aforementioned regional referendums in the first stage, it is in the second stage that the question of negotiating or drafting another federated constitution would arise. All political parties in Nigeria must be told in clear terms that the issues confronting Nigeria and Nigerians now cannot be resolved by elections, since the winners of any further elections under the 1999 Constitution must swear to and govern by that Constitution. They cannot, therefore, be allowed to frame the grave issue of existential threats confronting the peoples of Nigeria at this time as capable of being resolved by the emergence of one party or the other in power after another election ritual in 2023. The 5-point proposition of the December 16, 2020 Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure, activated by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, provides a clear, comprehensive, time-bound framework for the immediate undertaking the inevitable grand reconfiguration of the failed Lugodian of the 1914. Anything outside calling of the voyage to 2023 and the commencement of the remediation anchored on the sovereignty of the constituent components of Nigeria within the context of the self-determination imperative for those constituent components is an invitation to the unceremonious collapse of the rickety union. This is written by Tony Nadi, January 7, 2022, and is being read by Dr. Augusta Anosike. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Former Minister of Foreign Affairs Professor Bolaji Akinyemi yesterday argued that Nigerians would be disappointed if they were expecting the United States to treat the country the same way it treats Israel. Akinyemi was speaking against the backdrop of a threat by the United States to invoke the Lahi statute against Nigeria if there are established cases of human rights violations against the military and police, as opposed to its measured silence on alleged cases of similar breaches by the Israeli government. Now, this is my take here. If the case of Nigeria is to be compared with that of Israel, and then you consider the fact that Israel is fighting for her very existence against those that would want to destroy the country and wipe it off the map, it means that internally in Nigeria, Nigerians are faced with a very dangerous system whereby those in government are the enemies of Nigerians. And they are using the instrument of state to kill Nigerians who are demanding for the right leadership, who are demanding for respect for their own lives. So how do you compare the two? Anyway, Balaji Akinyemi continues. He said this during an interview on The Morning Show, a program monitored on Arise News Channel. This day's broadcast arm. The renowned professor of international affairs stated that the dynamics of the relationship between the United States government and those of Nigeria could not be compared. Some security experts recently described the development as a clear case of double standard, as the United States had said Nigeria risked arms embargo for alleged violation of the laws on armed conflicts in the fight against banditry, terrorism, and other forms of violence in different parts of the Federation. Speaking in an interview with CNN International after a tour of some African nations, including Nigeria recently, the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken had said that his country would apply the laws against Nigeria if the allegations were found to be credible. However, while being very critical of Nigeria, the United States was said to have vetoed over 50 United Nations Security Council UNSC resolutions critical of Israel since 1972. During the last escalation of violence between Israel and the Palestinians, the U.S. had, according to reports, stuck to same playbook, blocking a joint statement calling for an immediate ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Several resolutions condemning violence against Palestinian protesters and the illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank were also reportedly thwarted by the U.S. Of course, we also have laws in place. The Lehi Law, for example, that makes sure that if there are units that have committed abuses, we're not going to provide equipment to those units. If there is genuine transparency, accountability, and change that follows from these incidents and these abuses, I think that is very important, not only to our administration, it is also important to the U.S. Congress in making judgments about continuing to assist the security forces, Blinken had explained. But Akinyemi, during the interview, maintained that Nigeria would continue to be disappointed if it expected the same treatment given by the United States to Israel, stressing that the Jewish people in America are a very strong voice to be reckoned with. Again, here is my take. The Jewish people in the United States indeed are a voice to be reckoned with. Are the Nigerians in the United States voice for Nigeria, or they are actually exposing the crimes of the Nigerian government against the people of Nigeria? See the difference? The difference is so clear. The voices that are now coming out, Nigerian voices, are on side with the people of Nigeria, the indigenous people. They are the ones that were protesting in the U.S. and Nigeria went to recruit foreigners, paid demonstrators to counter the genuine aspirations of Nigerians at the UN. He said, look, you will only break your heart if you expect the United States to treat you the way it treats Israel. This is not hate speech on my part. I know better than to do that. But Jewish voters in the United States are very, very critical to the electoral success, especially in presidential elections. And there is no presidential candidate and no administration that goes out of its way to antagonize Israel or to do anything that may be perceived by the Jewish voters as being inimical to Israeli interests. They have a powerful voice in the media, which they will be prepared to use. I wouldn't mention names, so there will be no ad hominem attacks on my part. But there are powerful voices. There is one of the global media in the United States which work for Jewish interest, public interest organizations. They won't put it out there. But if you go and look at their profile, which would have been removed, so you would think that they are neutral, whereas they are not neutral. Like hawks looking after its chicks, those voices are looking out for Israeli interests. Akinyemi argued that Israel remained one of the few countries in the world that can afford to be rude to America without serious repercussions. Reason why a former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was rude to former President Barack Obama, who was perceived as not being pro-Israel enough. So there is no basis for you to try to differentiate between American attitude to Nigeria and American attitude towards Israel. That difference is very, very clear, he explained. He said it was a positive move by the Biden administration to remove Nigeria from the list of countries that muffle religious freedom, in line with the new American government's branding of being seen as highly democratic. He stressed that the State Department of the United States had probably found out that the terrorists were killing both Muslims and Christians in the north, reason the country's name was removed from the list of countries of particular concern, CPC. Everybody can see that that churches, mosques, reverend fathers, students in Christian schools as well as students in Muslim schools are all being brutalized, he stated, but added that there is not a doubt that there were religious issues in Nigeria. What the department is probably saying is that we share equally the sufferings of the two religious groups that we have, he posited. On pledges made by the United States during the African tour, he said, "Recall what I said earlier, which is that Americans are first-class speech writers and you've got to deconstruct what you're talking about for the real meaning of what they are saying." However, he said that Nigeria remained an important voice in Africa, stressing that despite the battery Nigeria's economy has received, the country cannot be ignored. Nigeria is self-destructive. There is no two way about it. Nigeria is a country at war against itself. Current government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari is the #1 enemy of Nigeria, because they are working overtime to set the country on fire, while thinking that they are flexing, that they are fighting to remain relevant.
Waging an insurgency to try to overthrow the government and rid the country of Christians. Now human rights groups are asking the White House to stop the carnage. After losing ground in Syria and Iraq, the top general of U.S. Special Operations Command in Africa is warning that Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and other Islamic terror groups are now trying to take over parts of the continent's most populous nation. Major General Dagvin Anderson says Muslim terrorists have set their sights on Nigeria's southern and northwestern regions, and the U.S. is now sharing specific intelligence with the country.
So this intelligence sharing is absolutely vital, and we stay fully engaged with the government of Nigeria to provide them an understanding of what these terrorists are doing.
Their goal? Eventually turn Nigeria into a Muslim country and force Christians, who make up half the country's population, to either leave or convert.
Christians are in the eye of the target, and they're coming after them.
And the numbers are staggering. August 6th, Muslims stormed 4 remote Christian villages in Kaduna State, killing 22 villagers. July 24th, 21 dead, scores injured, and several Christian homes destroyed by militants. July 19th, 19 people killed when assailants armed with guns and machetes attacked a wedding reception. And the list goes on. Leading human rights groups say what's going on in Nigeria is a genocide.
If you look at what's happened on the last 20 years, George, it's just massive number of attacks against Christians. Look, 50 to 70,000 have been murdered.
For years, the main terror group was Boko Haram, which seeks to overthrow the government here and create an Islamic state.
They go after Christians and moderate Muslims. They push a hard-line Muslim agenda. It is their intention to establish a caliphate and to just rid all of Nigeria and West Africa of any Western influence whatsoever.
Now, there's a new actor on the scene. in Nigeria's so-called Middle Belt region, where the Muslim north meets the Christian south. A terror group made up of Muslim Fulani herders are killing thousands of Christians. More than 1,400 Christians were hacked to death in just the first 7 months of 2020 by Fulani herders.
Unfortunately, the secular media are quite often biased and trying to present this as a tribal conflict rather than religious.
Nigeria's president, a Muslim, has so far done very little to stop the bloodshed. His police and army are also mostly made up of Muslims.
The attackers are never captured. They are not prosecuted. The security services respond very slowly. A full day can go on with attacks happening and no security shows up. And frequently, the government officials will provide cover.
Helpless and vulnerable to almost daily attacks, leading Catholic bishops are now urging Nigerian Christians to defend themselves. Human rights groups are asking the White House to appoint a special envoy to help end the persecution of Christians in Nigeria.
Unless the world takes note and puts pressure, economic pressure, sanctions, visa bans on the officials who are responsible for this travesty and for not reining in the terror, then Nigeria will continue to be a bloodbath.
Meanwhile, King's Group is helping more than 3,000 Christians who lost their businesses, homes, farms or land to Boko Haram and Fulani militant attacks. International Christian Concern has created communal farms to give victims the opportunity to rebuild their lives.
When they get back to work, the family is fed, they have a future, the kids can go back to school. It's a restoration of hope. It really is. And it's much more than just economics. It's the whole community. It's all the parts of life, the emotional, the physical, the mental. It means a lot to them.
ICC and so many other groups trying to bring hope in the midst of all this devastation facing the Christians of Nigeria.
And they are doing it.
They are, absolutely.
Great story, George.
Thank you.
Coming up, new evidence.
Over 2.6 million Nigerians have been displaced from their homes, 37,500 gruesomely massacred in cold blood, 244,000 turned into refugees within a short period of time. This is reported by Gravitas. While our so-called elder statesmen gallivant all over town in the name of global peace talk. Wanting more and a better life for the indigenous peoples trapped within Nigeria enclave does not equate to dismemberment. Rather, we seek to lift ourselves as a people to become better nations, manage our resources better, while lending a helping hand to other surrounding nations who are willing to move forward and live a life that is commensurate to what is found in our other civilized parts of the world. Ahead of the enforcement phase of the sovereign will of the indigenous peoples of Nigeria, NINAS, join the Daughters of Truth talk show, an American-based Saturday talk show, as we continue to push forward the conversation that ought to have been taking place more than 100 years ago. Highlights of this show would be: how did we become so insecure? 2, how did we become neck deep in debt to the extent that our indebtedness is now 33.1 trillion naira or dollars? I don't even know. Now is the time for us to set our children on the path of true prosperity, give them sustainable development and a meaningful life. We want to join countries like Singapore to build a civil society, not a military one where citizens are butchered at the whims, fancies and caprices of one or two bloodthirsty demons who have the rule over our people. Those who think otherwise should please relocate elsewhere, for this is our land. Amen. It's on Saturday, December 18th, 2021. Time is 9:30 Texas Central Time, 10:30 a.m. New York Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Atlantic Time, which is Trinidad and Tobago, 4:30 p.m. local time in Nigeria, 3:30 p.m. London, 8:30 a.m. Mountain Time. Please join Daughters of Truth talk show through the link or the website on Facebook. Just Google Daughters of Truth, you'll find it. And it's also going to be on Lower Niger Radio and Impact Africa Television Network. Here's news carried by the South China Morning Post, one of the largest national circulating newspaper in China. It reports that China is making an offer to send security team to Nigeria. This is in continuation of China's effort to take over institutions and space in Nigeria, just like they have done to Sri Lanka, to Uganda, Zambia, and other countries, poor countries where they are, third world countries where they are going to set foot and spread their tentacles. The West African country has been battling a series of insurgencies, and China has expressed concern about its citizens. China is expressing concern about Chinese citizens in Nigeria, and as a result, they want to send their military advisors, their military people. It's about the institutions. Remember, they've been given loans that are not being paid for. Unpaid loans, loans that are not being serviced. That is a precursor to taking over institutions. That's what China is doing here. Military and security training is a long-established method for Beijing to enhance its influence in Africa. China has offered to send criminal investigation experts to Nigeria to help tackle the country's security problems. They love Nigeria, China. The Chinese ambassador, Kui Jianchun, disclosed the offer on Wednesday during an event at Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria to celebrate a Chinese-funded scholarship. China never gives you anything for free. No. China does not give you nothing without something in return. And they're going to finish Africa. Just like they did to Sri Lanka. They took over Sri Lanka as a seaport. The same evil China is opposing UN probe of Tigray abuses by the government in Ethiopia. That's the type of country China is. UN Human Rights Council meeting requested by UN voted to set up 3-member team to investigate alleged abuses in the Ethiopian civil war. Just weeks before, Foreign Minister Wang Yi reiterated Beijing's support for the Ethiopian government because they are getting contracts from them. Current government of Ethiopia gave China contract to build, one of the contracts to build rail line that ran from Addis Ababa to Djibouti, because at the departure of Eritrea, Ethiopia became landlocked. China built that rail line on loan, and they provided the workers too. China. Representatives from the Jaw nationality movement signed the resource control and self-determination. The Jaw ethnic group on Thursday became the first to sign the Niger Delta People's Charter on Resource Control and Self-Determination. The pact was signed on behalf of the Jaw indigents by His Royal Majesty King Frank Okiabe Agadagba X of Baraun Kingdom. The ceremony took place in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State Capital. A statement by Ovunda Eni, Niger Delta Congress spokesman, disclosed. Former President Nigeria Environmental Society (NES) Engineer Olu Anda Y. Ogosu Engineer Olu Andawayo Gosu, Rivers representative, signed the charter mid-November. A week earlier, Emeritus Professor Ebieberi Joe Alagoa, representing Bayelsa, gave his assent. The 88-year-old statesman lectured at the University of Lagos, UNILAG. The charter solicits over 70 signatures from Niger Delta nationalities, organizations, and the 6 South-South states. The document demands that oil and other natural resources be controlled by the people while pushing for exit out of Nigeria. It will be presented to the world on February 23rd, 2022, at the 55th anniversary of the Niger Delta Republic Declaration by the late Major Isaac Adakaboro. This is quote from Daily Post and reported by Wale Odonsi. Thank you for listening.
Addressed the press on the overall aim of the solemn assembly.
The map of Lower Niger, as can be found on their website, lowernigercongress.org, of 1885, showing how the peoples of the Lower Niger, the ethnic nationalities of the 11 states, to which Nigeria has fractured them, that map to be adopted as the geography of the territory we are discussing. The Ijo, the Shekiri, the Urobo, the Igbo, all of the ethnics in those 11 states, have adopted that map of 1885 as the formations in which they will relate henceforth. The second decision is that they have mandated a referendum. The solemn assembly has mandated a referendum of the people in which people, just like the Scottish referendum that happened recently, will be deciding whether they want to continue in this union of attrition that Nigeria has proved to be. There's also the mandate for wider consultations with the people ahead of that referendum by way of town halls and consultation with international stakeholders. The Assembly also decided that an asset protection and guarantee scheme be put in place immediately to take an inventory of the assets of the peoples of Lower Niger situated outside the Lower Niger, so as to avoid the experiences of 1970 in which they fled for their lives at the time genocide was being levied against them from other parts of the country. And in 1973, years after they were dislocated from their places of abode, the government of Nigeria by decree seized their assets, called it abandoned properties, and never returned to them. And today we are seeing a repetition of the threat by the same people who seized those assets, against them. Finally, the assembly also decided that a standing committee, an all-purpose standing committee, be put in place to discuss with those who might not have come here on a continuing basis, both local and international. I think we also decided that people from the lower Niger who, for some, either by appointment or election, will be required to come to form government or do government business in Abuja on behalf of the people of lower Niger from any part. The assembly mandated a recall for consultation. They must come home and discuss with the rest of the people, otherwise they will be there entirely on their own. It doesn't matter that some people are rejoicing that the elections have been held and winners emerging, whether by appointment or by election. If you are of the lower Niger and you are in Abuja to be part of the governance of that territory with the rest of Nigeria, we are requesting that you come home for consultation before you continue in that transaction.
Banners and placards by the ethnic delegations were unfolded, demanding an immediate referendum to determine their political future. The closing remarks and vote of thanks on behalf of the conveners was taken by veteran Niger Delta self-determination activist and head of the Ijaw National Delegation to the Assembly, Elder Chike Ogoriba.
This will be the last and final part of the three series of the Solemn Assembly recording. Adibio, Ijaw, all the nationalities were represented at the Solemn Assembly. Here's a very interesting article from Nigeria. A Catholic priest has just been sent on an indefinite leave of absence. He has just gotten suspended. Catholic priest gets suspended. A Catholic priest has been sent on an indefinite leave of absence by the leadership of the church over some discriminatory remarks. This, I understand, took place in Benin, in Edo State. The priest was said to have banned the use of Igbo songs and choruses in any of the church's activities at the Holy Trinity Church, Ewu Owa Berigbe in Ikorodu, Lagos State. Reverend Father James Anelu was said to have argued that the Igbo people tend to dominate the church everywhere you find them, and as such must be contained. Wow, this guy is better a politician than in the priesthood. So why don't he just resign immediately before the Catholic Church fire him? They should fire him immediately. The Catholic Church has suspended Reverend Father James Anelu, the parish priest of Holy Trinity Church, Ewowa Berigbe in Ikorodu, Lagos State. In Lagos State. The Punch reports that Reverend Father Anelu was suspended by the church leadership for banning Igbo songs and choruses in his parish. In a disclaimer, the Catholic Church of Lagos, Alfred Martins, directed Reverend Father Anelu to proceed on an indefinite leave of absence. This guy is a racist right inside the church. He does not represent Jesus or God or anything, whether it is the idol of Benin, he does not represent nothing. But he's a little racist. He's as guilty as the slave dealers, those who took our people by slave ships and put them in camps like slaves in chains. Those who threw our people in the ocean as they were taking them to the North Americas, to Europe and the Caribbean islands, even as far as to Australia. The Arabs, who did it? All of them. This guy is like them. The white people who did it, the Caucasians, the Europeans, the North Americans, they are exactly like this Mr. Anelu or whatever he's called. Yes. Sources said Anelu cited a case in his Benin diocese where Igbos dominated the activities of the church to the extent of securing a seat as bishop of the diocese. What is wrong with this guy? He reportedly claimed that the Spirit of God recognizes only the geographical languages of the parish. Can you imagine how people limit God, how people make God look so little? This guy is a little mind. He believes that God is only restricted to geographical languages of the parish. When you have a population that can follow in the song of worshiping God, well, what is this guy looking for? Is he of this world or the world that is to come? Is he having any hope of after this life? Like, why so racist? However, in a letter dated February 7th, 2022, Archbishop of the Lagos Diocese, Martin, said Anelu, it has come to the notice of the church that Anelu made some completely unacceptable comments about Igbo songs being sung in the church. If Igbo people cannot find the church as a place of sanctuary, what is the place of Ndibo in such churches? If the church cannot be a place of refuge for Ndibo as citizens, as tribe, as a nation, Ndibo are like more than 10 times the size of other smaller countries. The population of Ndibo is country in 10 times, like that. I can name countries: Monaco, Jamaica, Cuba, a lot of places, Fiji, a lot of places in the Caribbean islands. Their population are not 1/10 of Ndibo in Nigeria, including the territorial cover of Ndibo. Martin said that the unsavory remarks by Reverend Father Anelu do not represent the Catholic Church's position on the common brotherhood of peoples of all tribes and religions. Well, Catholic Church has done well by doing this, but they should relieve this guy of everything in the priesthood. He should be fired immediately. For this reason, he has been asked to proceed on an indefinite leave of absence to give an opportunity for a thorough investigation of all the matters relating to his ministry on the parish. This guy should be fired from every Catholic church location in the world, not just in Nigeria, so that he can go do something else and possibly repent, because he is not a person of the religion that he claims to be representing. The leave of absence takes effect from Tuesday, February 8, 2021, to your further notice. The Archbishop further urged all Catholic faithful to continue to hold on to their faith in God while worshiping the Almighty as one and happy family that cannot be separated by race, language, or culture. The Catholic Church took a good decision here, but they need to fire this guy. They need to fire him. The traditional materials seen in the viral photos are
What can you say about the recent increase in the electricity tariff?
Electricity tariff? It is appalling. That is the reason why I have been in a companions lacuna.
Wow.
Not a recapitulation. But let me tell you this, that it is Leka and Pongwatidos, that in a Lekotla, in an Imbisu, Flakidos, and innovative matters, we are excogitatedly ruminated. We also eat how the revidistical politicals move from budget disappearance to budget doctoration. Now, we are faced with a duplicating, exasperating, a reverberating and a homogeneous electricity tariff. And this tariff is imitating with a financial lobotomization. But I pray that this is not ignite a clamorous demonstration. Now, come to think of it, how dare they deplete the citizens of the ossiferous and vociferous modus vivendi? Enough of this vilification and solecism. This is execrably pugnacious, pestilential, and attenuating. Imagine the imbibition of the political rodomotives, which has kept us in an urgent humiliation. Why? Now, Nigeria is in a political somnambulism and molocution. Nigeria is in a financial and economic bantigism. Look at the way the game politics has become a pokeable. What a political holy-poly. What a political hoity-toity. What a political foodie-toody. What a political hocus-pocus they have come. What a political jabberwocky. What a political poppycock. What a political couple de call. Sir, with this concentration, I ask that you accept my pentination circumlocution. Accept my pentination circumabagos, gadulukans, and madulukans. But I will tell you this, I will not koto in their puru. Thank you. I will refuse to koto in their puru. Thank you.
Brief introduction of our Lower Niger Radio. Lower Niger Radio is the initiative of a few individuals who saw the necessity of enlightening and educating our peoples in the Lower Niger Territory on the urgent need to be part of this liberation project of all the ethnic nationalities that are entrapped in the union of death Nigeria has become for them. Following the events happening in Nigeria today and always, I am sure nobody is happy with Nigeria as currently constituted. However, the owners of their respective ancestral lands in the South and Middle Belt formed a strong alliance for the single purpose of self-determination. This alliance is called NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, which declared a constitutional force majeure, CFM, on the 16th of December 2020. NINAS has 3 blocks: the Lower Niger, the Yoruba, and the Middle Belt blocks. NINAS cannot be pensioned without connecting it to the Lower Niger Congress. So, seeing and recognizing the enormous good work the Lower Niger Congress had been doing all these years, these few individuals formed a media team to help the Lower Niger Congress bring these messages of hope, trust, and truth to all our peoples in our homeland. These peoples include Anang, Ibibio, Efik, Ishan, Ijaw, Idoma, Igbo, Kalabari, Bini, Itshekiri, Urobo, Obolo, Ogoni, Ogoja, Ugep, and so many others. Join us today and be part of the People's Revolutionary Movement for total freedom from the oppressive and brutal caliphate-imposed document called 1999 Fraudulent Constitution. Power belongs to the people. Lower Niger Radio is your voice of liberation. Brief introduction of our Lower Niger Radio. Lower Niger Radio is the initiative of a few individuals who saw the necessity of enlightening and educating our peoples in the Lower Niger Territory on the urgent need to be part of this liberation project of all the ethnic nationalities that are entrapped in the union of death Nigeria has become for them. Following the events happening in Nigeria today and always, I am sure nobody is happy with Nigeria as currently constituted. However, the owners of their respective ancestral lands in the South and Middle Belt formed a strong alliance for the single purpose of self-determination. This alliance is called NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, which declared a constitutional force majeure, CFM, on the 16th of December 2020. NINAS has 3 blocks: the Lower Niger, the Yoruba, and the Middle Belt blocks. NINAS cannot be pensioned without connecting it to the Lower Niger Congress. So, seeing and recognizing the enormous good work the Lower Niger Congress had been doing all these years, these few individuals formed a media team to help the Lower Niger Congress bring these messages of hope, trust, and truth to all our peoples in our homeland. These peoples include Anang, Ibibio, Efik, Ishan, Ijaw, Idoma, Igbo, Kalabari, Bini, Itshekiri, Urobo, Obolo, Ogoni, Ogoja, Ugep, and so many others. Join us today and be part of the People's Revolutionary Movement for total freedom from the oppressive and brutal caliphate-imposed document called 1999 Fraudulent Constitution. Power belongs to the people. Lower Niger Radio is your voice of liberation.
From the various states of the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, they come in honor of the invitation of the Ijaw National Congress to its program titled All Ijaw Summit.
The point of fact is that
expectedly, issues concerning the aspirations of the Ijaw nation dominate discussions on the theme, the Nigerian state and the Ijaw question.
What we have in our country today is a unitary system of governance and dressed in the borrowed robes of federalism. Not surprisingly, states and ethnic nationalities are increasingly clamoring for self-determination, or even in outright cases, secession. The ideal situation will be the devolution of powers from the center to the states. While it is my cherished hope that Nigeria will find reasons to coexist peacefully, equitably, and justly, we cannot believe that all is well. Gatherings such as this should actually prepare us for the eventuality.
A country called Nigeria.
The sub-themes are redefining the Nigerian state and the Ijaw people, the imperative of Ijaw quest for self-determination yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and reforms in Ijaw national polity, the need for self-introspection. The program ends with a communique.
The Ijaw nation and Ijaw people will no longer depend on the Nigerian state solely for the protection of their environment. To this end, an autochthonous Ijaw environmental protection strategy is evolved so as to leave behind a sustainable land for future generations.
The Ijaw nation takes a stand for self-determination.
We have resolved from this summit to employ and engage all peaceful, diplomatic, and non-violent means and pursuits to actualize our right to self-determination as a distinct people of common historical, linguistic, and cultural affinity and geographical contiguity. The Ijaw people shall stop at nothing to drive, to pursue this target of self-determination until it is achieved.
A common denominator among participants is the leaking wellhead of ITAO's OML 29, the pollution in Nembe, and the cry of the people.
Vadale Enige Ehaimo Edion Ikbea Ihuo Isenwuhan Iriwoto Sanrive Mejotuao Otunatioli NINAS Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination Nigerian Homonareo ono tunada wegi akoze nova de beale ose bo 2023 na ha bosibore my mo bobo beki shole olonu tunada wegi ebuni majana naturally Nigeria okidonki ebu omulu okolo da senyegbe emi ebe ahenya oria agboria memo meoria mi olokidoki ono tunani na sida wege ebare chabebu ne botioli constitution ole mane santioli ebuhi ye ebi omulu no oge ole vuole wala esa mata wege era de nyaura ono kukwole ola ka hia sibori so that do dia begi onorana ole oni constitutional ole ebuhina ola ka hia sibori ola ka hehen akwasegi aze alwe akoze ramde wege oge no riwi onebuhina me that time aba kwopano onebuhina wege mane nya oto naturally indigenous nationalities mamu ahu ni ihe Abuja niria nyama ogiva ge onebuhina maye tali maru bobo gi naze ni Abuja na nyama ge ebere woto ribegia igo efe no ruboto emioko igo humo na koko mayeri ahu ni na ni ame mali oru eke no ebuhi naturally constitutional bobaki no ma wako ta o ma mi gumada sikoko wege ma mu ahu no suma ma mu ni na ebe ma mo weke oto igo homo na mi mali oge mare ni na olezo no rubuto ogia ene doni go mu no rebegia ami bakia na ye anoru eke no buhi na wege ono gbebere ohi akigbolasa ma dagole ge ami bakia na ye igo na rekoko ma igo humu na rekoko igo na rekebe efe no rubuto amujo bi center natural Abuja eyego mu ewo gali onebuhi na natural constitution olere ahu na ndamege exie wara ala mi bakia na ye ogine iwege ma na mo boy gbe ma oda ka komunya asabo himegbe uwabe owaye kiale ewara sabo yonu wabe eye mi wena uha me fi woto ofiwoku uku mu fie gerebegia aya sabo na wujede aware wege nyage ma sabo na wujede ewa wo gboria aya sabo miole igwe kiri okoko awu moni egwana ro mu igoni na anone bi onebu hina oyeri ahu ni na oni na sita wege owake mare dro anya osas onu se na osacha sebirio oleda wege ukpede ni eneribi ugie uki igbeva alukpe nebocholi 2020 onu tunina sunanda wege onebuhi naturally constitutional okiki igbugen na abo onu ebo no sma actually Nigeria na igbugon ki na abo abadaki wo hiene na tare ina sabo arigbe na hia da odo de ka hion sole ase me ba lu onebuhi na igbugo ki na nya ni na si wege ebe omulu no ebe hoge no ole ada wege ase elu akoze ramde alwa kuze ina zeni oni bu bugena na no revu na ori na se revewo e mada wege okena remiege ayelwa kuze o bebe awada lo ni ma se yero ati alwa kuze o ona homo ni na se jere wa ha bosibo do egbe dam egbe fuware o mejo to ba o.
From the global lane, the dictator topping this year's list as the worst persecutor of Christians.
The regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
Most expensive Thanksgiving meal ever. Will Biden's infrastructure deal slow skyrocketing inflation?
The truth is, it's not fully paid for, and as a result, it will turn out to be inflationary.
Coming soon to the University of North Dakota, gender-neutral dormitories.
If a male identifies as a female, he could essentially be assigned a female roommate.
And transgender indoctrination.
The princess who came to your ball tonight was me.
And FBI terrorism tools used against parents. And it's all right here on the global lane. Where do Christians suffer the worst persecution in the world? China, Iran, Somalia? International Christian Concern has just unveiled its 2021 report on the top persecutors of the year. ICC lists 3 top persecutors this year: the worst country, worst group of persecutors, and the worst individual persecuting Christians. Well, joining us to discuss this year's list and to explain about what's happening around the world is ICC President Jeff King. Jeff, it's good to talk with you again. So let's get right into it. The worst country persecuting Christians this year. Surprise, it's not North Korea. Which country is it and why?
Well, yeah, Kim Jong-un, North Korea, it's always going to be a top performer, right? But what we looked at was like how many Christians are being killed presently. Is it a problem that's not addressed? We chose Nigeria. It's a surprise for a lot of people. But Gary, in the last 20 years, 100,000 Christians have been killed. 3 million plus Christians have had their lands, farms, homes stolen from them. And the government is part of the problem. So we chose Nigeria.
Well, I know a lot of people say Nigeria, that's just Fulani herdsmen and so forth, but it goes well beyond that. Tell us a little more.
Well, this is the problem. We work in Washington, D.C., and we're working with the government. And so that's the line that comes from the Nigerian government. They want to frame this as a conflict between farmers and herders. It's not a conflict. It's a one-sided war. It's a genocide against Christians. There's Boko Haram also, but the Fulanis have done much more damage. The Fulanis are going in. These are armed groups that go in and shoot up Christian villages and take their land. And what's going on is it's a war that never ends, is never addressed. The Nigerian military never goes after the attackers. There's no arrests, there's no battles, there's nothing. And the reason is that, look, Muslims are in control of the police, the army, and the intel agencies. So the whole security apparatus of Nigeria is controlled by the Muslims. And so the fix is in is the phrase. It's like it never gets fixed. It's never addressed. Nothing ever happens.
Okay, Jeff, let's move on then and discuss the worst group persecuting Christians this year. It's not Boko Haram or Al-Shabaab. Who is it? What are they doing?
Well, it's the Taliban. And Gary, look, the Taliban has been, torturing, murdering Christians for years. The problem is that now they are in control of a state, and they have a potent intel security apparatus set up by us, but now they're in control of it. They're calling Christian leaders. We know you. We're watching you. We're going to come get you. They're going door to door. And unfortunately, just this past 2 weeks, they grabbed the first Christian. And what happens is they'll torture him. They'll find out who the other Christians are he knows. And then if he won't turn back to Islam, they'll kill him. And there's going to be a whole bunch of that.
Well, a lot to pray about on that. Now, the worst government leader or person persecuting Christians, it's not Canada's Justin Trudeau for shutting down churches and arresting pastors during the COVID pandemic. So which government leader did you list as the top persecutor targeting Christians and why?
Well, you already nailed it. It's North Korea and it's Kim Jong-un. So either the country or he are going to show up in the top list. But look, the whole North Korean state exists to serve him and to keep him in power and the Kims in power. So we chose him as the individual doing the worst job against Christians, doing the most persecution against Christians. I think people know it, but look, if a Christian is caught with the Bible, if they're a real Christian, the regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
And of course, we know that you have to worship the leader there. Juche is their faith, and that's worship of their leadership. I know there are many other countries of concern, especially, let's say, India, where attacks against Christians are on the rise. Tell us what's happening there, Jeff.
Well, India is especially disturbing, Gary, because India has a constitution that guarantees religious freedom, and they have a tremendous track record. But what's happened is you have some hyper nationalists, some fundamentalist Hindus that have gained control. The Prime Minister Modi, is a radical Hindu. His party, the BJP, these are radical Hindus. They believe quite fervently that India is only for Hindus, and in India and Hinduism are fused, and there's no room for anybody else, and they're doing everything they can to slowly strangle Christianity. You won't hear it from his lips. He's a smart politician. Listen to the BJP leaders, listen to his leaders in the party. You'll hear it quite clearly. They're not shy about it.
And Jeff, I know China and Pakistan, those are always places of concern. And you've been to many of these countries. You've met with many persecuted believers around the world. Which country really is driving you to your knees in prayer right now? Maybe what one should we keep our eyes on?
Well, I pray for Nigeria constantly. We do a lot of work with the victims there. The 3 million plus that have already lost everything. Their homes have been stolen. 70 to 100,000 killed. The government is part of the problem, because just like you said, the government says this is just herders and farmers. It's a conflict. It's nothing but, and they are complicit in the attacks on Christians.
Okay, I know that you're hoping this report will put more pressure on these governments to affect change. Jeff King, president of International Christian Concern. Thank you, Jeff, for sharing your time and insights. We appreciate you and the work you're doing.
Love you guys and what you're doing, Gary. Thank you so much.
God bless. If you're traveling over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house this Thanksgiving, or if you're staying home and preparing a meal, you and Granny will need more cash in your wallet for purchasing Thanksgiving food items. According to The Balance, you'll be spending 21% more this Thanksgiving than you did in 2020. And here are some cost increases to note for feeding a gathering of about 10 people. Potatoes, up more than 8%.
On the recent call by one of the conveners of Bring Back Our Girls, Aisha Yesufu, that Muhammadu Buhari should be chased out of Asharok. Here's Tony Nadi's reaction to that call. Buhari is merely one of the most poignant symptoms of the deadly element we must find immediate cure for. It will be a strategic error to expend the scarce energies required to extinguish the source of the deadly element on just one of the many symptoms. That element is the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution. The remedy lies in taking down the instrument itself, not in trying to oust one of the many evils it enables. Aisha Yusuf is one of the champions of Bring Back Our Girls hoax that foisted Buhari on us all in 2015. She still hasn't found the discipline to learn about what the fundamental problems are with the Nigeria Union, but she is prescribing an ignorant solution that does not scratch even the surface of the problem, and the energies required to embark on that wild goose chase is the same energies required to drive the final push to and past the finish line of the proper solution. So it's the Constitution of 1999 that we should be going for. Once that is dealt with, every other thing will be looked after. Target the head of the octopus and the tentacles will be destroyed. Part 2. With great blessing comes great responsibility, by J.D. Greer. Africa is very blessed. However, Africans are some of the poorest citizens of this world. There seems to be nothing for Africans in Africa, as Africans are all migrating out of Africa. For over 400 years, it's either Africans are being stolen from Africa as slaves, or hardship is forcing them out of their land as self-made slaves. It takes two to tango. This weekend, as we continue to look at the several tentacles used to enslave and hold us down, it will be wise for us to find out if Africans played any role in their enslavement and predicament. What have we done with the blessings of Africa? Why have Africans not felt the blessings of Africa? Why haven't we kept our promises to one another? We allow social injustice, gender inequality, and discrimination to limit our potentials as a continent. We also allowed wickedness and lack of mercy eat deep into the fabric of our society, to the extent that those on top do everything possible to make sure those below do not make it up, while those below do everything possible to pull those on top down to their level. And people now prefer to jump to the top overnight rather than go through a process. That is Saturday, December the 4th, 2021. 9:30 a.m. Texas Central Time, 10:30 a.m. New York Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Atlantic Time, 4:30 Homeland, 3:30 p.m. GMT, 8:30 a.m. Mountain Time. Please join the Daughters of Truth talk show through the link and media outlets below. It's www.facebook.com/events. It's also available on YouTube or Lower Niger Radio 24/7. You can Google www.youtube.com/channel.
Nigeria nationhood, cohesion, do we have one? I know we don't have one. Nigeria is still yearning for nationhood after her independence since 1960. Perhaps one of the greatest fault lines we have is the way itself by which we came together, cobbled together by Lord Lugard on the 1st of January 1914. Perhaps one of the the strongest fault lines is the way we were even named when we were formerly called Royal Niger Company Protectorates. And one young lady felt that name was too long. And she wrote an article in the London Economic Times on the 8th of January 1897. I said we should call that country, that area around the Niger area, which was how we came by the name Nigeria. We didn't really agree that we were going to be one country. The Berlin West African Conference of about 1844 to 1845 merely partitioned West Africa amongst the Portuguese, the Germans, the English people, and all that. So it was not as if we agreed to come together as one nation, which is why everyone is still suspicious of the other one. We already had the Hausa city-states, the Igbo city-states, the Karen Bonu Empire. Remember, we had great kingdoms, the Oyo Empire, the Benin Empire. Remember the great role of Oba Ovorami Nogbaise, the man who told the British, don't visit Benin during that holy month in December of 1897. And the British said they must visit. And of course, the guards who were in charge of the moat seized them and killed them. That was what led to the infamous Benin punitive expedition of 1898, February, led by a British who led 1,200 troops. Didn't we know about people like great kings like Oba or like King Jaja of Opobo? They were already there. Moremi, Queen Idia. So we had our set ways of life, and we were happy before the British came with their mercantilism, holding the Bible in one hand, and of course, slave trade on the other hand. a trade that was to ravage us for over 500 years before people like William Wilberforce, Thomas Clarkson, even our own Olaudah Equiano stepped in. And before the great American, Abraham Lincoln, on the 19th of November, 1863, abolished slave trade, for which, of course, he was promptly executed in 1865. So the problems have been there. That is why no Nigerian believes I am a Nigerian. If you ask me, I will say I'm from Ijukwe, a small village near Agenibode, in Esako, East Local Government Area of Edo State. Because unlike what President Kennedy once told the Americans, think not of what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Nigerians ask themselves, what has Nigeria done for us that we are in turn expected to do much for her? That is why go around Abuja or Lagos or any city in Nigeria on Sundays and you see the various town unions, because the people believe more in their town unions, in their village enclaves, than that contraction called Nigeria, which is practicing unitarism rather than federalism. And my bishop brother narrated the history very well. The American Revolution, the independence of 1776, and of course, the Philadelphia Convention between May and September 1787, where they decided to have a more perfect union with 50 confederates coming together. They were already confederates, but they needed to have a more perfect union. It was that convention, at that convention, that they agreed on certain irreducible minimums of government: federalism, presidentialism, the doctrine of separation of powers, which had earlier in 1748 been popularized by the great French philosopher Baron de Montesquieu. It was at that conference or convention they agreed on the doctrine of judicial review. It was at that conference that Washington himself was thrown up, who became the first president of America. It was at that conference you had the great federalists like Alexander Hamilton, John James, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison. Great Americans that wrote the American Constitution, which today had just about 27 amendments and about 7,891 words. Unlike our Constitution, which is as big as a briefcase and is unworkable because it is not the people's constitution. Now, what happened at that conference is that the people decided to come together to believe in a document, in a constitution, which was people-driven. After the 50 states came together, 36 states, and then subjected it to a referendum. So I've always asked the question, why is Nigeria, why are we afraid of that word referendum when we hear of a referendum, plebiscite? Didn't we do it here at least in 1963 on the 10th of August when the Midwest region was separated from the Western region to become the fourth region in Nigeria? So referendum is not something we should be afraid of. The process by which a constitution comes into being is even more important than the contents of that constitution, which is why Nigeria derived the present constitution of 1999, that is actually decree number 24 of 1999. So the American Constitution was people-driven, unlike the Nigerian Constitution that was a militarily imposed constitution. It can never enjoy the legitimacy, the credibility, the believability, and the autonomy of the people, because it is not autonomous. It is not people-driven. So Egypt did it. They had their own constitution. Iraq, Iran, after a referendum, Kenya, South Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, Eritrea. Why can't we have our own constitution? It is not that it will solve all the problems, but it will be the beginning of the solution to the problems, so that mutual respect will come in. We cannot have national cohesion in a state of inequity, in a state of social injustice, in a state of religious intolerance, in a state or a situation where some people believe they are born to rule and others are born to serve as clappers and as hewers of wood and drawers of water. Let me end, sir. Since you are warning me, the way late MKO Abiola put it, I always like to mimic him. Great Nigerian who won the presidency but was murdered and he never reigned for one day. He said, you cannot begin to talk about peace. There are different types of peace. In fact, the most peaceful place on earth is the graveyard, the cemetery. But that is not the kind of peace we want. The kind of peace we are talking about is peace that is imbued with social justice, egalitarianism, mutual respect, religious tolerance, ethnic tolerance. That is the kind of peace we are talking about. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
From the various states of the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, they come in honor of the invitation of the Ijaw National Congress to its program titled All Ijaw Summit.
The point of fact is that
Expectedly, issues concerning the aspirations of the Ijaw nation dominate discussions on the theme, the Nigerian state and the Ijaw question.
What we have in our country today is a unitary system of governance.
That's the governor of Bayelsa State.
And dressed in the borrowed robes of federalism.
Do
Not
your daily
surprisingly,
speaking.
States and ethnic nationalities are increasingly clamoring for self-determination.
God bless you.
Or even in outright cases, secession.
Thank
the
you.
An ideal situation will be the devolution of powers from the center to the states.
There you
While
go.
it is my cherished hope that Nigeria will find reasons to coexist peacefully, equitably, and justly, we cannot believe that all is well. Gatherings such as this should actually prepare us for the eventuality.
The country called Nigeria.
The sub-themes are redefining the Nigerian state and the Ijaw people, the imperative of Ijaw quest for self-determination yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and reforms in Ijaw national polity, the need for self-introspection. The program ends with a communique.
the Ijaw nation and Ijaw people will no longer depend on the Nigerian state.
That's Professor Benjamin Ogaba,
For the protection of their environment.
President of the Ijaw National Congress.
To this end, an autochthonous Ijaw environmental protection strategy is evolved so as to leave behind a sustainable land for future generations.
The Ijaw nation takes a stand for self-determination.
We have resolved from this summit to employ and engage all peaceful, diplomatic, and non-violent means and pursuits to actualize our right to self-determination as distinct people of common historical, linguistic, and cultural affinity and geographical contiguity. The Ijaw people shall stop at nothing to drive, to pursue this target of self-determination until it is achieved.
Amen.
A common denominator among participants is the leaking wellhead of ITAO's OML 29, the pollution in Nembe, and the cry of the people. Ovietime George, Arise News.
The leakage is continuing and nothing is being done about it. The leakage in Nembe is ongoing. You can see the pipe leaking. Nobody is doing anything about it. Meanwhile, a northerner, Aminu Seira, wrote the following about the South. The Igbo people need to follow exactly what the Ijaw people are doing. We need to follow through with it. Ndi Igbo through Ohaneze needs to come out and make our position known. We're not interested in the next 2023 election. We're not interested in who becomes the president of a dysfunctional country, Nigeria. But we're interested in having a referendum to help us find out from our people whether they want to remain in Nigeria or they want to remain outside of Nigeria. This is what our people are clamoring for, not who becomes the next president of Nigeria. The president of Nigeria would do no Igbo any good. It may make a few people billionaires in Naira or dollars, but that's how far it can go. You will still be in jail under the 1999 Constitution if your neighbor, if your town's guy becomes the president. It doesn't change anything about your future, anchored on the 1999 Constitution. Now, this is what this Northerner had to say against the South. Notice how he addressed it, the Southerners. No Southerner will smell the seat of the president in this country again. Politics is a game of number, not by education or derogatory comments, says Aminu Seira. We are just watching the actions of the Southerners against the Northerners without taking any decision, without taking any decisive action against them, because we know where we are waiting for them. The North is telling the South that they have the population. Maybe they are counting the suns in the desert to outnumber the South, but we're not interested in the election. We're interested in a referendum that will happen before we even get far. That they are focusing on something else. So he says no Southerner will smell the seat of president in this country again. Politics is a game of number, not by education or derogatory comments. We have the number and we are at liberty to decide who becomes the next president of this country. We've watched Southerners humiliate, insult, abuse, kill, and torture our people, and as well destroy the means of livelihood of our people, doing their legitimate business in the South. In all of this, we never revenge because we know, wow, the Northerners are master of liars. These are the people that has been beheading people, destroying businesses and houses and lives across the North. When something happens in Europe, Christians in Nigeria get killed by Islamic extremists and terrorists in Nigeria, in Arewa, Nigeria. These people killed an old lady in Kano just a few years ago. They killed a teacher in Bauchi for removing Quran in the hands of a student that was using it to cheat in an exam. They killed that teacher, a Yoruba lady. Now they are telling us that they don't do nothing to the South. Wow. Anyway. Any Southerner planning to contest the presidential position of this country will receive the highest humiliation and embarrassment he has never seen all through his life. These people hate us with passion, including our religion, and you don't expect us to allow them rule us. This is in line with Ahmadu Bello's position that the South must be treated as a conquered territory, with the minority in the North as their slaves to do whatever they wish, and never allow the South to have the rule over them. That's what this guy, Aminu Seira, is repeating here. We are meant to be at the top, not beneath, right from the origin of this country. We've not been defeated in an election, and it won't happen in 2023. They should continue destroying their region with sit at home while we are planning ahead of them come 2023. If the South does not follow through with what the judges did, I mean particularly Southeast, Ndibo must follow through and make their position known in Nigeria. Ndibo, we are not interested in any further election about who rules Nigeria. There is future beyond Nigeria. There is future beyond present Nigeria that is not working. There is something better. That is what Ndibo should be suing for, not who becomes the next president of a dysfunctional country. Ndibo must not die because of Nigeria, but Ndibo can live outside of Nigeria. Outside current arrangement that is not working. A hijacked arrangement. Nigeria, as presently constituted and administered, is a rogue country, worse than North Korea. Worse than North Korea. I mean, North Korea even have road. Whether it's few, it doesn't matter, but they have road. Maybe there are not much cars on it, but they have road. Their electricity may be epileptic, but it's better than that of Nigeria. Referendum is loading. Referendum, multi-regional referendum is loading.
Notes on the self-determination goal of the NINA's campaign and the formations for the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignty. NINA Secretariat, December 2, 2021. As we advance towards the terminal stages of the processes for the reinstatement of self-determination and sovereignty to the peoples of the NINA's alliance territories, South and Middle Belt, trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, whose sovereignties are currently suppressed and subsumed under the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria, erected by fiat upon the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. It has become necessary to once more shed some light on the formations in which the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignties are being undertaken. From the onset, as can be verified by a review of all our public communications documents, including audiovisuals over the years, the goal of the entire intervention we have driven since 1999 as PRONACO, MNN, and NINAS had always been to deliver the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria back to them. Subject to referendums and plebiscites, the formations in which the sovereignties will be pursued and taken back are also clearly articulated, hence the maps that accompany our propositions at each stage. Prior to the emergence of the NINAS map, which shows a 4-block internal delineation, the MNN map of Nigeria, broken into 4 blocks, has been in the public domain since the 2007 court suit challenging the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. The 4-block map represents the formations in which the inevitable union reconfiguration that would follow the demise of the irreversible 1999 Constitution is being discussed and undertaken, all the way to referendums and plebiscites. Just like the question of geographical formations for aggregating, the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocks in the NINAS alliance will also be determined by the referendums and plebiscites. The two questions, that is, geographical formations and degree of autonomy, can consolidate for resolution in the one referendum or plebiscite. These notes of clarification became necessary as a response to what seems like a confusion, real or contrived, regarding the formations in which the peoples of each bloc in the NINAS alliance will step into their freedom when the bondages of unitarism and suzerainty, masquerading as Nigeria, are broken, as well as the degree of autonomy represented by the self-determination being sought on their behalf by NINAS and its constituent components. All other arrangements regarding relationships between the various blocs in the NINAS alliance will be undertaken in freedom and self-determination, meaning that such arrangements will be determined strictly by agreements freely reached by the blocs, not by fiat or any form of imposition. May we request that those who understand these clarifications to please explain to others who may not. It is an important part of the liberation campaign to educate and enlighten the people seeking the liberation as it has become clear to us that the ignorance of most of our people has been a great obstacle to our path to freedom, and that ignorance is being exploited by sundry mischief makers for all kinds of purposes, including quick gains.
Here is a post shared by Simon Okube Ekwi, and it sounds very prophetic and appears to be on its way to fulfillment unless Nigerians, and by this I mean Southern and Middle Belt, wakes up and do the needful now. The target goal is not to stop people from voting. The goal is for you to run your campaign in your region, in your block, in such a way that your politicians are compelled to close shop. You sensitize your people enough, and to the extent that the people and or through their priests, pastors, traditional rulers, lawyers, NGOs, social influencers, in the marketplace, I add, start calling for multi-regional referendums in place of the Fulani INEC validation of the 1999 repudiated constitution, which opens the massacre gate. If for any reason 2023 holds, like people were warned in 2015 and 2019, but they stubbornly followed deception, the harvest of blood will continue and Fulanization and the jihadi agenda will continue. However, those of us who believe in and ardently supporters of Lower Niger Congress and Nina's proposition will continue our work. Just like Kodesa did in South Africa, remember Noah continued to build the ark despite the mockery from those who did not believe that horrendous rainfall, which is full Fulanization and Islamization, will come one day. And that flood did come. It did come. Only those that made it into the ark got saved. I must add that. Another example from history. Britain hates Igbos so much because of their stubbornness and the tough time they gave them while trying to stop colonization. For example, they tagged the 1966 coup, Igbo coup, as a setup and strategy to whip Ndigbo. Ndigbo lost nothing less than 3.5 million plus 2 million children starved to death. The aim was to wipe the entire Igbo race. Did they succeed? All that has happened, Ndigbo received all that whipping, still receiving, but is what Ndigbo warned the rest of Nigeria not happening now? I mean, look at the killings going on across the Middle Belt. Look at Kaduna. Indigenous Christians who are actually the owners of entire Kaduna, some of them are now making excuses for the Fulani as the Fulani are killing their people and taking over their lands. That's the most tragic one. Just like Ndigbo that sabotaged the war on the side of Nigeria. And those sabotaging it today by killing our people and locking down our places in the name of an imaginary, elusive Biafra that doesn't exist, only in their emotional mind life. That warning and campaign is on again now. Some people, rather than sit down to study and understand this almighty and all-encompassing strategy for the indigenous people's self-determination, have again chosen to distract others with trivialities. Others think Tony Nnadi Esquire, the attorney, is their headache. When the real rainfall starts, everyone will perish and or be swallowed up. It is already happening in the Northeast and Middle Belt, Plateau, Benue, Kaduna, Zamfara, Nasarawa, etc. It's also happening in Oyo State, in Enugu State, in Ebonyi State, in Anambra State, Imo State, Abia State, Cross River, all over the place. These people are causing havoc. Everything cannot be politicized. Thanks, and stay at peace. From the LNC, it's been Stephen. Here is an article on the prophets and the palace. When Dr. Francois Duvela, better known as Papa Doc, held Haiti and his notorious secret police Tonton Makute and voodoo gangsterism, when children in poverty-stricken Haiti had become so plentiful and so cheap that mothers openly sold their kids for 40 cents, an equivalent of less than 200 naira. It was Catholic priests who precipitated the social crisis that snowballed into the fall of that brutal regime. 2. In Idi Amin's Uganda, many of us will know about this because we watched The Rise and Fall of Idi Amin, a movie that captured the atrocities of late dictator Idi Amin Dada. Idi Amin's Uganda, the voice of the church against that demented dictator was so loud that Amin personally shot Archbishop Lowon dead, telling his aides he lost his temper and shot him. 3. When the unbridled tyranny of Nicolae Ceausescu of Romania was raging, the church courageously took the fight to him, and consequently priests and other preachers who criticized his handling of human rights were arrested and sent to institutions like the Dr. Petra Groza Hospital in Bucharest to be diagnosed and treated of bizarre diseases like political paranoia, senile dementia, persecution complex, neurotic behavior, delusion, self-preservation drive, discordant character structures, etc. Just for the listener to know, Ceausescu did not end it well. He was eventually apprehended at the airport and executed along with his wife for the many evils and crimes that he committed against the country of Romania, including extrajudicial killings of his political opponents and all those that criticized him. 4. It was from the pulpit that Martin Luther King Jr. pulled the Negroes out of the pit and altered the contours of racial segregation in the United States. Race is still an issue after the death of Martin Luther King. It is still an issue in the United States, but he did something about it as a man of the pulpit. What about those in Nigeria? What are they doing? They are grinning ear to ear with the powers that be. They are feeling good, moving in their private jets from the money they collected from the poor and the contracts they render to the government. Number 5. In the Old Testament, when Saul became king of Israel and began his vindictiveness and his misrule, Prophet Samuel was a constant thorn on his flesh. You can read this more at 1 Kings chapter 22 from verse 6 to 14. When David, number 6, became king after the death of Saul, Prophet Nathan became the conscience of the nation. Remember how Prophet Nathan confronted David on the killing of Uriah and the taking over of his wife. Seven, through the reign of kings Solomon, Rehoboam, Abijam, Asa, and Jehoshaphat in Judah, and kings Jeroboam, Nadab, Baasha, Elah, Zimri, Omri, Ahab, and Ahaziah in Israel. This was after the breakup of the country into two. There was prophet Ahijah, Jehu, Elijah, Elisha, Micaiah, and others who were continually persecuted and even killed because they remained forthright in their watch over those making political decisions. I must add that Prophet Jeremiah was actually tortured, detained. He was in underground detention cell when Israel was invaded by the armies of Nebuchadnezzar that eventually destroyed the country and took them into exile for 70 years. Jeremiah remained steadfast even while in detention. And the king that put him in detention had his eyes gouged out. In the New Testament, John the Baptist had a brush with King Herod after criticizing Herod's taking over of his late brother's wife. John was arrested, imprisoned, and later beheaded with his head on a platter for birthday to the daughter of Herod's girlfriend. Number 9. Almost all the apostles of Christ were dogged after, persecuted, locked up, and some executed, or some thrown into hot boiling oil. Not because they were common criminals, but because of their unrelenting striving to hold power accountable. 10. In the days of yore, when the powerless heard that the prophets were coming, the polished oak tables trembled right inside the palace. Today, the church and the shepherds seems to be reading another scriptures. Rather than be the conscience, the church has either given up or is busy hating. 12. Those who are vocal are either supporters of one side of the looters or the other side, either hating because their benefactor is out or supporting because their benefactor is in. None support the masses. Nobody cares about the people. Nobody cares about the people. And it came to pass that even the laity, the congregations, are not in a hurry to ask for more than what they are getting from the pulpits. The pulpit has become the point of duping our people and misleading them. Nay, they want more, but more of the same. Wake up, pulpit. Drop a pinch of salt on the tip of our tongue and let us feel the taste again. Let the pulpits pull us out again out of the pit. This was written by Citizen Abajalingo with some input from me, Stephen. While the oil and gas extracted from Nigeria is getting smuggled out of the country, after being shipped out as crude and being refined and returned to the country, it's now getting smuggled out of Nigeria to neighboring countries where it fetches the smugglers more money, while Nigerians don't even have it. Or where they have it, they are now talking about increase, like doubling the price, thereby making life unlivable for the people. So this is the country that some people want to die for, instead of going for referendum.
Let's head to Cameroon now, where traders are making huge profits out of selling Nigerian fuel illegally. Smugglers sell the stolen petrol at significantly lower prices than conventional service stations do. Our reporter Blaise Iyong spoke to illegal vendors and their customers in the city of Marua in northern Cameroon.
Official petrol stations like these are losing business to illegal fuel traders in Cameroon. Stolen fuel from neighboring Nigeria is readily available for trade in the country. For 7 years, Abdulaziz Aduka has been selling illegal fuel in Marua, northern Cameroon. The 27-year-old says he sells at least 1,200 liters of petrol daily.
This illicit fuel has been the main source of income for me and my family. I'm able to put food on the table and take care of my family's needs.
This is one of the warehouses where fuel is stored in this city. The illicit fuel is smuggled to Cameroon through its vast land and sea border with Nigeria, and then transported by vehicle to distribution points like this. Even when Nigerians are faced with fuel shortage, the supply is constant in Cameroon. Cameroon produces its own fuel, but the stolen Nigerian petrol is far cheaper here. Motor taxi rider Sylvain has not been to a petrol station for 6 years.
This fuel is very cheap, and that's the reason I prefer to use it. At the petrol station, sometimes, not even sometimes, the price is always fixed around 664 CFA francs. However, the illicit fuel is sold for 350 francs, maybe 400, or when it's expensive, it can be sold for 500 francs. And that's why I use the illicit fuel.
Though the sale of smuggled fuel is illegal in Cameroon, the trade is done in the open. It's hard to walk 300 meters without seeing someone selling fuel in most parts of the country. Abdurrahman Ali makes $40 from selling fuel in a good day. He says the authorities simply turn a blind eye as long as vendors like him are able to make an unofficial payment.
A country at war with itself like Nigeria will have her resources getting into wrong hands. Just like the Nigerian government fell into wrong hand, so also other Nigerian resources has fallen into wrong hands from the 60s till this moment. And that's why Nigeria is not at peace. That's why Nigeria is bleeding for referendum, multi-regional binding referendum to be conducted by the United Nations. Until this takes place, well, this kind of development will continue to be a common feature. Nigeria will continue to experience disquietness at all levels.
Let's head to Cameroon now, where traders are making huge profits.
The authorities simply turn a blind eye as long as vendors like him are able to make an unofficial payment.
We have people sent by the city council who take money from us and allow us to continue the trade. We pay a little under $4 every month.
These are Cameroonians
Once this
speaking.
fee is paid, we're allowed to do business.
Cameroonians,
No one comes here to stop us.
Cameroonians trading
We're
on
not
Nigeria's
worried about
fuel.
anything.
That's what happens to a
stolen
third
Nigerian
country.
fuel that enters Cameroon is not known. But according to local media reports, the illegal trade is about $5 million a year. It is said to provide good income for smugglers and local vendors.
And the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination are calling for a new constitution that will capture the needs of all ethnic nationalities in the country. It warned that nothing will get better in Nigeria under the unitary constitutional order, no matter who gets to power. Professor Yusuf Turaki, who spoke at the press conference on behalf of the NINA's board of conveners, warned that any attempt to conduct the 2023 general election with the 1999 constitution may lead the country to a failed state.
The idea of anarchy, because some people are fixing the constitution. If you don't allow the National Assembly to fix the constitution, there will be anarchy. Not at all. What we're asking is that this 1999 constitution, let all Nigerians phase it out. And then we have a good way of developing a constitution, legitimate constitution for the whole of Nigeria. The way this present 99 constitution is being implemented is not to the best interests of some sections of Nigeria.
Those politicians that are talking about elections under that constitution are telling us that our sovereignty is now with them. I pray they don't find out on the streets, like it happened in many jurisdictions, that our sovereignty is not with them. And talking about election that is coming, is Nigeria meant for election or election for Nigeria? People are talking about debt. People are talking about impoverishment that has made Nigeria the global capital for poverty. Everything that will fail has failed. And we know that it is this constitution that is directly responsible for everything we complain about.
The constitutional force majeure and the countdown to the enthronement of the will of the people. Being the text of a stock-taking status and next steps statement presented December 19, 2021 by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, at a World Press Conference in Lagos, 1 year after the December 16, 2020 activation of the Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure, CFM. Team, terminating the fraud of 1999 protocols. Dear compatriots and gentlemen of the press, whereas A, by a joint multi-regional constitutional force majeure CFM proclamation, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, declared a union dispute on the ground of grave constitutional grievances with a 5-point demand and a 90-day period of notice to the government of the Federation of Nigeria, within which formal commitments must be made by the federal government of Nigeria for the resolution of those grave grievances, failing which the people of the Alliance territories may reconsider the limited toleration and allegiance being extended to the disputed 1999 Constitution. An online petition addressed to the UN Security Council was launched by NINAS to keep the international community abreast of the development in Nigeria regarding the aforementioned union dispute. B. For ease of reference, we reproduce here the 5-point demand of the NINAS CFM, Constitutional Force Majeure, which now stands as the 5-point proposition of NINAS to peoples of Nigeria, currently being pursued vigorously by the peoples themselves to retrieve their sovereignty, hijacked since 1967 by the federal government. Unquote. 1. A formal announcement by the federal government of Nigeria acknowledging the constitutional grievances and sovereignty dispute now declared by the peoples of South and Middle Belt of Nigeria. 2. A formal commitment by the federal government of Nigeria to the wholesale decommissioning and jettisoning of the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria, as was done by the government of apartheid-era South Africa in 1990, to commence the process by which the apartheid constitution of the then South Africa was eased out. 3. A formal announcement by the federal government of Nigeria suspending further general elections under the disputed 1999 Constitution, since winners of such elections will swear to and govern by that discredited Constitution. 4. A formal initiation of a time-bound transitioning process to midwife the emergence of fresh constitutional protocols by a 2-stage process in which the constituent regional blocks will at the first stage distill and ratify their various constitutions by referendums and plebiscites, and in the second stage negotiate the terms of federating afresh as may be dictated by the outcomes of referendum and plebiscites. 5. A formal invitation to the peoples of the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria to work out and emplace a transitional authority which shall specify the modalities for the transitioning process, including the composition and mandate of the transitional authority, as well as the time frame for the transitioning and other ancillary matters. At the expiration of the 90-day notice, March 16, 2021, a 30-day period of consultations was extended to the state governors and other elected officials from March 17, 2021, after which another 120-day period of consultations was extended to the peoples of Nigeria and the stakeholder segment of the international community from April 17, 2021. Concluded August 16, 2021. Thereafter, a million-man freedom march was staged at the UN headquarters in New York, September 14 through 24, 2021. During the 76th session of the UN General Assembly. D. The outcome of these notices and consultations has been spectacular and successful as they forced to the front burner a much more enlightened debate around the agitations for a grand reconfiguration of the damaged constitutional foundations of the distressed Nigerian Federation. producing a countrywide consensus against the unitary constitution of Nigeria. E. Specifically, the federal government of Nigeria, in response to the NINA's constitutional force majeure, rushed to the National Assembly for constitution amendments targeted as some kind of palliative to the grievances raised. But the National Assembly, for the first time, confessed it does not possess the constituent powers required to make or remake constitution for Nigeria. This is the first part of the press conference of yesterday. The second part will follow accordingly. Regionalism or disintegration will solve Nigeria's problem. Cleric. Senior pastor awaiting the second coming of Jesus Christ ministry at Adewale Giwa. Adewale Giwa has called on all Nigerians to embrace regionalism, saying it would solve many challenges facing the country. This is contained in the Punch newspaper of November 29, 2021, today. He also said the plan by the federal government to remove fuel subsidy and increase the pump price for petrol by 2022 was not a solution to the current economic problem of the nation. The cleric stated this at his church in Akure, the Ondo State capital, on Sunday during the 20th anniversary of the church. According to him, Nigeria could only grow if the country could adopt a regional system. He said even without the removal of fuel subsidy, people still find it difficult to live, so the removal of subsidy is nothing but nonsense. What Nigeria needs right now is disintegration, or we go back to the regional system of government. Anything aside that is a failure. Abraham and Lot had a similar problem in Genesis chapter 13. There was a crisis between the two of them. This is very true. This is very biblical. Abraham had to call Lot to resolve this issue amicably. When you go to the south, I will go to the east. When you go to the west, I will go to the north. Lot had to agree with him, and they separated. Who said separation is not in the Bible? Anybody that says that is deceiving himself. Amen. The problem is compounding, and for us to solve the issue once and for all, we need disintegration. Disintegration will address the issue of subsidy because each region will manage itself. That is the truth, nothing but the truth. Giwa, however, cried out that there were attempts to silence the church following different threat messages he had been receiving. Nigeria. The pastor said, "They cannot stop me from saying the truth, but the issue of the church is that they are divided. There is wide division amongst us. Some pastors are being antagonized for saying the truth. The same problem we are having in Nigeria is the same one we are having in Christendom. The insecurity issues due to the failure on the part of the government. With the amount of security vote being taken by the governors, they have been able to utilize it. Have they been able to utilize it very well? If the security vote is being managed very well, kidnapping will be a thing of the past. 2023 election is not our problem now. They should put aside that election. Amen. They should first address salient issues like insecurity, hunger, and lots of issues affecting this country. Only God knows what will happen in 2023. I must add that we need, there is no need for any further political activities, but we need a referendum urgently. And that is where NINAS comes in. NINAS presents the template, the model, the processes that will be followed to save more lives of Nigerians and restore dignity and peace among all our people and silence all the evil that is going on all over the place, so that the cleanup process will start. That is what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Abnormalities and insanities. Thinking Nigeria, but God does not utter confusion. A 14-year-old cannot be admitted into university to study, but a 13-year-old can be married. Former governor actually traveled to another country, Egypt, to marry a 13-year-old. Yerima of Zamfara State. A school certificate holder cannot become a director in the civil service, but a school certificate holder can become president and commander-in-chief of the entire country. The country is among the major oil-producing countries in the world, but it imports fuel it consumes. It imports the fuel that it consumes, an oil and gas producing country, Nigeria. The country has the highest number of foreign doctors in the UK and North America, but its leaders travel abroad for their medical needs, like medical tourists. The country shoots armless protesters, but holds peace parleys with bandits, kidnappers, and terrorists. The country rehabilitates terrorists, but their victims languish in refugee camps. Victims of the terrorists are in fact, they bomb them from the air. The Nigerian Air Force bombs them from the air. God did not create any country. He located human beings in different territories and gave them all empowerments to survive. Whatever they turn out to be is entirely their choices and decisions. UAE and Qatar are deserts converted to paradise. Nigeria is paradise converted to hell. Nigeria is the epitome of confusion, and God is not the author of confusion. We can right this wrong. It is our difficult but surmountable task. Yes, we can, through multi-regional binding referendum vote. That's the solution. If we don't skate around it, we can get to that solution in hours. And then we can plan on how to get ourselves cleaned up so that the healing process will start. Anything else is just dressing the... Whatever form of insecurity you can think of, Nigeria has it aplenty. Whether it is food insecurity, educational, health, economic, electricity, job, developmental, physical insecurity, they are all there and increasing by the day. The type under consideration here is physical insecurity from Fulani militia or Fulani terrorists and from Islamist terrorists, aka bandits or Boko Haram. And there are reports that at times these two groups of killers carry out joint massacres. They carry out joint operations. What one believes are the causes of this type of insecurity depends on the amount of research, if any, that one has done, plus, most importantly, on one's level of morality. There are two broad opinions for the causes of this insecurity. Some say that it's due to bad governance, while others say it's an agenda to eliminate the indigenous peoples in order to grab their lands. Whichever of these two opinions, the big question is, why are Nigerians preparing for general elections in 2023, why there is such a raging insecurity? Included in that question is the fact that in Nigeria, general elections are violent events in themselves, with the use of thugs and killers in a do-or-die contest that in itself also adds to the already present insecurity. By now, with the long history of mankind behind us, Nigeria would be expected to know what is good for community. For instance, the basic knowledge that security is an essential ingredient for economic growth and national development. Not only does that attract investors, both domestic and foreign, but it puts people's minds in the right frame of calmness in order to innovate and progress. Right now, with all the kidnappings and armed killers moving about freely, even simple traveling has become so very stressful, and not just because of the terrible condition of the potholed roads. In December 2020, the influential U.S. House of Representatives nonpartisan Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission held an important hearing on conflict and killings in Nigeria's Middle Belt. What was clear from that hearing is that increasingly evidence was pointing to genocide unfolding in the Middle Belt. Reports from various sources and events in Nigeria since then show that this slaughter for land grabbing is spreading at an alarming rate. In fact, in the presentation made by Baroness Cox during the hearing, she provided a slide with information that as at May 2020, 350 Igbo villages had become occupied by Fulani herders and Shua Arab mercenaries. The slide also stated that as at that time, Boko Haram had killed 43,000 people and Islamist Fulani had killed 19,000. In that same hearing, it came out that Nigeria has no effective civilian security, no effective police protection, and terrorists appear to enjoy freedom of movement. All this means that organized criminals are terrorizing Nigerians across the land. This hearing had confirmed what Nigerians knew through experience. It is that Nigeria is a terrifying place, and thousands who can are fleeing the country, heading mainly for Western countries. A difference between the people of Western countries and the people of Nigeria is in how they each deal with existential threats. The way that violence and evil are spreading in Nigeria and the horrific manner that entire communities are slaughtered, and with even children maimed and raped, then hacked to death, is alarming. Yet, there has been no adequate response so far from the majority of citizens, especially in the Middle Belt, if I must add. Under such an atmosphere of massive insecurity, the regular news being promoted by government, by mainstream media, by NGOs and CSOs, by church leaders, by scholars, and by influencers is that Nigerians should begin to prepare for elections in 2023. It is as if the massacres going on in the country mean nothing. It is as if the lives of the slaughtered mean nothing. It's as if the plight of those displaced by the extreme violence means nothing. Over 3 million Nigerians are scattered in IDP camps in Cameroon, Chad, Niger Republic, and other places. Nigeria has over 3 million of her citizens in refugee camps. Sometimes they are called internally displaced people, IDP. Previously, in September of 2019, United Nations Special Rapporteur for Extrajudicial and Arbitrary Executions, Agnes Kalamard, had described Nigeria's arrangement as an injustice pressure cooker that gives rise to extreme concern, and warning signs are flashing bright red. Experts have clearly shown that it is the imposed 1999 Constitution, a forgery that creates injustices, enables insecurity, and facilitates corruption. Those approaching elections of 2023 will renew the life of that illegitimate 1999 Constitution when the winner swears an oath of office to uphold it, defend it, and govern by it. Those pushing for election 2023 seem blinded to realities. Their hearts are fixed on the personal gains they get under the illegitimate 1999 Constitution and not on the horrors and tortures that victims of massacre enabled by that Constitution have gone through and would go through. They are so held captive by selfish interests that they fail to see that the only thing that happens to a brutal and barbaric country is the complete collapse, then termination of such a place. So, it is judged as sensible to prepare for election 2023 with such raging insecurity going on. I will take that again. So, is it judged as sensible to prepare for elections 2023 with such raging insecurity going on? Or should concern for victims of insecurity and citizens lead citizens to say, let us suspend preparations for elections 2023 to first deal decisively with the killings as has been mapped out by the non-violent NINAS movement using the orderly process of constitutional force majeure based on United Nations processes and international law. Visit www.ninasvoice.org. This is an article, opinion from Ndidi Uwechu of NINAS. Thank you for listening.
Notes on the self-determination goal of the NINAS campaign and the formations for the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignty. NINAS Secretariat, December 2, 2021. As we advance towards the terminal stages of the processes for the reinstatement of self-determination and sovereignty to the peoples of the NINAS Alliance territories, South and Middle Belt, trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, whose sovereignties are currently suppressed and subsumed under the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria, erected by fiat upon the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria, it has become necessary to once more shed some light on the formations in which the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignties are being undertaken. From the onset, as can be verified by a review of all our public communications documents, including audiovisuals over the years, the goal of the entire intervention we have driven since 1999 as PRONACO, MNN, and NINAS had always been to deliver the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria back to them. Subject to referendums and plebiscites, the formations in which the sovereignties will be pursued and taken back are also clearly articulated, hence the maps that accompany our propositions at each stage. Prior to the emergence of the NINAS map, which shows a 4-block internal delineation, the MNN map of Nigeria, broken into 4 blocks, has been in the public domain since the 2007 court suit challenging the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. The 4-block map represents the formations in which the inevitable union reconfiguration that would follow the demise of the irreversible 1999 Constitution is being discussed and undertaken, all the way to referendums and plebiscites. Just like the question of geographical formations for aggregating, the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocks in the NINAS Alliance will also be determined by the referendums and plebiscites. The two questions, that is, geographical formations and degree of autonomy, can consolidate for resolution in the one referendum or plebiscite. These notes of clarification became necessary as a response to what seems like a confusion, real or contrived, regarding the formations in which the peoples of each bloc in the Ninas Alliance will step into their freedom when the bondages of unitarism and suzerainty, masquerading as Nigeria, are broken, as well as the degree of autonomy represented by the self-determination being sought on their behalf by Ninas and its constituent components. All other arrangements regarding relationships between the various blocs in the Ninas Alliance will be undertaken in freedom and self-determination, meaning that such arrangements will be determined strictly by agreements freely reached by the blocs, not by fiat or any form of imposition. May we request that those who understand these clarifications to please explain to others who may not. It is an important part of the liberation campaign to educate and enlighten the people seeking the liberation, as it has become clear to us that the ignorance of most of our people has been a great obstacle to our path to freedom, and that ignorance is being exploited by sundry mischief makers for all kinds of purposes, including quick gains.
Dr. Okpara arrives at Umuahia Ibeku, his hometown, for a civic reception in his honor. He's accompanied as usual by his wife, Mrs. Adama Okpara. Mrs. Okpara is a dutiful housewife, humble and unassuming. Prayer before the reception. In the address of welcome, read by the Secretary of the Umuahia community, tribute is paid to Dr. Azi Kiwe for appointing one of their sons as his worthy successor. A tiger skin and a cow for the premier. Tiger skins are a traditional gift for gallantry. Mrs. Okpara, in her turn, receives a woven native cloth from the women's section. In response, the Premier says that he is the servant of his people, and no servant is greater than his master. On behalf of his wife and himself, he thanks the community for its fine gifts and the kind sentiments expressed in the address of welcome. A Bende traditional war dance. The Bende are a warlike people with a long history of victories over their enemies in days gone by. What joy and comfort for the Premier to be able to turn from official cares and worries to the parents who laid the foundations of his career. The Premier ends his first official tour by attending Students' Day at the Uzwakoli Methodist College, his alma mater. He has a reunion with former colleagues and makes new friends. Eastern Nigeria, side by side with the other members of the Federation, is forging ahead. Its young Premier, Dr. Michael Okpara, pursues a policy based on the philosophy of live and let live and a decent life for all. The people of Eastern Nigeria respond wholeheartedly also to his appeals for agrarian evolution. Farming has become the order of the day in the eastern region, and communities are voluntarily offering land for the farm settlements proposed by Dr. Okpara's government, bringing hope for a better life, not through mere slogans, but through deeds, and building up agriculture as the only solid basis for true development. Like her premier, Eastern Nigeria is young, progressive, and open to the world.
Important clarifications today, November 22nd, 2021, regarding campaign platforms. Originally released February 13th, 2021. This public communication dated February 13, 2021 is being reproduced today, November 22nd, 2021 to provide background information on the emergence of the Nigeria Indigenous Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, from a clear, cohesive strategic intervention process that dates back to the 1999 imposition of the current Nigeria Constitution. In summary, post-NADECO 1994-1998 and after the countrywide deep consultations that took over 5 years, the Pro-National Conference Organizations, PRONACO 2005 to 2006, was a sovereign conference initiative involving all the nationalities of Nigeria to restore, upgrade, and reinforce the Aburi Consensus of 1967 as basis of the defunct Federation of Nigeria. The MNN Movement for New Nigeria 2006 through 2017 was the implementation phase of the PRONACO Consensus, excluding the Sharia Caliphate, which is the 12 Sharia states in the Arewa, which had unilaterally seceded from the Secular Union of Nigeria, beginning with at year 2000 when they started declaring Sharia law in the north. The 2007 through 2019 legitimacy suits against the fraudulent 1999 Constitution was instituted by the arrowheads of Movement for New Nigeria, while mobilization continued to rally the non-Sharia rest of Nigeria, South and Middle Belt, into stepping up to take back their sovereignty, hitherto hijacked and confiscated by the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria erected upon the 1999 Constitution. The MNN Lagos Declaration of June 30, 2011 set the parameters for that recovery. Guided by the imperatives of the relevant international protocols, the regional self-determination processes mandated by the said MNN Lagos Declaration of June 30, 2011 culminated in the regional solemn assemblies of 2015, 2017, and 2018 in Port Harcourt, Ibadan, and Makurdi, covering all the nationalities of the Alliance territories. It was the completion of these regional solemn assemblies in 2018 and by the mandates of those regional solemn assemblies that the processes previously being driven by the MNN Alliance organizations since 2006 were taken over by the Alliance of the various regional people's organizations, since the self-determination they all seek is a people's right. Hence, the transmutation of the MNN Organizations Alliance into the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, or NINAS, in the last quarter of 2018. This was the February 13, 2021 clarification note on campaign platforms. The Lower Niger Congress, LNC, is a platform aggregating the self-determination initiatives of the pre-1966 Eastern and Midwestern regions, South, South, and Southeast, currently fractured into 11 states. As outlined in the first few paragraphs of the Aladema Epistle of 2012, the LNC has a core that reached out and built an intra-regional alliance within the nationalities of the Lower Niger, then the multi-regional alliance that brought in the Yoruba and Middle Belt, MNN, that later bettered NINAS, and the international alliance that extended to the policy beltways of Washington, D.C. and New York. The Movement for New Nigeria, MNN, was an alliance of self-determination organizations across the South and Middle Belt, enlightening and mobilizing the people ethnic nationalities of the South and Middle Belt being the alliance territory. The Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, is an alliance of the people's indigenous ethnic nationalities of the Southern and Middle Belt who, in response to the invitation of the self-determination organizations of the Alliance Territory, stepped forward for the assertion of the self-determination rights of the peoples of the Alliance Territory, since it is a people's right, as the name shows. MNN was a special purpose vehicle and a decoy to rally those enslaved in Nigeria together to dismantle the apartheid-like 1999 constitution. That task was substantially completed by the December 16, 2020 constitutional force majeure. It is now safe to inform us that in reality, MNN was actually a movement for no Nigeria, and the strategic decoy objectives of presenting the MNN platform as movement for new Nigeria has been fully achieved, and so shall gradually retire the mention of MNN in our public communications, and instead focus the attention of the public to NINAS as the alliance that has emerged from the years of painstaking work to lead the people of the Alliance territories into the extrication of their sovereignty that has been hijacked and confiscated by the Caliphate proprietors of One Nigeria, who seized the carcass of the defunct Federation of Nigeria to erect the toxic One Nigeria since the 1966 demise of the Federation of Nigeria. The MNN decoy strategy information was shared with all the Biafra agitation groups in confidence, but that trust was heinously breached by Nnamdi Kanu, who instead chose to hoist that movement for New Nigeria name tag before his hoodwinked gullibles as evidence that the LNC was working for, heavily financed by the Fulani, to preserve One Nigeria and frustrate the restoration of Biafra, unquote. Knowing for obvious reasons that the LNC was not going to respond to this falsehood from inside Nigeria. The LNC laser beam onslaught against 1999 Constitution was also deliberately presented by the rogue franchise merchants to their gullibles and the rest of our people as proof that the LNC was only after Constitution amendment. These are some of the deep roots of the heavy debilitations the LNC had to endure, and reason why any dealings with the clear-minded criminal called Nnamdi Kanu is ruled out. With the 1999 Constitution distressed, the peoples of Southern and Middle Belt Nigeria, cooperating under the aegis of Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, have stepped in to extricate their sovereignties from the defunct Federation of Nigeria in readiness for fresh protocols within the context of their inalienable right to self-determination. Let us please be guided so we don't confuse the public and inadvertently continue to arm the rogue Biafra franchise with propaganda materials. This was issued by Tony Nadi of the LNC NINAS on February 13th, 2021. Thanks for listening.
Notes on the self-determination goal of the NINAS campaign and the formations for the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignty. NINAS Secretariat, December 2, 2021. As we advance towards the terminal stages of the processes for the reinstatement of self-determination and sovereignty to the peoples of the NINAS Alliance territories, South and Middle Belt, trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, whose sovereignties are currently suppressed and subsumed under the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria, erected by fiat upon the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria, it has become necessary to once more shed some light on the formations in which the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignties are being undertaken. From the onset, as can be verified by a review of all our public communications documents, including audiovisuals over the years, the goal of the entire intervention we have driven since 1999 as PRONACO, MNN, and NINAS had always been to deliver the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria back to them. Subject to referendums and plebiscites, the formations in which the sovereignties will be pursued and taken back are also clearly articulated, hence the maps that accompany our propositions at each stage. Prior to the emergence of the NINAS map, which shows a 4-block internal delineation, the MNN map of Nigeria, broken into 4 blocks, has been in the public domain since the 2007 court suit challenging the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. The 4-block map represents the formations in which the inevitable union reconfiguration that would follow the demise of the irreversible 1999 Constitution is being discussed and undertaken, all the way to referendums and plebiscites. Just like the question of geographical formations for aggregating, the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocks in the NINAS alliance will also be determined by the referendums and plebiscites. The two questions, that is, geographical formations and degree of autonomy, can consolidate for resolution in the one referendum or plebiscite. These notes of clarification became necessary as a response to what seems like a confusion, real or contrived, regarding the formations in which the peoples of each bloc in the NINAS alliance will step into their freedom when the bondages of unitarism and suzerainty masquerading as Nigeria are broken, as well as the degree of autonomy represented by the self-determination being sought on their behalf by NINAS and its constituent components. All other arrangements regarding relationships between the various blocs in the NINAS alliance will be undertaken in freedom and self-determination, meaning that such arrangements will be determined strictly by agreements freely reached by the blocs, not by fiat or any form of imposition. May we request that those who understand these clarifications to please explain to others who may not. It is an important part of the liberation campaign to educate and enlighten the people seeking the liberation, as it has become clear to us that the ignorance of most of our people has been a great obstacle to our path to freedom, and that ignorance is being exploited by sundry mischief makers for all kinds of purposes, including quick gains.
The Fulani intention in Nigeria is to permanently take over the entire political space. Using the combination of brute force and guile, the caliphate strategy is to maintain tight control of political power via the imposed constitution, by the key economic assets and levers of power are confiscated. The same constitutional impositions guarantee exclusive control of military power and all firearms, and those are used to facilitate the terror against the ethnic nationalities by the government and the terrorists. The North do not mean well for Nigeria. NINAS alliance repudiates everything about the 1999 Constitution. in the face of the alliance defeat of the Caliphate title deed, which is the Constitution of 99. They already in the rest of Nigeria to another round of elections in 2023 under the repeated 1999 Constitution is the only viable strategy left in the hands of the Caliphate now. It's up to us to defeat them and make sure that they never rise up again. The alliance mechanism is to tackle the North. The alliance mechanism is exploiting the aforesaid delegitimization of the 1999 Constitution. Let us win the war peacefully. Stop the march towards elections of 2023. All political parties must shut down now if they are really for the people and not for themselves.
The hashtag NSAS report finally here, a lot of people, even though it's not been officially released, says it brings closure and a step towards healing for some of the victims.
Well, so many things have happened in this country that you don't know exactly where to begin to have an analysis, when it does appear that the government actively encourages the killing of its citizens, when the Constitution of Nigeria says the primary purpose of government is to protect lives and property. And I was waiting since 2-3 days to hear one fellow who answers Garba Shehu of Shehu Garba, who is a principal, is a senior advocate, always defending herdsmen and anybody who kills people in Benue and Plateau. And I haven't heard anything that Nigerian citizens were killed. Federal government hasn't said anything. A Supreme Court judge was almost kidnapped and attempted an attempt on her life. The federal government hasn't said anything. The Attorney General is there wishing things and wishing down what he probably supposes. So, things are getting so confused that the only way to put it is that someday everybody will sit down to a banquet to face the consequences of his or her actions. That is the only preview, that no matter what it is, you must sit down at a banquet, either at God's judgment or even here on earth, to be able to answer the responsibility entrusted upon you by people, and you fail them. Because you are guilty of the good you never did, or you failed deliberately not to do. So, and there are so many examples of them in this country, that NSAS is another obvious thing. But thank God, with the courage of the judge and of Lagos State government, everybody knows, it's an APC top government. Yes. A performing government of APC too. Not just that it's an APC, it's a performing government of the situation notwithstanding. And they had the courage to say this. That shows you again, there are two governments. Somebody is running this government.
How do you think the government at the center, the APC at the center, will perceive the Lagos State government and the way? Because one would have expected, going by the way things are done in Nigeria, the pressure would have been mounted by the Lagos State government on the panel, not to come out with this kind of report, which they came out with.
Well, it is obvious, if you hadn't been back when I was here last, I did say that two people are running the government of Nigeria. It is now very clear. Malami, the Attorney General, and Lai Mohammed, the Minister of Information. Because repeatedly, Malami had done things that in a normal situation, he should be in jail. The president of this country nominated Magu as chairman of EFCC, and Malami wrote a letter to the National Assembly that he was corrupt. The president resubmitted the name again, and he wrote the same letter again. He's still the Attorney General of the Federation, and the senior legal law officer and advisor to the president of Nigeria. And look at what has happened with the $480 million. Where do you begin? His office was supposed to be involved in the attempted kidnap of Justice Mary Odili.
Allegedly.
Well, whether you call it allegedly or not.
Because he has denied.
Who in this country, people deny something. The people who were caught, are they from the moon?
The magistrate.
What has the federal government done to ascertain who came to that judge, who gave, the magistrate, who gave the magistrate instruction? Somebody must have given him an instruction to do what he did. Nobody is interested in those things. So if Mary Odili had died, this is the story we'll be telling in this country. One of the finest in this country. If those hooligans had done something, we're all sitting down and say, oh, that's the way God wanted her to go. That's the typical Nigerian attitude. So I don't think President is in charge. There are people doing his dirty job for him, and I think he's comfortable with it. But unfortunately,
would you call it dirty job, or would you say he is excluded from the main conversations of governance? Because again, you are only as good as what your team tells you.
Well, I don't know whether, how else do you describe what Malami is doing if not a dirty job? Because it is convenient. They call it defense of the presidency, but is that defense of the presidency? What Shehu Garba is doing, is that defense of the presidency? When you remove truth from facts. You know, there's somebody I told that the best form of revenge is not to be like the one who committed the offense in the first place. Because time heals, reveals every secret. If you take time, this truth will be coming out. I don't know how he's going to end up, but it is unfortunate that this is what Nigeria is. But tell me how these citizens of this country can be patriotic with things like this, killing young boys and girls, students of higher institutions by their own government because they are demonstrating for what? Police brutality. That would have expected government to be interested. At least have a national inquiry. Let there be scapegoats, scapegoats, authentic scapegoats, not made-up scapegoats.
Yes, I was going to
that
say
you
that.
could use as an example to show that you are protecting your sons and daughters. And everybody has a right to demonstrate. In fact, I used to tell somebody that demonstration, protest, is a catalyst for dialogue. Once you protest, somebody must pay attention. And in paying attention, you invite the person to discuss. You know, it also follows what is happening in the Southeast. How can a young boy who was not born during the Civil War, in prison, languishing there, and Igbos religiously? In fact, somebody was telling me, a good friend of mine, was telling me that we should stop going to church on Sunday, used to work and then go to church on Monday, because the compliance Igbos have for Monday now is total. Nobody is interested. They tell you to hell with the money they will make on that day, just to make a point. Whether that point they are making is positive or negative, they're not interested.
But people like Fadam Baka has come out to refute that and say that it is causing more problems for the Southeast.
I don't listen to anything Fadam Baka says. Since he started selling Chimaroke will die, that person will die. That is not the job of a priest. It's a fake priest for me. No person who is a child of God, not to talk of a priest, will say that somebody will die. That's not what the Bible tells us. So since that incident, Chimaroke is still in the Senate. He hasn't died. So why should I take him serious? He says anything he likes, and there are people who are deceived. They call it adoration. I don't waste my time talking about such people. Absolutely not.
All right, Chief Dano Lassie, let's talk about Anambra governorship election. We had a number of discussions before that election, counting down to that election. It's now come and gone. You had some predictions about that election, and you're thinking about that election as well. Are you satisfied with the outcome?
Satisfied would be an understatement. Because on two different occasions, twice here and one on Chinese television, I said, how do you begin to look at? Not because he attended my university, which is about the best in the country, I must unapologetically say.
Modestly so.
The best and the first.
Then.
Still best.
Then.
Still. So, and when you look at his pedigree, where he's coming from, it is difficult. Apart from the candidate of PDP and that of the Labour Party, brilliant guys, and I said it on TV that they're brilliant, and each of them I told them their shortcomings, why they will not make it. It's difficult to see how you place in a civilized community a former advisor to the government, consultant to World Bank, governor of Central Bank, who stabilized the banking industry. People, we have short memories or convenient amnesia in this country, that there were times banks collapsed in this country. And those who were governors of central bank, they're still existing. People lost everything. I bought shares of more than 30 million naira in a bank, Oceanic Bank or something. It collapsed. I lost it up to today. I had 1.5 million shares. It came down to 50,000. I mean, what do you call it? But this young man came in, stabilized the banking industry. How many years now? Nobody's afraid to put his money in the bank. Isn't that a credit? That you believe that somebody like that will, do his excellent best, because he's he's a first-class student. And you don't expect anything less, So when you put him, comparatively looking at my brother, the APC candidate.
Smile through the new year with a healthy, bright smile.
Ninas, where we came from, where we are, or the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the assets, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprived the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back about 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, a better half of those in the legal profession gathered at several conferences and, without much ado, recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when, in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to rework the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanuro, Wole Inka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the Composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conference. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the Protocol Consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against a secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the Joint Multi-Regional Vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba Land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the Solemn Assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, an LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
The U.S. Center for Security Policy declares that Nigeria under Buhari is in SLS situation and recommends immediate intervention before it explodes. The speaker in the following article is Frank Gaffney, introducing the segment of Coordinated Press Conferences in Nigeria at the National Press Club, Washington, D.C. on January 17, 2019, with the theme Nigeria at Breaking Point, where Tony Nnadi of the LNC made a lead presentation. Below in the comment section is also a clip from Tony Nnadi's presentation. Enjoy listening.
Again, the purpose of this event is to try to make sure that the Congress of the United States, the administration, this country, our friends and allies around the world, and not least, of course, people of goodwill in this country and elsewhere, are on notice that Nigeria is at risk of disastrous collapse, that the forces that we've just been talking about are in the process of taking down a country that is the most populous in Africa, with horrific implications, not just for the immediate vicinity, the Lake Chad region as it's known, but for that continent and almost certainly others beyond. Congressman Wolf mentioned Bono, talking about a catastrophe that would make what has happened to Europe in the past few years, as a relatively small number of people migrated there with unbelievably chaotic consequences, look like a day at the beach by comparison. But we're on notice. And the question is, do we have to wait until this horror is upon us before something is done about it? Or do we take steps now to try to prevent that? And I don't think any of us is saying that this is a panacea, but the appointment of the appropriate individual with the requisite authority. I just wanted to underscore what Congressman Wolf said about having the President of the United States essentially personally empowering Senator Danforth to lead the effort on behalf of our country to alleviate that situation. That has to be done again, and it has to be an empowering of a person with the stature and the capabilities needed to do two really vital things. One is to pull together the government agencies that have responsibility for pieces of a problem like Nigeria. The Defense Department, as well as, of course, the State Department, USAID, the UN mission of the United States, the National Security Council, and others, to come together with a common, appropriate, and much needed policy approach. And then secondly, at least as importantly, to be able authoritatively to represent what that approach is to the government of Nigeria. So they know who they're dealing with. They know that this is in fact the policy, and they can't go, looking for people who will provide some sort of alternative that might not require as much of them. So it's those two vitally important things that have to be done. And on behalf of, again, the Save the Persecuted Christians Coalition and team, I just want to say I think this is a moment of truth, a moment when we will find a difference being made by an administration that is about making a difference on behalf of religious freedom and those who are being denied it around the world. And let me just take a moment to say, as bad as this situation is, it is just one of the areas in the world in which particularly Christians are suffering. By some estimates, it's as small a number as 215 million Christians being brutally persecuted. By others, it's as high as 500,000. Excuse me, 500 million. This is on our watch. It is unconscionable. It must be challenged, contested, and if possible, stopped. And that's what this coalition is about. And I pray that we will be able, with the help of people like Congressman Estes and Congressman Wolf and the Archbishop and our coalition and countless others, to see this problem sorted by the appointment at the earliest possible moment, preferably by the end of this year, because these elections are approaching, of an individual with the requisite authority of the President of the United States and the assignment of making both the U.S. government policy coherent and clear and effective, and communicating that, again, authoritatively to the government of Nigeria, who in the end is ultimately responsible for preventing this catastrophe.
Idea, but it won't help. It'll just formalize the reality that poor countries can never repay their loans.
Senator, are you saying that you're opposed to debt relief for impoverished countries?
No, we should forgive the debts, but that's not going to help those countries very much.
Okay. What will?
Tax cuts. Some African tax rates are the highest in the world. In Tanzania, the 30% rate kicks in at $475 of income. Plus, they have a 20% value-added tax. It gets added to everything you buy. Those high tax rates make it impossible to build capital in those countries. So nothing gets built, not factories, not roads, not anything. Poor African countries have the lowest wage workers in the world. And yet a company like Nike, for instance, can't put a factory in one of those countries because of the oppressive tax rates. Taxes have killed any possibility of economic development. They've killed any hope of these countries ever helping themselves. And that leaves them completely at the mercy of charity and loans. And here's the worst part. You know why those countries have such high tax rates? Because of us. To show us that they can raise enough money to pay back their loans. But taxes can't raise any money if they kill the economies. So it turns out that the tragic, unintended consequence of our good intentions toward Africa, our kindness, is that we have encouraged those countries to lock themselves into a gruesome economic depression. If we don't...
You see the dilemma of African countries. We borrow and continue to borrow to service the interest. Beggar nations. That's what Africa has been reduced to. And that's why China is taking over, gradually and steadily.
Urge those countries to cut their tax rates, they will never grow their economies. People will live lifetimes of unemployment. Disease will be rampant. Poverty will be permanent. And children will be hungry. And our charity will never be enough. Never.
Those that were shot at Lekki 2 Plaza in Lagos last year, October 20th, were hungry for justice, hungry for security, hungry for peace, hungry for development, and hungry for normalcy, hungry for a normal country. They got shot, and their blood was washed away by way of cover-up by Major General Muhammadu Buhari's government. How could that satisfy the aspirations of the people to be free in their own country?
They worry me, make you give me joy. We don't say I hungry, worry. I
Budgets are bloated up to cater to the needs of the president and his vice and other ministers. I mean, corruption got taken to the next level by those who came to fight corruption. All tied to the 1999 Constitution. Everything that is happening to Nigerians is tied to the slave document known as the military-imposed 1999 Constitution. It has no progress attached to it. It's only destruction and ruination of the country. Nigeria government isn't only in bed with the terrorists, but they are enabling them, protecting them, and the president doesn't speak against them because they are his tribesmen and members of Islamic movement that wants to overpower Nigerians and institute Islamic State across Nigeria, not just in the Arewa part of Nigeria. It's unfortunate. Just yesterday, Tuesday, over 30 passengers in a bus got burnt in Sokoto. And these are most likely southern travelers in that state that got burnt. You will never hear the president speak against them. President Buhari fails to describe Sokoto bus burning of 30 Nigerians by bandits as terrorism. This is being reported by AtlanticPosting.com on December 8th. Nigeria President Muhammadu Buhari has continued to make light of the significance of the mass murderous campaign of some killer tribesmen, his tribesmen, the Fulani herdsmen terrorists, who had been categorized in the Global Terrorism Index as the 4th deadliest terrorist group in the world, by failing to describe the Tuesday mass murder by bandits in Sokoto of 30 Nigerian travelers who were burnt down in a bus. President Buhari said, while expressing sadness on Wednesday, a day after, over the gruesome attack on innocent travelers on Wednesday, I am very distressed at the manner of death visited on these hapless citizens who were undertaking a legitimate journey to another part of the country.
It shows that the evil this administration is confronting is one that requires the support and involvement of all Nigerians. No, your government is the one enabling the terrorists. You gave them over $300 million just a few years ago. The military and police does not confront them because they are the president's people. They are doing the work of Allah to kill non-Muslims, especially to kill Southern Christians. I extend deep condolences to the families of the victims, as I assure that the security agencies will continue to give their all, yes, to bring to an end the oppression of these despicable people. However, President Buhari should know that only terrorists embark on mass murder of scores of people. Bandits go pillaging and robbing. According to a report by Reuters, at least 30 passengers on a bus in Nigeria's Sokoto State were burned to death when gunmen touched it on Tuesday. Police and residents said, in yet another reminder of growing insecurity in Africa's most populous country. Gunmen, known locally as bandits, have in the past year carried out violent attacks targeting villagers and commuters traveling on highways and kidnapped hundreds of school children for ransom in the north of the country. I must add here also that Benue State, Plateau State, these states in the Middle Belt has been experiencing mass murders, mass killings by the same government, that the same terrorists Fulani group that has even threatened the state governor, the governor of Benue State, Governor Autumn. His life has been threatened by the Fulani. And yet, the maximum ruler in Abuja doesn't see the need for state police. He doesn't see the need for referendum. This is what we're talking about. Referendum is unavoidable in Nigeria to address all these killings, all these extrajudicial killings and state collusion in the act of terrorism against the indigenous nationalities. Sanusi Abubakar, spokesman for the Northwestern Sokoto State Police, said the bus was carrying 24 passengers when it was set alight by armed men and that 7 people had escaped with injuries and taken to hospital. The 2 residents who reached the scene and helped retrieve bodies told Reuters that the bus was overloaded and the bodies were burnt beyond recognition. Nigeria always distorts the facts. Every time, from the top to bottom, the president goes to the UN floor, and right on the floor of the United Nations, he is lying, telling the rest of the world lies, talking about famine as against terrorist activities that his government is supporting. He will be talking about desertification, how people are leaving Libya to go other places, without talking about the fact that he opened the borders of Nigeria to let in terrorists to oppress the people. They counted body parts of at least 30 people, including women and children. The residents said the villagers were ambushed on a road linking the Sabon Bini local government area and the village of Gidambawa in Sokoto State. Bandits move around on motorbikes and are known to hide in forests, where they often keep kidnapped victims while awaiting ransom payment. Now, this is the Nigeria that we are seeking to reset by way of referendum. And this is the message of Ninas. Referendum. The people need to get involved in what is going on to themselves, to their lives, through referendum vote. It's a democratic process. The Nigerian government is skirting around it. The president said that those who are talking about referendum haven't described what they mean. Well, Mr. President, it is a vote. People will vote yes or no. In the simplest way of explaining it to you. Hopefully you will get it one of these days, and soon too.
AQIM, meaning Al-Qaeda in the Islamic West. This group had one aim: overthrow the Algerian government and set up an Islamic State. And to achieve this aim, the AQIM began collaborating and funding a smaller militant group in neighboring Nigeria, a group which now beats the Islamic State in being the most lethal terror outfit perhaps in the world, the Boko Haram. It literally means Western education is a sin. This group emerged in the year 2002 but gained prominence in 2009 after it turned violent. The AQIM provided the Boko Haram with weapons. The Boko Haram had a different motive. It wanted Nigerians to reject Western education, science and modern literature. To enforce its will, it started razing villages and slaughtering people, kidnapping children. It then used these abducted children to carry out suicide attacks. In 2013, this group kidnapped 276 schoolgirls. In 2020, it kidnapped close to 300 schoolboys, and last week it kidnapped nearly 317 schoolgirls again. It's an endless cycle of kidnappings and an endless cycle of violence. Since May 2011, the Boko Haram has killed 37,500 people and displaced 2.6 million people. It has turned 244,000 Nigerians into refugees. And in the same period, the Boko Haram has also inspired several fundamentalists to form their own terror outfits. I could name a few. The Ansarul Islam, Ansaru, the Islamic Movement of Nigeria, the Libyan Islamic Fighting Group, and Nusrat al-Islam. In the last 6 years, these groups have increasingly synchronized their operations and carried out multiple terror attacks across Africa. You may not have heard of them, but you must have come across these headlines, the ones that they made. The 2015 Chad suicide bombings carried out by 2 women and 2 children. The 2016 Ouagadougou attacks, where 2 former Swiss MPs were killed. The 2016 Grand Basin shootings, where 19 people, mostly expats, were killed. And the 2018 Ouagadougou attacks, where the French embassy was attacked. And this is besides the many more raids and crimes that these terror groups commit on a daily basis. So what's driving them? Is it just ideology and religious belief? Well, yes and no. The problem is religious as much as it's financial. You see, poverty, corruption and underemployment are also to blame here. This is where the Boko Haram operates. The Lake Chad region, one of the poorest regions in the world. It is part of the Chad Basin, an area of severe environmental degradation. This is part of the Sahel, a region with no stable governance. This narrow band of land that stretches from the Atlantic Ocean in the west to the Red Sea in the east, this is the Sahel. It's hot, dry and vast. It's also the world's most neglected region. The average temperature here is 35 degrees. This has a dramatic effect on food production. There's nothing to grow, there's nothing to sell. Food emergencies are rampant. Poverty is widespread. The conditions make it an ideal breeding ground for terror groups. These people have proven to be vulnerable to radicalization. The likes of Boko Haram and the AQIM exploit their vulnerability. With the absence of proper governance or stable jobs, they lure young men into picking up arms, joining their ranks and making a quick buck. So how do they do it? How do they make money? Through ransom, extortion, looting banks, imposing taxes and kidnapping. According to one report, 26% of the global kidnapping cases in 2013 were in Nigeria and were carried out by the Boko Haram. The same report says that in 2011, the AQIM in Mali received $5.4 million per hostage on an average. And let's not even talk about high-profile kidnappings. According to Vicky Huddleston, the former US ambassador to Mali, France had to pay $17 million in ransom. This was for the release of 4 French citizens in 2010, $17 million US. A lot of us would turn in our retirement papers for that sort of money. So the terror groups were raking in the cash. Then came the pandemic. 2020 was a blessing in disguise for them. The Wuhan virus confined most of us to our homes, but for terrorists in West Africa, it provided an opportunity to consolidate and expand. The Boko Haram, in collusion with other terror groups, now controls large swathes of land in Nigeria, and it's extending its reach in Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Chad, Niger, even sub-Saharan Africa. What is the world doing about it? Not very much. France, which once had colonies in West Africa, is the only country that is extensively engaged in combating terror in this region. It has deployed close to 5,100 military personnel and is helping local forces in pushing back terrorists. But the rest of the world is doing very little. Why? Because most world leaders are making self-interested calculations when it comes to West Africa. They consider it to be a supposedly distant threat, one that has no bearing on the future security of the rest of the world. So they're busy carrying out airstrikes in Syria. What I'm about to say next could be politically incorrect, but it's time someone said it. Africa may not have the same strategic significance as West Asia right now. It may not have the kind of oil that West Asia has, but it is the continent of the future. It still contributes almost 10% of the global oil output, 90% of the world's platinum supply, 90% of the world's cobalt supply, half of the world's gold supply, 2/3 of the world's manganese, and 35% of the world's uranium. Africa is critical to world economy and security, and terrorists in West Africa are setting up new fronts in failed states while the world is looking the other way. They're expanding in all directions, posing a serious threat to the economic powerhouses in Africa. They could soon control or destroy these resources and hold Africa's economy hostage, the reverberations of which will be felt around the world. And we are putting money as the thrust of this argument because human rights violations have long failed to move the world. So if it all comes down to money, the world should still be worried about what's happening in Africa.
Even the French involvement is also suspicious because they could be supplying weapons to both sides. They could be supplying weapons to both sides. You never know. They did it during the genocidal war of Nigeria and against Biafrans in 1967, 1970. They were supplying weapons to both sides to keep the fire burning. November 25th, 1969, like 52 years ago, English singer, songwriter, musician, and peace activist John Winston Lennon protested against Britain's military involvement in foreign conflicts, especially in Nigeria, by returning his Member of the British Empire MBE medal with an attached letter to the Queen Elizabeth II, the current Queen of England. It reads, "Your Majesty, I am returning this MBE in protest, this Member of British Empire, in protest against Britain's involvement in Nigeria-Biafra civil war, against our support of American in Vietnam, and against cold Turkey slipping down the charts. With love, John Lennon." This is how John Lennon protested against British genocide in Biafra over the oil and gas that is in the Delta. That's all the British interest is all about in Nigeria. It's about the oil and gas. And that's why, in fact, they don't even mind the entire population getting wiped out, the Africa population, just for them to get to the animals in the wild and the oil and gas in the field. That's the whole thing that led to the genocide. And today, 52 years later, we are still on it. The demand now is for referendum to take place. And the enemy is doing everything to strengthen the hand of their slave agents, those advancing their slavery in Nigeria, those still sustaining the British Empire in Nigeria. The British are the one waging proxy war against Nigerians, against the Nigerian indigenous nationalities. That's why they are empowering the North, the Arewa, and they are continuing in their criminality in Nigeria.
Where do Christians suffer the worst persecution in the world? China, Iran, Somalia? International Christian Concern has just unveiled its 2021 report on the top persecutors of the year. ICC lists 3 top persecutors this year: the worst country, worst group of persecutors, and the worst individual persecuting Christians. Well, joining us to discuss this year's list and to explain about what's happening around the world is ICC President Jeff King. Jeff, it's good to talk with you again. So let's get right into it. The worst country persecuting Christians this year. Surprise, it's not North Korea. Which country is it and why?
Well, yeah, Kim Jong-un, North Korea, it's always going to be a top performer, right? But what we looked at was like how many Christians are being killed presently. Is it a problem that's not addressed? We chose Nigeria. It's a surprise for a lot of people. But Gary, in the last 20 years, 100,000 Christians have been killed. 3 million plus Christians have had their lands, farms, homes stolen from them. And the government is part of the problem. So we chose Nigeria.
Well, I know a lot of people say Nigeria, you know, that's just Fulani herdsmen and so forth, but it goes well beyond that. Tell us a little more.
Well, this is the problem. You know, we work in Washington, D.C., and we're working with the government. And so that's the line that comes from the Nigerian government. They want to frame this as a conflict between farmers and herders. It's not a conflict. It's a one-sided war. It's a genocide against Christians. There's Boko Haram also, but the Fulanis have done much more damage. The Fulanis are going in. These are armed groups that go in and shoot up Christian villages and take their land. And what's going on is it's a war that never ends, is never addressed. The Nigerian military never goes after the attackers. There's no arrests, there's no battles, there's nothing. And the reason is that, look, Muslims are in control of the police, the army, and the intel agencies. So the whole security apparatus of Nigeria is controlled by the Muslims. And so the fix is in is the phrase. It's like it never gets fixed. It's never addressed. Nothing ever happens.
Okay, Jeff, let's move on then and discuss the worst group persecuting Christians this year. It's not Boko Haram or Al-Shabaab. Who is it? What are they doing?
Well, it's the Taliban. And Gary, you know, look, the Taliban has been, you know, torturing, murdering Christians for years. The problem is that now they are in control of a state, and they have a potent intel security apparatus set up by us, but now they're in control of it. They're calling Christian leaders. We know you. We're watching you. We're going to come get you. They're going door to door. And unfortunately, just this past 2 weeks, they grabbed the first Christian. And what happens is they'll torture him. They'll find out who the other Christians are he knows. And then if he won't turn back to Islam, they'll kill him. And there's going to be a whole bunch of that.
Well, a lot to pray about on that. Now, the worst government leader or person persecuting Christians, it's not Canada's Justin Trudeau for shutting down churches and arresting pastors during the COVID pandemic. So which government leader did you list as the top persecutor targeting Christians, and why?
Well, you already nailed it. It's North Korea and it's Kim Jong-un. So either the country or he are going to show up in the top list. But look, the whole North Korean state exists to serve him and to keep him in power and the Kims in power. So we chose him as the individual doing the worst job against Christians, doing the most persecution against Christians. I think people know it, but look, if a Christian is caught with a Bible, if they're a real Christian, the regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
And of course, we know that you have to worship the leader there. Juche is their faith, and that's worship of their leadership. I know there are many other countries of concern, especially, let's say, India, where attacks against Christians are on the rise. Tell us what's happening there, Jeff.
Well, India is especially disturbing, Gary, because India has a constitution that guarantees religious freedom, and they have a tremendous track record. But what's happened is you have some hyper-nationalists, some fundamentalist Hindus that have gained control. The Prime Minister Modi, is a radical Hindu. His party, the BJP, these are radical Hindus. They believe quite fervently that India is only for Hindus, and in India and Hinduism are fused, and there's no room for anybody else, and they're doing everything they can to slowly strangle Christianity. You won't hear it from his lips. He's a smart politician. Listen to the BJP leaders, listen to his leaders in the party. You'll hear it quite clearly. They're not shy about it.
And Jeff, I know China and Pakistan, those are always places of concern. And you've been to many of these countries. You've met with many persecuted believers around the world. Which country really is driving you to your knees in prayer right now? Maybe what one should we keep our eyes on?
Well, I pray for Nigeria constantly. We do a lot of work with the victims there. The 3 million plus that have already lost everything. Their homes have been stolen. 70 to 100,000 killed. The government is part of the problem, because just like you said, the government says this is just herders and farmers. It's a conflict. It's nothing but, and they are complicit in the attacks on Christians.
Okay, I know that you're hoping this report will put more pressure on these governments to affect change. Jeff King, president of International Christian Concern. Thank you, Jeff, for sharing your time and insights. We appreciate you and the work you're doing.
Love you guys and what you're doing, Gary. Thank you so much.
God bless.
Southeast, our own homeland, our own base, the place that makes us indigenous. Accusing some Yoruba leaders of supporting Kanu, he said, God will punish them and throw them on into the pit of hell. They are urging you, fooling people to destroy our land. Sunday Boho is there. They are not destroying Lagos, Oshobo, and Ibadan, or anywhere else. But they are telling you to destroy Igbo land, and you are happy destroying our land. He also heard some unprintable insults at Obasanjo for allegedly supporting Kanu. I am an Igbo man. I've never denied and I will continue to be. Me too. You are not more Igbo than me, so stop this nonsense. I will chase you everywhere, every corner of the way, and bring you to book. And I'm doing it. I don't just talk. My mouth and my hand and leg work together. I told you I would destroy IPOB. All the best of IPOB are with me. Those other people will come and join me too because they know I stand on the platform of truth. I support Asari Dokubo here 100%. He makes perfect sense. It's reality. Dokubo's outburst comes as a rumor circulated on the social media, quoting Obasanjo to have said, with what I saw at UK Parliament, I can boldly say that Nnamdi Kanu has gotten Biafra. It was posted on Tuesday by Daily Times Nigeria on their verified Facebook page with a picture of Obasanjo attached. However, this piece of information cannot be confirmed. This was reported by Sahara Reporters. I mentioned Maxwell Adeleye, who was secretary to a faction that is actually part of NINAS, because Shade Olukoya is still a founding member of NINAS and a great lady that I respect and highly esteemed in NINAS movement. That Yoruba is part of NINAS, and they are doing it the right way. They are defending the interest of all the nations, South and Middle Belt. The nations, the federations, the countries in the South and the Middle Belt as one. I got their back. I will support them. I will continue to support everyone as one family, as one. But this particular element that is supporting Nnamdi Kanu, that is actually bringing destruction to Igbo land, reducing Igbo land to a dysfunctional environment. Supporting them is working against the interest of the Southeast. I was in Warri. I had to quickly leave the Southeast for Warri when Nnamdi Kanu had court cases on Monday, which was, now it's official. It's every Monday lockdown of the Southeast. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, when Kanu appeared in court, the entire Southeast was also shut down. People were killed at Umuchu. People were killed at Ogais, I understand. People were killed at Ekulobia. Cow sellers, meat sellers had their tables upturned and their meat burnt and the Okada destroyed by these enforcers of this sit at home. And IPOB tells us that they are not their members, and some morons somewhere actually believe that cock and bull. IPOB, Ima Powerful, the elusive Ima Powerful that has no face, tells us that IPOB have nothing to do with it, and we take it line, hook, and sinker. It is not poisonous. It doesn't kill. It's the gospel truth. This is working against the interest of Ndi Igbo. Ndi Igbo, wake up from your slumber. Teta Nonora, stop taking deception for real. Join the movement that is actually getting you somewhere. And that is the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. That group that contains South-South, entire South-South, and Niger Delta, Middle Belt. A greater portion of Oduduwa Nation. Because all these few people that are calling for Biafra, they are pro-Tinubu. Maxwell Adele, I dare you to make a release against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Make a news release, calling out Tinubu as an ex-con, like ex-convict of the United States justice system. Call Tinubu out on that. If you are real, if you are going for genuine actualization of Oduduwa nation state, just like we are looking at Lower Niger Territory as well as Middle Belt nations, imagine, simultaneously through binding multi-regional referendum. Have a nice day. This has been the voice of Lower Niger Territory.
I must add that anyone that is calling false messiahs for us is not with us. They are against us. On insecurity, the governor of Benue State points directly to the right direction, that the federal government of Nigeria is an accomplice by autumn. February 10, 2022, today. Benue State Governor Samuel Ortom on Wednesday said the reason for his constant cry was that he was not elected to preside over displaced persons or dead bodies. Ortom stated this when he received in audience the Director General of the Administrative Staff College of Nigeria, Mrs. Cecilia Gaya, who couldn't come by herself but was also represented by Goodluck Audu. The governor said, having foreseen the danger herdsmen invasion on communities might pose to the nation, he decided to raise the alarm, and his administration came up with the anti-open grazing law. I must add that Benue State has seen a lot of killings by the Fulani jihadists, the Fulani herdsmen terrorists, brought into the country, and some paid by the governor of Kaduna, Nasser El-Rufai. He admitted it on a live TV appearance that he traveled to countries in Africa to pay these people money to stop killing, yet they are coming. So he was funding them to come and do their job that way. And the federal government opened up the borders for these criminals to come in and kill people all over the place, going as far as the Akwa Ibom, southeast, south-south, middle belt, lower Niger territory area, Oduduwa land. Sunday Boho is in jail because of these people, their activities. And for trying to stop them, they planted gun and everything and invaded his house and killed a few number of people, and killed animals too. Nigerian government officials are animal abusers, just as they are abusing their own people. That's why the priest will sit in the water, the fake priests sit in the water, telling people to essentially drown animals in order to make money. Anyway, the governor saw something happening and made a law for open grazing through the state assembly. He said his allegiance was to his people, and he lamented that he faced death threats as a result, but was not afraid of death. Ortom said, "At 61, I am no longer afraid of death. In fact, I have prepared my will so that if I die, my people will not fight over my property." God bless your heart. I feel so sad when I try to make public what is happening in Benue State and across Nigeria, I must add, and people castigate me and insult me, but I remain committed to serving my people. Which southeastern governor can open his mouth and say this boldly, that he remains steadfastly to serving his people, other than attending to the caliphate's business interest and the British business interest in our area? They don't care about our people. That's why criminal gangs are taking over the southeast, killing people at Umuchu, at Kulabia, at Uga, at Onitsha, at Aba, all over the place. They are invading Newi, everywhere. They are killing our people. And they claim to be fighting for our liberation. They snatch vehicles in the open. Police are on the run. Police, the so-called police, maybe that's why they are taking less bribes now, because they cannot even take bullets anymore. They see unknown gunmen, they run. The roads of Imo State is now dominated by police that are not wearing uniform. You can see them wearing all kinds of rags, like disguising themselves so that the unknown gunmen don't recognize them easily. And of course, I was not elected to preside over IDPs, that is internally displaced people's camps, and dead people, And if something is beyond me, at least I can raise the alarm for others to come and help me to solve this problem. Well, Governor Otom, I must advise you here, if you ever tune into this People's Channel, Lower Niger Territory Radio, if you ever hear it online, there is a group that is championing the deliverance of your people in the Middle Belt as well as in the Lower Niger Territory and Oduduwa Nation. That group is called Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. Hook up with the leaders of this group and have a chat and take it from there. Referendum is achievable for your people to be secured. It is done all over the world. Eritrea did it to get out of Ethiopia. South Sudan did it to get out of Sudan, which is now North Sudan. East Timor did it to get away from the chokehold of Indonesia. Scotland has done it once in my lifetime. I saw them go to vote, but they failed. Quebec did it 1995. They also failed by a percentage point or so. Europe have always gone through referendum to resolve differences. UK went through referendum to get out of the European Union just not up to 3 years ago. So many countries has gone through this process. Africa's own must not be different. That is what we serve the people of Benue State, people of Adamawa, people of Taraba, people of Plateau, people of Anambra State, Imo State, Abia State, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Yoruba Land. Sunday Boho will not be in jail now if Nigeria has been a just society. And it is because of that we call for referendum, a multi-regional binding referendum to be supervised by the United Nations. That is the vote our people want to vote for. Not who replaces Muhammadu Buhari under the same constitution of 1999 that is fully rejected and repudiated by all our people in the Middle Belt, Oduduwa Land, and Lower Niger Territory. He accused the federal government of complicity in the security problem in the country. And of course, I was not elected to preside over IDP camps and dead people. If something is beyond me, at least I can raise the alarm for others to come and help me to solve this problem. He accused the federal government of complicity in the security problem in the country. On the training of civil servants by ASCON, Otom said the civil service remained the engine room of any administration, as it was responsible for the success and failure of any government. So what is the situation with Nigeria? Leadership failed Nigeria, leadership that is based on a very criminal document, the constitution that allows idiots to rule over princes and princesses. Forgive my French. This is what has destroyed the country further. And since nothing good can come out of this 1999 constitution, the right decision to make for Nigerians is to stop further election, to repeat the same cycle all over, because another thief can only come to protect the interest of other thieves, just like what they did in Abia State. Orji Uzor Kalu robbed Abia State, and at the end of the day, he replaced himself with another crook, who after robbing the state, now put this other one that talks about hot water and pouring hot water on the asphalt to cause road well built to start melting. That's what do they call him? Ibazu from Ngwangwa. Anyway, the whole thing is this. For us to know true freedom, we must go through referendum. Anything short of this is a waste of time. And the government knows that this is the right solution to take. They know that things are not going very well. But they are just deceiving themselves, carrying on as if everything is okay. Nothing is okay. Nigeria is in crisis. Nigeria is in deep crisis. Nigeria is imploding from within. There's a lot of hatred among the people. The people are feeling insecure everywhere. There is a lot of horrible things going on. I saw flaring going on at Port Harcourt. If you come out in the night, you will know why Port Harcourt is hot in the afternoon. Because there is flaring going on all over the place, gas flaring by oil companies. Fire is burning in the city. The pantries, the palm frogs are getting burnt. Literally, you can see it burnt. The grass, the green, everything is looking like it's burning up. In a country where oil and gas is being extracted and nothing is being enforced to protect life and the environment. Nigeria hates everything in Nigeria, including the land. That's unfortunate. This has been your guy, Stephen.
Anything that will make you depend on this country called Nigeria, you are finished. You are doomed. Because you are suffering, you are smiling. Not punish the people that went and nominate the Jagaban of Lagos, Tinubu. Stupid Nollywood people that is supposed to be thinking about the people that die in Doggett. They are busy endorsing Jagaban as the next president. President will kill them there.
John Okafor, Ibu.
If Jagaban rule this country as Nigeria, will leave this country. You will not see me again. He will not come. I say, stupid man. He cannot come back to do what? Old man like that. Old man, when we are still alive,
people are engaged on talking about who will be the next president of Nigeria, a country that is already gone beyond recovery. I mean, what is Tinubu trying to do? Or who else? All those people that are pushing or angling toward election, like they don't see the signs, they don't see the handwriting on the wall, they don't see that Nigeria is completely gone. Our people are pathetic, like they are ready to do whatever because they don't care, they have no regard for the people.
Anybody that will endorse Tinubu, that person family, they will not enjoy 2022.
That's it. It's not over yet. Here is a prayer by the elders of Mbieri, where some criminals went to kidnap their Eze. I'm not sure if he's the one they killed and displayed in the marketplace or another one, but this is another prayer that is in line with the one we just had now. The number of people needs to be completely dealt with, and let these prayers come through upon them. Following the kidnap of Eze Madumere, the Eze of Mbieri, the Eze of Mbieri gathered at Oriemberi to make incantations and prayers for the release of their fellow Igwe. The prayer itself is against all criminal activities by different groups and state actors across our land. May this prayer come true upon them. Amen.
Taa ụmụ mbieri anyị agbakọọna ndị achị achị ndị na-edu edu akwụkwọ achala n'igu ụmụ mbieri anyị agbakọ ihe mere anyị o mere n'Eke, o mere n'Orie, o mere n'Afọ ma ọ na Nkwọ. Anyị si taa Mbieri bilie 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 Mbieri ụmụ gị anyị ebe n'akwa ndị egburu izu jee jiri nwa gị otu onye ọchịchị enyi kee asị m ala Mbieri ekwerere ha choo ọ nwoke ọ nwe ọ nwata ọ oki ndị ahụ bụ izu jee jiri nwa Mbieri chee oki emekwere nga hụ.
May there be no elders among them, among the killers.
Anya gboko chie na ala ndedi. Anyị ebe na akwa. Zanu nye taa, zanu nye echi. Mpụta anyị pụtara taa. O gosiri ịhụnanya nọ ha n'anyị. Shani gaba n'ihu ụmụ mbili. Ma lee ka agbụ na-ahụnye aka anya. Bịa kpọrọ nwa gị. Anyị si taa. Ndị ichie. Lekwanụ obi ọjọọ. Nyenụ nye obi ndụ. Ọganihu unyi. Ya gachie n'enyi. Ma ndị bịara enye aka n'inya n'imi. Lee enyi n'anya. Lee enyi n'ọnụ. Shai ga-eme gịnị? Ele na-ehụnyarịrị. Chineke ebido igbe. Ele ebe nọ. Anya kpọkuo gị. Bịazanye okwu. Bịazanye okwu. Taa, echi. Hụha ha. Hụha ya. Hụha ya. Ozugbo na ha ga-aha ya. Ekwurịrị ha jụụ. Anyị atụpụ ọjị eke.
Here is testimony of a woman in the north that was kidnapped by the Islamic terrorists who are targeting Christians across Nigeria, including Muslims as well. But their main target is are the Christians because they are targeting across Benue State, Christian groups, communities in the north, in the east, in the southwest, all over southern Nigeria. These terrorists are going across state lines, doing all sorts of criminal activities. Here is one of the women that recently got released and what she had to say.
I saw horror. Wallahi tallahi idan abu yana kama da yawm al-qiyama. Allah ina gana gan shi when I was in captivity. I saw that. I saw horror. I still have nightmares, bad nightmares. Sai an rike ni har yau har gobe. Akan horrors din da na gani. Akan horrors din da na gani. That's why I left Nigeria. That's why I'm here. But wallahi tallahi, if you have not been through what we've been through, a lot of us that have been in captivity and been raped multiple times by terrorists, you would not know. You would not know the pain. You would not know the agony. Nobody stood. Nobody believed me. Nobody said anything. Nobody helped me.
What a sad situation.
No one. And that's what's happening right now to our children. That's what's happening right now to our children. They're being killed. Nobody's believing them. Nobody's saying anything. Nobody's accepting any refugee from northern Nigeria. Nobody. I was raped. I was raped. I was raped by terrorists. I was raped. I was naked. I still have marks on my arm. I know what's going on. I know the pain.
The Islamic terrorists are raping women, raping young people, everybody. And Muhammad Buhari is struggling to call them terrorists. He is struggling to tag them terrorists. That's the government Nigeria have today. Terrorists are running Nigeria essentially. Terrorists are running Nigeria. This woman is almost hurting herself. She's been raped multiple times. Nigeria. Nigeria has mortgaged her future. And Ninas presents a golden opportunity to have Nigeria sorted out through referendums, multi-regional referendums, in the Lower Niger Territory, in the Oduduwa Nation, and Middle Belt Nation. That will save the day.
Ninas, where we came from, where we are, or the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country will be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the assets, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprived the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdulsalami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, a better half of those in the legal profession gathered itself on conference and, without much ado, recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when, in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to revoke the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanuro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the Composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the PRONACO consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus, at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others, admitted the People case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no lucus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the Joint Multi-Regional Vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held a solemn assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, an LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
Small, intellectually, politically, and economically insignificant Africa. But is that really true? Now, here are the facts. Africa has a total area space larger than all of Europe, China, and the United States of America combined. Yes, it is 3 times the area of China, 3 times the area of Europe, 3 times the area of the United States of America, meaning you can transplant China, Europe, and United States, and several other countries on the Africa continent, and they will fit neatly. Africa is 30.5 million square kilometers and a youthful population of 1.3 billion inhabitants. China is 9.6 million square kilometers and 1.4 billion inhabitants. India has a total space of 3.3 million square kilometers and 1.4 billion inhabitants. Now, yet, Africa is projected as overpopulated, and pressure mounts on Africans and their leaders to depopulate. Why? Why? Now, please note, Africa is home to 60% of the world's arable land, 90% of raw material reserve, 40% of gold reserve, 33% of diamond reserve, 95% of platinum reserve, and holds the largest bauxite reserves in the world. Of course, in addition to manganese, woods, uranium, crude oil, and others. Yet, the continent is touted as the poverty capital of the world and ripe for depopulation. The question is, why? Well, President Jacques Chirac of France provides an illuminating insight. He said, "We bled Africa for 4.5 centuries. We looted their raw materials, then we told lies that the Africans are good for nothing. In the name of religion, we destroyed their culture. And after being made rich at their expense, we now steal their brains through miseducation and propaganda to prevent them from enacting black retribution against us, unquote. Well, put simply, for over 4 centuries, Africa is not in control of its resources. Look, a 2016 study of Africa by the NGO called War on Want reveals that 101 companies, mostly British, control $305 billion worth of platinum, $276 billion worth of oil, and $216 billion worth of coal at 2016 market prices. Yes, they own mines or mineral licenses in 37 African countries and control vast swath of Africa's land, 4 times the size of the United Kingdom. Now look, Africa subsidizes the rest of the world by $32 billion annually. A 2017 report by Global Justice Now and other groups estimates that $161.6 billion enter into Africa, while $202.9 billion leave Africa almost every year. For example, in 2017, Africa received a total of $19.7 billion in aid, but paid back $18 billion in debt repayments. Debt burden is killing Africa. African governments have borrowed between 25 and 75% of their GDP, but with little or nothing to show for it. Africans in the diasporas remit not less than $32 billion annually, but multinational companies siphon $32.4 billion in profits and illicit financial outflows. Look, an estimated $29 billion are stolen via illegal logging, fishing and poaching annually. How can any continent, country or people accumulate and sustain wealth, growth and prosperity with such statistics? That's a great question. Well, look, hopefully, now you know your Africa better. Edmund Mbiaka once wrote, "Peace of mind always comes with knowing who you truly are, where you currently stand, where you positively need to be, and strongly believing in its possibility." Africa needs to control its resources, no doubt. For productive, patriotic, and effective leadership, we need our best and ablest citizens with fortified character in local, state, and federal governments. This must be given utmost consideration in upcoming elections across Africa. Let me say it once more. Our problem is not the age of our leaders, but unfortified character. It is your responsibility to protect and defend your Africa. The starting point is to educate and transform the mindset of our leaders and peoples. Look, the least you can do is to assist with ensuring that this message reaches every African. Slavery destroyed us. Religion divided us. Ignorance controls us. And truth scares us. With these retrogressive forces, Africa will remain a dark continent. So we must renew our minds. Please share this video in support of my efforts at reconstructing Africa through mindset transformation. You see, together, we will reconstruct Africa and take charge of our destiny. For who controls Africa controls the world. I thank you.
When I saw a note that the bandits are threatening Christians in Zamfara, I asked what is the work of our security agencies. Why would they come out and make such comment when you have not verified it because you are making people be more frightened? I will not stop going to the mosque to pray because I saw in a paper that if I go to the mosque I will be killed. Let me be killed, I must die. So Christians should not be afraid of going to church to worship because an anonymous person is threatening them. This is the Sultan of Sokoto, a former brigadier of the Nigerian military, speaking. He's not offering any solution. Rather, he's telling people to go to the church or to the mosque and get, if they die, they die. That is not a secured environment. That is not reassuring. Rather, we should be talking about how to secure the lives of our people through a binding multi-regional referendum, not exposing people to harm, to death, to terrorist onslaught that is being powered from the presidency, by ministers, by sympathizers of terrorist activities. The Zala movement. These are people in government and outside government that are fueling crisis across Nigeria. They are fueling the killing in the Benue area, in the Middle Belt, in the South, in the entire South. Everywhere is under siege from the Islamic terrorists. And Sultan of Sokoto is telling us that we should continue to do things like nothing is happening. If we die, it is the will of Allah. God forbid, it is not the will of God that we should be facing terrorist activities, terrorist attacks, but we can go through referendum. And where the referendum passes through, then we should have sovereign authorities to protect the people of those areas in the lower Niger territory, Middle Belt and Oduduwa nations. This is what Nigeria must do now to avoid further escalation of the hostilities across the country. As condemned nations continue to trial the killing across the nation, the Sultan of Sokoto has made his reaction known. Speaking on Thursday, December 9, today, the Sultan of Sokoto said that there is no day that passes without people being killed in the northern part of the country. It's not just in the northern part of the country, all over the country. In fact, in the east, people are now playing with severed heads of fellow human beings, which is very barbaric and unfortunate. The Sultan also called on residents of various states across the north never to live in fear of death by bandits' attacks. The Sultan of Sokoto, Said Abubakar, in a report by Tribune, said that majority of the killing spree happening in the country, in the region, is not reported in the media. It's not only in the region. Most of the killings, including police killings and military killings, are not reported. They are all underreported. When they report 5, most likely it's probably more than like quadruple that figure. Everything is toyed with in Nigeria, just like they are playing with the COVID test now that is keeping Nigerians stranded in Europe or in transit. Everything is cooked up. Everything is full of lies. Nothing real. Nothing is real. Everything. Even government, the sitting government, can dabble into terrorist activities while telling the rest of the world that they should consider the plight of the Palestinians. Buhari goes to the UN to preach on the Palestinian cause while actively setting Nigeria on fire by his policies, by funding terrorist activities, using the Miyetti Allah as a front. And sympathizers are in government, and he knows it. He said this at the 4th quarter 2021 meeting of the Nigeria Interreligious Council, NIREC for short, with the team, NIREC, security agencies, and peace in Nigeria. The Sultan, who is also the co-chair of NIREC, said there have been consistent threats by some unknown persons who claim that those found attending churches in Zamfara would be killed. Of course, Christians has been wiped out in states like Borno State, Bauchi, Yobe State. They are either killed or they've been driven into IDP camps within Nigeria or refugee camps in countries, even countries at war like Cameroon has Nigerian refugees in their camps. Chad, Mali, all over the place, including Libya, where people are being traded, auctioned at slave camps, slave markets. The Nigerians are being chased to those places from Nigeria. And Buhari think that he's in charge, that we cannot have a multi-regional referendum under his watch. It will be over his dead body. Oh well. Calling on both Christians and Muslims in the region to ignore this threat, the religious leaders said the insecurity in the northern part of the country is overwhelming. It's across Nigeria. The fire is burning across Nigeria. He said Nigeria has a series of challenges facing it. I wish it's just minor challenges. It's an existential challenge. It's at the root, at the foundation of Nigeria. The constitution is the problem. That is why all these things are happening. And if leaders don't wake up and come together to understand the issues facing the country, the challenges will escalate. I don't know what you're waiting for. It's already gone beyond control. The Guardian reports that the Sultan also urged citizens to embrace peace across the country and love one another. How can we love one another when there is a bigot serving as president, when ministers are all bigoted minds, people who have no love for the country or the people, but rather they are clutching onto their tribe and their religion? That does not make for love of country. There is no love of country for Nigeria. For the political leaders, the Sultan said politicians must continue to make platforms available for Nigerians and their supporters to dialogue for peace. Let's dialogue for referendum. Let's go for referendum. That is the thing that will save Nigeria. Everything else is just cosmetic dressing. We are just dressing the surface of the deep-rooted injury that will not heal. Let's put Nigeria through the knife of referendum. Referendum. Nigeria cannot escape it. Or the alternative will be most unfortunate upon the country. While the oil and gas extracted from Nigeria is getting smuggled out of the country, after being shipped out as crude and being refined and returned to the country, it's now getting smuggled out of Nigeria to neighboring countries where it fetches the smugglers more money, while Nigerians don't even have it. Or where they have it, they are now talking about increase, like doubling the price, thereby making life unlivable for the people. So this is the country that some people want to die for, instead of going for referendum.
Let's head to Cameroon now, where traders are making huge profits out of selling Nigerian fuel illegally. Smugglers sell the stolen petrol at significantly lower prices than conventional service stations do. Our reporter Blaise Eyong spoke to illegal vendors and their customers in the city of Marua in northern Cameroon.
Official petrol stations like these are losing business to illegal fuel traders in Cameroon. Stolen fuel from neighboring Nigeria is readily available for trade in the country. For 7 years, Abdulaziz Aduka has been selling illegal fuel in Marua, northern Cameroon. The 27-year-old says he sells at least 1,200 liters of petrol daily.
This illicit fuel has been the main source of income for me and my family. I'm able to put food on the table and take care of my family's needs.
This is one of the warehouses where fuel is stored in this city. The illicit fuel is smuggled to Cameroon through its vast land and sea border with Nigeria, and then transported by vehicle to distribution points like this. Even when Nigerians are faced with fuel shortage, the supply is constant in Cameroon. Cameroon produces its own fuel, but the stolen Nigerian petrol is far cheaper here. Motor taxi rider Sylvain has not been to a petrol station for 6 years.
This fuel is very cheap, and that's the reason I prefer to use it. At the petrol station, sometimes, not even sometimes, the price is always fixed around 664 CFA francs. However, the illicit fuel is sold for 350 francs, maybe it's 400, or when it's expensive, it can be sold for 500 francs. And that's why I use the illicit fuel.
Though the sale of smuggled fuel is illegal in Cameroon, the trade is done in the open. It's hard to walk 300 meters without seeing someone selling fuel in most parts of the country. Abdurrahman Ali makes $40 from selling fuel in a good day. He says the authorities simply turn a blind eye as long as vendors like him are able to make an unofficial payment.
A country at war with itself, like Nigeria, will have her resources getting into wrong hands. Just like the Nigerian government fell into wrong hand, so also other Nigerian resources has fallen into wrong hands from the 60s till this moment. And that's why Nigeria is not at peace. That's why Nigeria is bleeding for referendum, multi-regional binding referendum to be conducted by the United Nations. Until this takes place, well, this kind of development will continue to be a common feature. Nigeria will continue to experience disquietness at all levels.
Let's head to Cameroon now, where traders are making huge profits.
The authorities simply turn a blind eye as long as vendors like him are able to make an unofficial payment.
We have people sent by the city council who take money from us and allow us to continue the trade. We pay a little under $4 every month.
These are Cameroonians speaking.
Once this fee is paid, we're allowed to do business.
Cameroonians.
No one comes here to stop us.
Cameroonians trading on Nigeria's fuel.
Anything.
That's what happens to a third country.
Nigerian fuel that enters Cameroon is not known. But according to local media reports, the illegal trade is about $5 million a year. It is said to provide good income for smugglers and local vendors.
Here is an article by Marvelous Marvel, NATO. You can't win a battle whose sponsors are your leaders, political leaders and religious leaders. They are the one behind the terrorist groups across the Sharia belt, the 12 Sharia practicing states of northern Nigeria. They are doing it at the presidency, at the mosque level, at the sheikhs, they are sheikhs. They are traditional leaders. Their traditional leaders are also their political leaders. So these people are setting the whole place on fire, and they think we're in one country. 2 days ago, I spent about 30 minutes on phone with a military general in the theater of war in the northeast. He spent time with tales of how he recaptured some towns from terrorists in the northeast, and how his troops are battle ready. As usual, I pleaded with him to resign, just like I have spoken to many of them from the south and middle belt. This is no ordinary war, and it won't end in victory for Nigeria. I need my friends to return home alive. Hopefully, many of them would be hearing this. Just yesterday, I read of the murder of General Zama Zekusu and other soldiers in Borno State, a state where terrorists hoisted their flags and are collecting taxes in several towns. I called my friend again to go through our discussion of the previous day. It was in 2005 that I first mentioned that Nigeria was heading the Afghanistan model in a conference, but many of the paid government officials kicked against it and lambasted me for being unpatriotic. Recall that terrorism was still at its infancy back then, so many of them didn't see the landmine created by the North when they adopted Sharia as their legal code more than 20 years ago. Fast forward to the present day, many of the guys that lambasted me are sitting quietly in their graves. Let me make this statement again. Nigeria will not win the war on terror. Nigeria lacks the institution, the character, the army, the will, the commitment, the unity, etc. to fight terrorists. We lost it long ago and was made worse when Buhari and the North reneged against the constitution to adopt Sharia in several northern states, 12 of them, which emboldened the actors to spread their tentacles. Nevertheless, I will continue to hold GEJ responsible for succumbing to the Arewa threat led by Buhari, El-Rufai, Sanusi Lamido, and the northern elite, when the Nigerian army carried massive onslaught against the terrorists under Jarayi Hejrika by removing him as the chief of army staff. And that's what the North demanded of GEJ, and he did it. He removed the Hejrika. You know, when some of us think that Jonathan was a wimp, we were not wrong. He succumbed to them and even removed the former national security advisor who was later killed in Bayelsa State by agents of Arewa. He removed him and replaced him with Sambo Dasuki. you know, Azazi, General Way Azazi. It's unfortunate, what has been happening to Nigeria. It's very sad. Very, very sad. Recall that they accused General Ihejirika of trying to avenge the Biafran loss on their people. In other words, the North saw the terrorists as their brothers fighting for the same cause of establishing Sharia law, but in a misguided manner, whatever that means, but saw Ihejirika as a usurper, and Nyamiri, which must be stopped at all costs. Evidently, they were never happy that GEJ appointed an Igbo man chief of army staff, the first since 1970. Even though General Ihejirika recorded success in his push against terrorists and the Ariwa regarded him as an infidel, decimating their Muslim brothers, they never cared that these people were murderers, rather were driven by religious sentiment. It was the North under Buhari that said that attack against Boko Haram was an attack on the North. Muhammad Buhari said it. It was Buhari that muted the idea of treating terrorists as the way Niger Delta militants were treated and suggested paying them salaries, which they are doing already. It was Buhari and the North that fought GEJ against branding Boko Haram as terrorists, but they were quick to call flag-flying IPOB members who has never killed any police or soldier as terrorists, and even went ahead to proscribe them and murdering thousands of them. Recall that Boko Haram appointed Buhari to represent them in negotiating with the government of GEJ in recognition to his support for the group, which was public knowledge. Consequently, on assumption of office, Buhari and El-Rufai started paying their murderous brothers as repentant terrorists and claimed to start a rehabilitation program for them. Millions of dollars were sunk into this program till date. The result was the growth of terror and banditry across the whole of northern Nigeria in very dangerous dimension and astronomical proportions. Expectedly, many of these rehabilitated terrorists found themselves into the Nigerian army today, working as spies and fighting from within the army to kill military personnel and their families. The point we must not shy away from is that Boko Haram, Islamic State West Africa Province, ISWAP, Buhari, El-Rufai, Pantami, including, I must add, Sheikh Ahmed Gumi, and many others, are fighting the same cause, which is to establish a pure form of Islam or Islamic State, a caliphate in Nigeria. Why must we involve ourselves in their fight? Buhari wanted Sharia, while the terrorists want Sharia. Why must an Igbo, a Christian, go to the north to die in a fight between two Muslim brothers? Why would a Middle Belterner, why would a Southwesterner do this? Nigeria is gone. Sadly, I see those praying for Nigeria as either gullible or hypocritical folks. This is the time for politicians in the South and Middle Belt to sit down in sincerity to find solution to how the movement of terrorists in the South. Actually, they should shut down. All political activities should shut down until we figure out exactly what's going on. I am going to church this morning. No, I wouldn't pray for Nigeria to be better. Rather, I will pray for the disintegration of Nigeria, at least in the most peaceful way, which is what Ninas is proposing. A very peaceful dissolution, a peaceful way of putting Nigeria to sleep for good. I will ask God to separate us from terrorists and wicked people. I will tell God not to allow a wicked country like Nigeria to prosper until they allow my right to exit from their wickedness and evil union, at least through multi-regional binding referendum for the nations of Lower Niger Territory, Oduduwa Nation, and Middle Belt Federation. Whoever dies while fighting for Nigeria has died for nothing. And if you look at the way soldiers are being treated in Nigeria, you will come to the realization that dying for Nigeria is a waste. It's a waste.
Constitution is obsolete and represents incomplete decolonization. By Ndidi Owechwe. Independence from colonial masters was meant to be freedom for Africa. However, some 60 years later, freedom has continued to elude many African countries. That is because independence in itself is not freedom except when it is accompanied by self-determination for indigenous ethnic nationalities on their ancestral lands. Looking back at events in the 1950s, it becomes clear that corruption, injustice, and mischief were going to guide the new nation called Nigeria. Let us first consider a key index that was manipulated, that is, population figures, which determined representation in the parliament, distribution of resources, and distribution of federal civil servants, etc. Harold Smith, a British former colonial civil servant working for the Department of Labour before he died, confirmed that the figures of the census in 1952 had been inflated to favor the North, to make it seem that region had more than half of the total population. Armed with this window, Bello, the premier of the northern region, must have felt very confident when, just 12 days after independence in 1960, he boasted his vision and caliphate agenda for Nigeria, to be an estate of his ethnic nation, the Fulani, immigrant settlers in Nigeria, and declared, the South would be conquered territory and its people never able to control their future. Thus it was, with this caliphate agenda as guide, that when preliminary results of the post-independence 1962 census showed that the South had a higher population than the North, final results were never released, and so a new census was held in 1963 with mind-boggling figures that now made the North the most populous region in all of Africa, and therefore with a higher population than the South. Apart from untrustworthy population figures attributed to the North, the union called Nigeria was also shaky under its three regions because the three main ethnic nations were dominating the others. The Middle Belt had been lumped with the Arewa bloc into what was referred to as the Northern region. Joseph Tucker, a Christian and leader in the Middle Belt, had preferred there be a separate Middle Belt region because of the possibility of Arewa taking up Sharia. At the Willings Commission of 1958 in London, it was only with reluctance that the Middle Belt agreed to be part of the Northern region, having secured an agreement that Nigeria would always be a secular state. To date, too, the ethnic nationalities of the Middle Belt have felt dominated by the Hausa Fulani, and from at least 2017 began to say that they are not North Central but Middle Belt. In the Eastern region, the other smaller ethnic nationalities felt they were being dominated by the more populous Igbo. Similarly, in the Western region, the other smaller ethnic nationalities felt that they were being dominated by the more populous Yoruba. Their concerns were somewhat alleviated with the creation of the Midwestern region. What is important to note and retain is that, number one, at independence there were already cracks in the union because one party, referred to as the Caliphate, wanted Nigeria to be an estate of the Fulani and had an agenda that the indigenous peoples would not be able to control their lives. That means that the indigenous peoples would be denied their inalienable right to self-determination. 2. Even though there were three, then later four. Even though there were three, then later four regions with self-determination, the more populous ethnic nations within them, that is the Yoruba, the Hausa, Fulani, and the Igbo, were dominating in their regions. They basically took over the sovereignties of the other ethnic nations. That means there was incomplete decolonization of Nigeria. This is where and why the liberation process of the NINAS, Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination movement, is important and includes processes for complete and full decolonization for every indigenous ethnic nationalities in the NINAS territory.
What is now well known thanks to the Enlightenment work of the NINAS movement is that the illegitimate 1999 constitution foisted on Nigerians hijacks the self-determination of ethnic nations. Arewa bloc from the year 2000 unilaterally took up Sharia as a function of their own expression of self-determination, and that has been interpreted by the NINAS movement as Arewa having seceded from the Union. Since Nigeria is meant to be a secular country, now the rest of the country are regaining their own right to self-determination by NINAS movement's proclamation of constitutional force majeure on the 16th of December 2020. That started the process to decommission that illegitimate 1999 constitution. The NINAS movement uses a non-violent, orderly process that follows a similar path to what South Africa used to terminate their own apartheid constitutional order. It involves suspending general elections of 2023 to go into a time-bound transitional government. All government structures would remain in place, with regional referendums for self-determination conducted by ethnic nationalities. With the NINAS movement strategy, there will be negotiations where no indigenous ethnic nation will be left out. Each will be able to choose whether they want to be in the Union of Nigeria or not, plus whether they prefer to form a different union with culturally compatible ethnic nations, and if so, how. Every ethnic nation must now be at the discussion table, making discussions and being part of decisions. To repeat, for clarity, as it is important to retain and act upon this information, when the British left, decolonization was incomplete. The Caliphate took over their position as overall colonizer. In addition, within the regions, the smaller ethnic nations were dominated by their more populous ones, and their self-determination was being engulfed by them. The Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination movement is bringing about complete decolonization. Each indigenous ethnic nation in the NINAS territory, no matter its size, is equal to any other. There is no minority as classified by Bello. Each ethnic nation will be involved in the discussion about their future. Each ethnic nation will decide for itself, and each ethnic nation will have full self-determination to go in the formation of their choice. This is the liberation process of the NINAS movement for self-determination. For more information, check www.ninasvoice.org. Thanks for listening.
Hello, my brothers and sisters. It's showtime. Well, today, from Ibom People's Radio, the topic is UK MPs to debate sanctions against Nigeria. Today, Wednesday, December 11th, 2021. As a matter of fact, this is going to happen at 4:30 p.m. UK time. So this is going to start in about an hour or so. So basically, what are we talking about here? MPs from news reports would hold a debate today. United Kingdom members of parliament from the House of Commons will hold a debate on the Magnitsky sanctions and human rights abuses in Nigeria. This debate, as usual, will be held in Westminster Hall in England. The debate will be led, reportedly from the reports, by Chris Bryant, Member of Parliament. Chris Bryant, Member of Parliament, will lead this debate on sanctions, on how to sanction greedy, inept, and murderous Nigerian officials. So we have a couple of questions to address here. Number one, what is the Magnitsky Act? A lot of people don't know what this is. I'll give a quick background. The second question we're answering, how does it apply to Nigerian officials and UK laws? The third question is, how does it affect Akwa Ibom? We are here to advocate for Akwa Ibom people, for 7 million Akwa Ibom people, for self-determination, for economic independence and political independence. That's what we are here to advocate for. So we take these Nigerian issues and see, does it affect Akwa Ibom? Should Akwa Ibom care about the Magnitsky Act? Should it care that the House of Parliament in London, where a lot of decisions are made on even the very Nigeria, should it matter? Should it matter in London? This is where the president goes to get his health care, gets everything. Nigeria politically depend on their former colonialists in the United Kingdom. Does it matter? The question is yes. I will go on to respond to the 3 questions I posed today. Number 1, what is the Magnitsky Act? Well, this is really a bill that was passed in the US in 2016. It authorizes the US government to sanction other countries where they believe the officials of those countries, not the nation itself, but the officials of those countries are human rights offenders. It allows the government, the US government, and in this case, the UK government, to freeze their assets and ban them from entering the US, in this case, the UK. Because the UK is actually adopting the Magnitsky Act of the US own. So, if you are from a country which the US does business with, and you have human rights abuses, such as what Buhari and his Fulani-led government is doing, so it allows that government, in this case, it will allow the UK, this debate today will allow the United Kingdom to freeze the assets, as you can imagine, all those fancy houses in London and UK, by Nigerian officials who've stolen money. Everybody's aware of this. Essentially, grab the whole of Nigerian oil resources money and packed in the UK. It allows the government to freeze this. If the government can prove, if like what Chris Bryant is doing today, if it can ascertain that that government has human rights offenders, which we do. We have political prisoners today, a lot of political prisoners that Buhari put you in prison. If you say a single thing against the insecurity in Nigeria, against ISWAP, people Buhari calls his Fulani brothers from Mali, from Niger Republic, coming into the country, if you say anything, you are thrown into Buhari's gulag. You are thrown into his gulag. So those ones, human rights abuses, to freeze the assets. Freeze the assets in England in this particular case and ban them from entering the UK. I could give them a list. I could help them here. Starting from the Chief of Staff himself, Professor Sulu Gambari, to ministers like Lai Mohammed, which people refer to as Liar Mohammed, because he lies a lot about government policy. In fact, he even lied recently about the killing of young people in the NSAS debacle, where young people were murdered at the gates of Lekki Toll. So that's what it allows them to do. So that kind of answers my second question. How does it apply? It applies to Nigerian government officials. It applies to the ministers who have enabled the killing, has enabled the stealing, who own property in England. We have the list of all of them. We are going to submit this to United Kingdom. We have the list. Nigerian officials should not be allowed. People like Malami, the Attorney General. People like Issa Pantami, who is a terrorist who trained in Sudan, a self-confessed terrorist who trained in Sudan, is running the communications ministry in Nigeria. Basically, is in fact in power to decide who comes into Nigeria and who doesn't. And he has allowed, according to him, not me, his brothers, Fulanis, to flow into the country, causing the serious insecurity in Nigeria today. So how does it affect Akwa Ibom? Simple. Akwa Ibom resources are used to fund this.
Yes.
So if you go to Hyde Park in London and see those houses, 30% of the value of those houses belong to Akwa Ibom. Why? Because Akwa Ibom finances the Nigerian economy by 30%. This is accurate. This is simple. I don't mind pushback on this. I welcome it. Feel free to write about this. And I'm very, very ready to respond. So we are waiting the results of this. But we have sent input. I know I've sent input to the House of Commons myself on behalf of our organization. Quick input. But we have details. We have let them know that we are ready to supply them details, to give the names of every Nigerian officials who have abused human rights, specifically the Inspector General of Police and all that, and those of them who have stolen money and are parking them in England itself. That is the whole idea of the Magnitsky Act. It has been adopted by a lot of countries now. So if you do what people like Buhari is doing in Nigeria today, you can be stopped. You wonder, why is it a big deal? They are afraid. These people, all their children are in England and the US. All their money is packed over there. They don't love the Nigeria they claim to love. They are all scared and they will run. When the country is about to break up, watch, all these men and women will run away. They don't have anything in Nigeria, so what do they care? So, which is why people like us are calling for self-determination. We are calling for self-emancipation, not restructuring. Self-determination, which means we decide where we want to be. Akwa Ibom is not part of this. Akwa Ibom is not part of the destruction of Nigeria. Akwa Ibom, very, very rarely will any Akwa Ibom people be affected in this, what is being debated now. We have a list of those who will be affected. I gave you some names already. I could give more. Thank you very much. This is all. This is our only message today. Magnitsky Act being debated in the United Kingdom House of Commons. Nigeria will be affected. Nigerian officials like Laya Mohammed, Nigerian officials like Issa Pantami, Nigerian officials like Sule Gambari, the chief of staff, Nigerian officials have to be made. Seize those assets, return them to Kwa Ibom State where they belong. Return them to Kwa Ibom people. Let them decide what they want to do with it. Let them decide whether they want to be part of this country. To be part of this country, which every single day you hear one terrible issue or the other affecting a country in which people are insecure, the education is done, all the doctors are fled. This is all I have to say to you this morning. Thank you very much, and have a nice day. Goodbye.
Yesterday, Asuzu Chinedu Peters shared a video interview or commentary of Attorney Femi Falana. And after reviewing that comment from Femi Falana, I came to the realization that something is actually fundamentally wrong with Nnamdi Kanu's legal team. If Femi Falana, who has been dealing with Nigeria cases such as Omoyele Sowore and others who have come under government attack or persecution, can say that the government does not even have any strong case against Nnamdi Kanu, how come Kanu's lawyers are going about lobbying people to go and appeal to the government to let their client go, when their client have an opportunity to expose Nigeria more and have an opportunity to actually give reasons behind whatever stand their client is taking against the country? Instead of doing this, they are inciting our people to go and continue to initiate from different voices, from different breakaway groups out of the IPOB. They are all making demands and making calls, all kinds of different calls. One will say no more stay at home on Mondays. Another one will say no, it has to be, even Simon Ekpa in Finland said that it should be one day, any day can be added. And in fact, that there may be no Christmas in the Southeast. Like an enemy of Southeast. This guy is living in Finland and having good time. Living with his family, going about Sunday to Saturday, doing his business, nobody stops him. But he thinks that our people should be controlled and messed up and destroyed because Nnamdi Kanu is in jail, where we insist that justice must be done to him. So essentially, Nnamdi Kanu is Biafra and Biafra is Nnamdi Kanu.
to the exclusion of all other Southeast or South-South citizens. That's very unfortunate. That's super unfortunate. Anyway, that visit by our so-called elders, led by a man I used to respect, Chief Amechi Mbazulike, that visit, there was absolutely no reason for that visit. It was more or less a disgrace to Ndibo. The type of people we are. We are people of justice. We are people of equity. We are people that wanted to have things done right. That wasn't right. We shouldn't go to appeal to anybody. I mean, somebody who removed a likely candidate for the Supreme Court Justice, Chief Justice. How could he stand up and claim that he supports the separation of powers when he has actually initiated the removal of a Supreme Court Justice unlawfully, when he has actually used the Attorney General, current terrorist that is manning Nigeria's Attorney General's office, Malami. He used him to raid Mary Odele's house because she's the next most likely candidate to head the Supreme Court. They just want to tarnish her to stop her from getting there. Now, who wants to have such a country to call their own? Where are the proud Nigerians? Meanwhile, those people that are seeking to destroy Alibo over nothing, I think they are waging a class war. There's a particular, even though they have escalated it against everybody, but this may be the danger that philosophers of the past saw and warned against those that you abandoned, those children that you refuse to educate. Even Awolowo spoke on this. Those children you refuse to educate, you refuse to equip to face life, one day they will turn against you. And that's exactly where Nigeria is now. But there is hope. That hope is on a binding multi-regional referendum that will cover Middle Belt, our area, the Lower Niger territory, which includes South, South, and Southeast, and Oduduwa area, which is present there, Southwest. Now, when we have this referendum, we will formally either get Nigeria in a more functional state or we separate. In fact, we cannot even, I shouldn't say get Nigeria into a functional, Nigeria will not function. The only way for Nigeria to function really is to split through referendum. We go through referendum. That thing which the Northerners did like 20-something years ago, 21 years ago, when they began to initiate Sharia legal code, that was essentially separation from Nigeria. But we're going to do our own in a very democratic manner, which is to be supervised by the United Nations. Referendum vote for regional constitutions. From there, we will decide what we want to do. That's how Canada as a country was formed. I don't know why this is too difficult for somebody like Mohammed, but anyway, nobody can tell him because they have no need to know the right way to go. Those setting Nigeria on fire are the presidency, the legislature, the armed forces, the police. Everyone that is operating under current Nigerian constitution is an enemy of Nigeria because they are supporting criminality, which is what the constitution represents. Have a nice day. Here is Ahmadu Bello's mission statement and battle script of October 1960. October 12th, barely 11 days after Nigeria's paper independence, on October 1st of 1960. Here is what he had to say. The new nation, Nigeria, the new nation called Nigeria should be an estate of our great-grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. We must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. We must use the minorities of the North as willing tools and the South as a conquered territory, and never allow them to rule over us, and never allow them to have control over their future. This is 1960. Now consider how the North went to set up Sharia during Obasanjo's presidency. And Obasanjo, who has always been a slave to the Arewa, called it political Sharia. That was effective separation from Nigeria, but Obasanjo didn't react very well. Instead, he sent Nigerian military to go, the same Janjaweed soldiers, to go and kill off people of Odi and Zaki Biam. Now, or even the killing of MASOB members or imprisonment across Southeast. Now, this is how Nigeria has been going. Consider what this Ahmadu Bello said in 1960 to what Muhammadu Buhari is carrying out today. And you get to realize why Nina's movement is the way to go. The dominoes are falling for Nigeria. I mean, it's all going. You know, the union is going down. You know? So all that we're doing, we're buying time. But the country is already gone down the cliff. Only a multi-regional referendum will rescue the situation. Anything else is merely postponing the evil day. And that's very unfortunate.
We came out yesterday, May the 2nd, to a statement purportedly coming out from one Peter Afunanya, that is a spokesman of DSS, threatening everybody who says who is doing anything that would threaten the unity of Nigeria and the sovereignty of Nigeria and government, and all such nonsense. Well, I would be surprised if it came from DSS, because one cannot trust what we find on social media these days. But if anybody is still at that mundane level of thought of describing self-preservation actions being taken within the rights of self-determination that's inalienable to the constituents of the disputed Federation of Nigeria, because this Constitution 1999, that is a forgery, that has our signature at the base as authorization. As long as that constitution is in place, Nigeria is a disputed project, because the people who are purported to have agreed to live together have come forward to say we never met, we never agreed on anything. It is a forgery, it is a fraud against all of us. It is in that kind of setting that one will be addressing on behalf of NINAS, addressing that State Directorate of State Services, DSS, to point them, to explain to them, just in case they didn't know. They should be finding out from their principal what is going on. That is the federal government of Nigeria. They should realize that what the people who are demanding an immediate reconstruction of the constitutional basis of Nigeria, the one they call restructuring, or even the ones that say they are fed up, they want to go to be countries of their own, they are not the ones threatening the unity of Nigeria. The people that are threatening the unity of Nigeria, that are pushing Nigeria towards disintegration in the manner that the Vice President had warned about in September of 2020, are the ones who are holding on to that forgery of a constitution to say we cannot, that Nigeria is non-negotiable and not indivisible and all of that. They are the ones who are refusing to come forward for that imperative of reconstruction for a house that is on the verge of collapse. They are the ones pushing Nigeria towards disintegration, and one will expect that. They will, the DSS and all of those who are trying to. The other time it was some semi-literate governors that were talking about people who are doing secession and others who are doing treason. The only secession on the table now are the ones who declare themselves Sharia, who have seceded from the secular union of Nigeria, these 12 states. The only treason on the table now are the ones who are clinging onto the constitution that's a forgery, against the rest of us.
My name is Dr. Charles Dimwood.
Here's The Will to See by Bernard Henry Levi. The Will to See. and the killing persecution of Christians across Nigeria and Africa as a whole.
C'est ici que tout a commencé.
The way to see.
Je suis à New York pour défendre la cause des Kurdes et je reçois le message d'un inconnu qui veut
I
m'alerter
received
sur
a
le
message
sort des
from a
chrétiens
messenger of the plight of
Nigeria.
Nigeria's Christians.
Des messages de cette sorte,
I
j'en
often get
reçois très
messages of
souvent et
this
je ne
sort.
compte pas les appels au secours
I can't wait.
auxquels je n'ai depuis un demi-siècle, hélas, pas pu répondre. Alors est-ce que c'est le hasard?
So is it
Un
chance?
reportage
A report I read the same morning about Boko Haram,
Daesh africain.
the African ISIS.
Ou y avait-il chez mon
Or
mystérieux
was there something in the voice of my mysterious caller
qui ne laissait pas le choix?
that left me with no choice? The fact is, I take the meeting dead body all over the place. People macheted, shot, killed, being buried in mass graves. Christians getting buried in mass graves.
Le temps a beau passer, j'ai beau tout faire pour m'évader, m'endurcir, je ne m'y résous pas. Et face à ces scènes,
First with these
face à ces
scenes,
images de ce que l'homme peut faire de pire à l'homme, je réponds comme je l'ai toujours fait. Écrire bien sûr, témoigner sans doute, mais d'abord y aller.
first go to the ground. Take a visit to the ground where it is happening, the ground zero. The Will to See by Bernard Henry Levi continues.
Les assassins arrivent généralement de nuit.
The assassins generally arrive by night on long saddled motorbike, 3 per bike, yelling Allahu Akbar,
Vers les cris de terreur, violents,
going in, raping, gunning, killing people,
ils vandalisent tout sur leur
massacring. They vandalize their properties and burn their houses. Here we are on a morning stroll in the village of Wereng in Nigeria's Middle Belt. Christians have come from neighboring villages. In their thousands. So many coffins awaiting burial. Leaving the ceremony in Jumai is Jumai Victor, the only survivor of a previous attack. As she was pregnant and the emir didn't want to see her, his men just cut off her arm, like at a butcher. People are crying, wailing, agonizing. They began with her fingers and her hand, then her forearm, then the rest of the arm, after the last of the two that the hands had in its share. This is documentary by Bernard Henry Levi. She has come to mourn at the graveside of her husband, killed with 4 of their children in front of her. While shooting the film, she joined her family in the grave, killed in a subsequent attack. This is what the Islamists are doing in the northern part of Nigeria, in the Middle Belt. These are the kind Fulani herdsmen, supposedly heading south. They are coming down from the mountains of seeking greener pastures, but determined like Boko Haram to wipe the continent clean of its Christians. Go. Do you want to be macheted? I told you to go. Go away. He's coming with violence. That's what it has become. Nigeria has become killing binding